Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 7. We're going to jump right into the hot action. I don't know why I said that. But first, we're going to do a little recap.
We do.
Previously on Spirit and Salt, having concluded your work on behalf of Olga Sinclair, you guys divided up the spoils from the Rat King's hideout, discussed your plans moving forward. Several of you have reasons to go to Hallowhive, Boss in search of his colleague Philord Grimm, Morisco looking for a meeting with the author Raul Nicosi, and Patches having been tasked with picking up some sort of shipment from Hallowhive and smuggling it to Puerto Soltera. The rest of you, for various reasons, agreed to accompany these three to Hallowhive, with longer-term plans to head to Cherry Falls for some other leads. So you guys made plans to stay here in Daybreak City for another couple of days, rest and recover, get the Prime Zenith, wrap up your affairs here in town. In the interim, Bones explained that he needed to go to the Wapaniska Forest, a couple of hours outside of town, to check in on his radio relay tower, having learned from Percy Skydart that his former employer, Vanguard Ethertech International, has learned about his radio technology, his relay system. So you guys made plans at first to split up, with some party members going with Bones and others staying in town making travel preparations, until Marble was visited at his place of business, Successful Inventions, by Mick Eisenhower, the CEO of Vanguard. Mick offered Marble and the Pendletons 30,000 marks for the power core that he uses to power his mech suit, and of course for the schematics and the patent rights to be its sole producer. Truly a fortune, for the record, enough money for the Pendletons to live the rest of their lives in peace and luxury, but Marble declined the offer, unwilling to sell out his creation and his values. And during that meeting, Marble spotted within Mick's briefcase schematics of Bones' relay tower, kind of intuited that they must have already visited and studied it. And concerned that Vanguard might have somehow booby-trapped the relay and that Bones might be putting himself in danger by going alone to check on it, you guys met back up and decided to accompany Bones out to the forest. After stocking up on some magic items and attaching a trailer hitch to the company car, you guys headed out of Daybreak City, leaving the city sprawl behind and moving into the untamed wilderness that comprises the vast majority of this world outside of urban centers. Arriving at the forest, you all found all of the wildlife acting very strange, violent and agitated and hostile, attacking anything and everything that it saw. You were accosted by wasps and hawks and other critters, and eventually discovered that all of them were under the effects of a powerful enchantment, and that seemingly Bones' relay tower had been tampered with and turned to the purpose of making the forest wildlife hostile and dangerous. As you moved through the forest looking for the relay tower, you found a little forest spirit, a little wooden friend, protector of the woods and its creatures, who led you safely the rest of the way to the relay tower, where it sits atop a cliffside overlooking the ocean at the forest's edge. Here you were also met by another little woodland spirit, a little 9-inch tall mushroom-capped fella who was busying himself cobbling tiny things out of wood. But before you could proceed any further, you were attacked by giant burrowing beetles with hypnotic eyes, which you battled and managed to defeat with a little bit of assistance from your spirit friends. A
little bit?
I think they did do quite a lot of heavy lifting, which I did not expect. And that is where we left off. We're going to come right back into that scene before we do inspirations. Go to Seth and Elijah. And I say that not for your characters, but for you personally, for the dark passenger that you invited to share your earthly vessel by entering the cursed basement during last session when we were all cucking God.
We did it.
And it's important that we don't explain any of that to our audience.
No.
Nobody asked.
So
We don't want to talk about it.
We arrived back at the forest.
So you said it's quiet now and peaceful?
Yeah, everything has gone quiet, at least for the moment. You can still hear the same sounds you've been hearing the whole time of like agitated animals and wildlife, but for the moment, the fight is over at least.
Yeah. Bones is going to go straight over to the tower and start looking for tampering.
Yeah, I will help you.
All right, Marble and Bones, you guys make your way over to this little relay tower. And how about you each roll, or one of you can do with advantage, a communications tools check. Bones, your radio lore applies here, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you advantage. I only get a +6.
That would be a natural 20 for 29.
Oh my god. Natural 20 for 29, just setting the tone immediately.
Gunfire, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
My baby.
Yeah, you see your baby here. Couple things. You walk over to it. You had mentioned last time that you had a little wooden fence around this thing that had a sign placarded with your name and stuff.
Right.
That sign is gone.
Awesome. Great.
And the tower itself, at first glance, looks pretty much as you would expect it to. There's no obvious outward sign of tampering, but you are looking well past what is obvious here. You see, up at the top of the tower, that's sort of like this pyramid sort of shaped tower, there's the actual like arcanotech components. The legs of the tower itself are made out of lead, which you know to be to sort of like separate them from the ley lines.
Right.
And sort of isolates the magical components up top. But up at the top, there are a couple of additional conversion crystals have been sort of like spliced into it, for lack of a better word.
Right.
And it's pretty easy to suss out what's happened here as you look through it. They have essentially turned your tower to a new purpose. They have taken what your device was doing, which was feeding audible speech to the nearby wind elements and dispersing it to other relays attuned to the same frequency, and instead just in the immediate vicinity broadcasting in a few mile radius an enchantment magic to sort of essentially agitate and make hostile unintelligent creatures within that radius.
Right.
With Nat 20, you can essentially do whatever you want with this. You can completely undo their work. You can safely dismantle it. You can whatever you wish, however you wish to proceed. It is available to you on a Nat 20. But that's what you see. I think you suss out more on a Nat 20 as far as like timelines and stuff. This work was done very quickly. Not like I wouldn't say like suspiciously quickly. Just you can tell it was done by someone very talented, a very skilled artificer has done this. And everything that you did has been left intact. They have not undone any of your work.
Just added.
Yep, exactly. Repurposed and added. I think that you can easily get the sense that the time was taken here to catalog and document how this was made to begin with before tampering with it.
Right.
Marvel, you've got a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have two things. One, this is kind of a stretch, but with my Arcanotech lore and artificing tools, do I have an idea of like, I don't know, like a signature or like is this what's being done here like common for like a specific artificer that is known?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to look for a signature because it's not subtle at all. You see that on the conversion crystals themselves, which are these, I guess they'd probably be sapphire crystals, these gemstones. They're etched with sigildry, like arcane glyphs and stuff, to produce this enchantment effect. They also have just like stylistically for visual effect, the Vanguard Ethertech International like logo etched into them.
Gotcha.
So it's easy to tell this was done by somebody at Vanguard. You don't know, even on the Nat 20, that you contributed to a specific artificer's signature for that necessarily, but
gotcha. But if I can, before he dismantles, I'll take a picture of it.
Yeah, sure.
Or I guess maybe have patches.
I'll say one of you two give me a photographer's tools check.
I can do it.
I say you got movie lore, so you can apply your movie lore to this.
Why is Patches small on the map?
Because he shrunk himself with his wand of wonder. I'll fix it in just a second.
What kind of check was it?
Photographer's tool, so you can add your wisdom, your proficiency bonus, and your lore bonus. So your wisdom +4. And you have advantage because Marble's helping you.
Okay.
I am not proficient in camera tools.
I'll still let you give the help action here.
Natural 20.
Oh, yes, incredible. Okay, this was going to be kind of a high DC because you're trying to get some very fine detail with cameras that don't usually pick up that fine of detail. But you remember having seen fucking movies that came out in the year of our Lord 2020 in a totally different universe apparently. So you are able to manipulate the camera in such a way as to get some more detail than would normally be able to fish out of a camera like this on a Nat 20.
Do I just do the like CSI enhance where it's the blurriest thing ever and somehow it's like perfect?
Somehow, yes, exactly.
I love it.
Go ahead.
Did you want to use it after we fix it?
Yes, I have a number of plans for it. I made a device so I can send a broadcast, and then I'm going to partially disable it going to fully deconstruct it, but I'm going to take vital elements from it so it cannot be used anymore. But I do have one last broadcast I'm going to send first.
If you want, we can try to boost it. And I motion to my engine. I'm kind of curious.
I too am kind of curious. I think I like this idea. I think I would like to do this when we have time to stay with it for some time and really look into it. I don't know about doing it when we have to leave the town in a day and a half.
And if we wanted to patent, I
That is another thing. Is in order to file a patent, I have to have a working schematic. So I should take what works and submit it before we try to modify it.
Yeah. And I'll help him write up whatever schematics he needs and everything.
Yeah, I assume you've already got complete schematics, but you can absolutely help.
Yeah.
Sort of dot the T's and cross the I's because you've patented a lot more stuff than Bones has, presumably.
For sure. So Bones definitely does have schematics, but his schematics are a very different style and a very sloppy kind of...
Yeah, I'll help him clean them up.
Yeah, exactly. You're cleaning
For sure. Go ahead and I guess roll me I will call this an Artificer's Tools check to draw good schematics.
Okay.
Using intelligence and apply your lore.
Cool.
You might want to help this.
Yes, absolutely. So you can get marble advantage.
Cool.
Unless you want to do your own check.
10.
It's a good roll for you.
23?
23, brilliant. Yes, absolutely. You get Bones' schematics are not bad, but as mentioned, they are sort of lacking in sort of professional clarity that might be required for a patent.
Probably not stylized
Yep. So you're able to sort of help
them.
them just get things organized the way they ought to be organized. While you're working on that, Cadence, go ahead.
When they start talking about turning it on and operating it, can I take a look around to see if anybody who fucked with it is still here?
Absolutely.
Waiting for somebody to come look at it and operate it?
Roll me either investigation or perception or even survival check is fine.
I was actually planning to do a little bit of patrolling myself.
Yeah, you can do the same thing. Perception, investigation, survival. And actually, if you do survival, you have advantage because you were tracking humanoid footprints earlier with your spell.
15 perception investigation are the same. So.
Okay.
26.
Okay, brilliant.
Damn.
On Cadence, you do a search for anybody that's still around, essentially anybody in the immediate vicinity, and you don't find anybody. You look around in the nearby tree lines, you look out to sea and see if maybe there's somebody on a boat or something. You don't see anybody still here. Boss, you can suss out more detail than that on your survival check, especially with the prints. You do see the footprints of 5 people moving around here over the course of about a day and a half or so. That clearly came here, spent the better part of 2 days here, and then left. And you do see all 5 footprints leave. You do see, as a matter of fact, they don't leave back out through the forest. You actually see the leftover remnants of where they went down the cliffside and down to presumably get on maybe a boat or something.
May I go down the cliffside and explore the area?
Yeah, give me a athletics check. This is pretty low DC. Especially because they do it with advantage because they've left climbing equipment behind. There's climbing pythons and stuff still left over here.
11.
11's enough. Yes, you go down there and carrying the same survival check, you see the same 5 footprints, climb down here, get onto a boat, and presumably sail away.
May I look around and see if there's anything else dropped? Or any other tracks? I mean, maybe I pull Mariska with me to look underwater.
Sure.
Swim around, see if there's anything else that may have been dropped.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very good check. You look around very, very carefully, but it seems that they have covered their, not literal tracks, but they didn't leave anything behind. You don't see anything left behind. Bones, go ahead.
So we kind of skipped over this, but important order of operations. The first thing I do is study the modifications that they've made, even writing down blueprints to understand how they did it, because frankly it is a neat trick, and we might be able to use it later.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Then, as part of that, so this is jury-rigged, of course. Are there... What is the question I'm fishing for? The question I'm ultimately fishing for is, are there enough pre-made components in what they've done that suggest this is not the first time they have done something like this?
That's a good question, and you rolled very high. I think no. I think you see... This is clearly a novel, new design that they specifically created to fit this tower.
Right.
What strikes you, but kind of putting all this information together, how quickly they did this is very striking.
Right.
And you would assume that they must have an underlying or pre-existing technology for like the enchantment itself. Essentially, what you think is that probably creating an enchantment to make people fight each other is something that Vanguard has certainly done before, and just kind of retrofitting that existing technology to work with this relay tower.
Gotcha.
It made the job quicker because they kind of had the foundation ready.
Right.
Does that make sense?
So they just made this. They just used this as a delivery system.
Essentially, yes. They found a new delivery system for an enchantment that they had already created. And worth noting on a Nat 20, they did have to kind of tone down the enchantment.
Right.
You think that this would have overloaded your tower's crystals and shattered them if they tried to do it to people.
With like a dominate person or a crown of madness.
It
or
only
something.
worked because they did it to like beasts with intelligence too, or lower mechanically speaking. You know what I
Imagine
mean?
the good of the world if instead they had done this with an enhanceability or a guidance or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And it also strikes you like imagining all the good it could do. Then imagine on the other end of that spectrum, this is a company whose entire business is selling weapons of war to people that are in conflict with one another. Again, literally, as recently as 4 years ago, they sold weapons both to the Union and to Chernaya in the war that you fought in. So, as that's going on, I know other people have other things going on. As you guys are poking around in the tower and Cadence and Boss, actually, go ahead, Mauricio. You've been waiting for a bit. Go ahead.
I was just curious if there was like evidence of the fish being erratic and crazy too. Is there a bunch of blood in the water?
Yeah.
Things? Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. I hadn't thought about that yet. But yes, absolutely. When you go with Boss down to the cliffside and start looking at the shore, you do see, perhaps to your horror, like a bunch of dead fish and dead sea life just kind of floating on the surface of the water, and it goes as far out as you can see. Much of it has washed up onto shore, so there's just kind of piles of dead animals on the shore. But you do see that, like, you know, the radius of this was big enough to encompass almost this entire forest. It's likewise extending that far out to sea. And I will say, give me a perception or survival check. Actually, I think survival is best, and apply your monster lore to this, Mauricio. And Boss, you can help with this and give him advantage, or just make it yourself.
Take advantage.
All right, advantage on that roll then, Mauricio.
Lore is how much again?
Lore is +2. Nice.
Another nat 20.
So many nat 20s. Okay, yeah, you do get the sense, based on the types of sea life that are floating up to the surface, you're not seeing very much like deep sea creatures, not much that dwells below much water. And you sort of do some head math. You get the sense that some of this magic is actually being blocked by the water, as in it can't like penetrate very far into the
Like the
into the
density
water.
of the water?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, you guys can later discuss this or discuss it now. Bones, you know that your magic here is transmitted by air,
Right.
and it just can't get very far into water.
If they were to do this over on the other side, though, that does go through water, so it would likely be the opposite effect.
Presumably so.
Okay, that's why I had my hand raised. Whereas I was like, these are wind elementals. How are they getting underwater?
Yep. Yeah, that point stands.
Other quick question is, what is the radius? Did we determine that, or can we tell how, like, the radius of the enchantment that they added?
Yeah,
I
on the
guess.
Nat 20 investigating what's here, it's about a 5-mile radius,
Yeah, I think
which
that's-
is a tremendous amount of range for an enchantment spell. A
Phenomenal, yeah.
tremendous amount of range.
So I know, like, your relay is set to go distance, but like this enchantment's 5-mile radius, like that's huge.
And on the subject of the animals around here, as you guys are doing all this, you see the little 9-inch tall forest spirit. He's a little like green guy with a big bushy white mustache. His hat is made out of like layers of like mushrooms that grow on the side of dead trees. Reappears. He had gone invisible for a little while, but he reappears, puts his like cobbling hammers away on his side. And he and the other little forest spirit, this little wooden doll looking guy, they walk over to one of the dead beetles, the big mama beetle first, at least. And they go through what looks like some sort of little ceremony or something. That you see, they work together to dig up a little bit of dirt. And they just start to sprinkle dirt over these dead beetles. You see that the bigger, he's only like 3 feet tall, but the bigger one, the wood spirit, sets the piece of wood that he'd been using as a club down on the ground, and just with his little wooden hand, like closes the like I guess they don't have eyelids, they're bugs, but kind of just like gently places his hands on the eyes of these beetles, sprinkles some dust over them, and as he's sprinkling the dust, you see like a greenish-white glitter in the dust that he's sprinkling, and you watch these beetles start to very rapidly like decompose, very, very rapidly, just like shrinking down and their shells kind of decomposing into the dirt. So that's kind of going on as you guys are doing that. These two little forest spirits seem to be like returning these animals to the earth. So that's going on as well.
He's eating it.
I don't think that's what's happening.
He's a mushroom. He's a decomposer.
Yeah, fair. What is the current time of day here and back home?
Okay. Time zones. Wild.
Right, yeah.
It is currently here. Let's see, you guys left this at about noon. It was about a 2-hour drive, about an hour through the forest. So it's like 3 p.m. or so-ish, between 3 and 4 maybe. Back home, hold on, let me do my math here. You're almost like opposite side of the globe, so it would be about 12 hours, and it would be later. So it's about 3 in the morning back home currently.
Got it.
If I'm doing my math right.
Cool.
Does Bones have the ability to set messages on a delay?
In theory, I could, yeah.
That was me out of character, because that would not have come out that clean.
Fair. I don't think he's ever done it, but it is certainly within his wheelhouse, yeah.
Gotcha. I assume that, having looked at the schematics, I'm assuming that we probably have shown Marbledom before. Have you shown Marbledom before?
He's at least talked about it. I don't know if we've ever been out to this tower.
Oh, he's definitely never been out here.
Yeah.
He's not a nature guy.
Understandable. If Marblehead ever has to see blueprints, he would have shown blueprints.
As a person who wouldn't be showing you his invention, he would not be asking.
Yeah, probably you've never seen it before.
Gotcha. I guess he's going to try to respectfully copy them over. I guess it's hard to copy them over without understanding what's happening.
I think by the time it's done, I don't know if you can help with his patent paperwork, his schematics, without understanding what it is. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bones does quick mental math, realizes it is 3 in the morning back home. And I think he goes down the exact same train of thought that you were having. He wants to set up like a little repeater that will send a message every hour or so for a little while.
Here's what I will also say. This has been a problem you've had as long as you've been doing this.
Sure.
I would leave it up to you if you have already automatically set up this system to delay your message by 8 hours or whatever. You know what I mean? That's totally up to you.
True. Yeah, you're absolutely right, because he's been doing this the whole time.
Right. Whatever you say will be canon forever. But you tell me if these messages are delayed by a certain amount or not.
Is it my understanding that it is possible for what I say to make it over there in a matter of seconds?
Yeah. Yes. It is possible.
I think there's no reason that he wouldn't take advantage of that, but that does mean he would need to be broadcasting early in the morning to get them late at night. I think that makes sense. I think he would just do his broadcast first thing.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you transmit at 7 in the morning on your shift, they get it at 7 at night.
And, it's going to a bar too, so 3 a.m. there might be people at the bar.
Yeah.
I think... Okay, so now he has another conundrum. If I set it on the repeater, that means I can't disable it unless I set a delayed charge and actually blow it up, and I don't want to do that. Give me a moment. Somebody do another thing on it.
I would let you guys, if you wish to, with your communication tools proficiency, create a device that is just going to transmit a message 8 hours from now and then not transmit it again. That would be very easy to do.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that doesn't disable the tower.
I need to disable it.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Could you... Where are all your towers?
I have one here, one on the east coast.
How many?
Well, open the map up.
3 total.
Could you have it circle around for a few hours before going to a destination?
Theoretically, if I had set that logic up, but I did not. They're simple relays. They pass on the message as soon as they get it. If I was to scale this up, industrialize it, that would be one of the things that I do at each tower, yes.
Assuming that you pass this information along, Bones, you have one tower that is here in Daybreak City, or just outside Daybreak City. All of your towers are sort of outside of major urban centers, kind of out in the wilderness a little bit, both for privacy and to get the elemental energy that you need.
I assume also it's fine. I'll ask later.
You're good. This relay tower transmits to a relay tower that is in or just outside of Draketide, which is located down on the continent of Nidus, right here. And then the tower in Draketide relays to a tower that is in Esmoriz, right here, the capital of Caruxo, over in the continent of Presidium. And then from there, that tower relays all the way back to your home in Stecklin.
Do I have one more in C?
That might be correct.
I think I have one there.
Yeah, whatever I sent you. Yeah, so maybe you're relaying then, to Sieg, and then Sieg relays to whoever's listening, which happens to be your brother.
That would not be 12 hours. That is way closer than all the other side of the globe.
No, you're probably right. That's
Because
probably not
I think that's more like
Zhao
Zhao is more closer to the other side of the globe.
No, you're probably more like 8 hours. You're probably right. And then
So it might be like a more closer to 11 o'clock, which actually...
Yeah, which is more reasonable.
That actually works pretty well then. Okay. Good. Give me a moment to come up with the script. I will do a transmission and then we will go home.
Do you need me to do anything while you're getting that done?
It should work just fine. I appreciate it.
How much time do you need?
A couple of minutes to come up with the script and then send it.
I assume that we've already taken off all the dangerous stuff and
Yeah, that would have been the first
handled
thing
that.
Yeah.
Group.
You say with the Nat 20, very easy to just take those parts off and I presume keep them.
Yeah.
Boss, go ahead.
May I kind of diverge from this conversation while you prepare the script?
Totally.
Mauricio, are you okay?
Yeah, I am fine.
I saw your eyes when you looked across the sea. I saw that sadness.
It is a bit upsetting to know that a lot of unnecessary death happened. The beach is filthy.
It is disgusting. I assume there's just crabs and
Yeah,
the crabs come in the ones that survived now just scavenging.
absolutely,
Whatever.
for sure.
Yeah.
Awful.
For sure.
I just did not care for the way I saw your eyes turn, so if you need me, please tell me.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I should be okay. Just I need a moment and need to see the sea in a better state. When we get back. I'll help you.
I understand. I'm going to go back up to the top of the cliff. If you need me, just call for me.
Sure, we'll do that.
Maurice.
Given the situation, can I collect some crabs?
Yeah. You see that there are some crabs here that died, but it seems there's more. With a really good survival check you rolled, there's more dead sea life here than is going to be eaten by the wildlife. This will go to waste, a lot of it. So, and there's plenty that is in freshly dead that you can easily collect. And
Wouldn't there also be crabs that survive still?
Yeah.
That are running around scavenging?
Yep. But yeah, wondering if you would like to collect some crabs to cook crab at some point. I assume is your angle.
Yeah, cook crab. Yeah, I'll find some non-scavenged crab that's still edible.
As you're walking the beach and collecting the crabs that look like the most wholesome and the most recently dead, you see a crab, a dead one that is sitting in a little tide pool, and you reach to pick it up, and there's just a sudden flash in your mind of a shadow looming over a colossal watery space where you were just one minuscule little creature among many. And a giant hand reached in and plucked from the water a strange sea slug of some sort. And you watch your own hand in sort of a weird out-of-body experience for a second, reach down into this tide pool and pluck out this crab, and I think just kind of have a brief moment of being sort of a weird out-of-body experience before kind of snapping back to your senses.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
He knew you would do it.
You predicted the exact moment. That was all that was about, and there's nothing more to it, surely.
That's it. There's nothing else.
The end of Marisco's
That's the end of Marisco's story.
Character down.
In the meantime,
Crab.
as the little forest spirits have finished sort of putting to rest these beetles, the little one, the little 9-inch tall friend, walks over to Patches, and you see that he sits down by your feet, kind of cross-legged, grabs a little piece of wood and starts chiseling the wood so fast, like he's whittling or cobbling or something. And when he's done with it, he holds in his hand a little wooden bobcat figurine. It's like a bead more than a figurine. An itty-bitty little wooden bobcat. And just kind of raises his hand up to hand it to you.
I'll reach out and take it.
Yeah, you pick it up.
Just look it over.
Itty-bitty little wooden bobcat. It doesn't seem to be magical or anything, but hands you a tiny little wooden bobcat. And then he steps over to the next closest person, which looks like maybe it's Cadence, and sits down right by your feet, starts cobbling a little bit, hands you a little wooden bear, passes it over to you.
Thank you.
He says something to you, and I mentioned this last time, but in some sort of Scottish gibberish. The Scottish-sounding gibberish, hands you over this little wooden bear. And it continues one by one to just walk to each one of you and hand you little wooden carved animals.
What do I get?
Let's see here.
He's racist.
Roll me a luck check. Why not?
17.
17? Oh, what animal do you want to get? That's a great luck check.
I didn't think that far ahead.
It's some sort of forest creature. It could be perhaps a bird, or it could be actually, the one that gets handed to you is a fox. Because you were the one who helped this little forest spirit out of the tree, and then he went and cured that fox. So
all right,
here's a little fox.
Cool, I like the fox. That's perfect. Thank you.
What do I get?
Same question. Roll me a luck check. I don't know why I'm calling for luck checks, because I'm going to have you tell me what animal you get anyway. A 2? It's an animal that you don't like. It's Rumple's least favorite animal from the forest.
You get a pistol.
It's a wasp. You get a little wooden wasp.
I'm assuming that it's extremely intricately made, though.
Yeah, it's actually insane how much detail is in this thing that's a half an inch large. And how fast it was carved.
Okay, I know it's not this character, but my first thought was these can be used to prank someone into thinking there's a wasp on them. I don't think Marvel would. Well,
Keep that to yourself.
not you guys. I have brothers for that.
Does Marisco get a fish?
Yeah, Marisco, when you make your way back up to the cliffside, it's I don't know if it'd be a fish, because these are forest
Objection
spirits.
fish are not from the forest.
Right. He probably gives you.
During Earth Week? Really?
He does give you a fish, but it's like a little trout or something. It's not like a sea fish.
It's not a sea fish.
It's a freshwater fish.
Did you decide what you were gonna?
Yes, I'm going to make some of it, but I am ready whenever. Have you guys all finished your business here?
So at this time, you guys have kind of done everything you talked about doing here for the moment.
All right.
Yes.
You queues up the first time in a week. Good evening or late night for some of you. This is Bonicello von Stoppel. I am sorry for disappearing for several days. It has been a very eventful week in Daybreak City. Things are good. I am fine. I am hale and hearty. I will be traveling. The reason for the disruption in service and in broadcasts, there has been a break-in at one of the towers. I believe that Vanguard Ether Tech may be responsible. I'm looking into the matter. I'm working on making sure that this technology is secure. But if you're hearing this message and you have enjoyed what you have heard, I do have a favor that I would ask of you. There are 3 relays that I think they may go to next. I am depending on the good nature of my listeners. If you could travel to them, and then I give 3 addresses, 3 locations, or not even addresses because it's out in the wilderness, but I spend 5 minutes essentially detailing how to get to each of these relays in different places. When you get there, it does not require much technical skill. Simply open the hatch, look for the second largest quartz crystal, and pull it out gently. That is all you must do. You can keep it if you'd like. If you want to leave an address, I will try to find you. That should be enough to make it difficult for them to do anything to the other towers. I am working on going on a journey to try to secure funding to do this technology better, to get it patented and protected. I'm working with a company that I do trust, Accessible Inventions. If you hear from me, Bonicello von Stoppel, any member of the von Stoppel family, or anyone that can prove they're part of Accessible Inventions, be cooperative. We may reward you for your help. I appreciate it tremendously. I think there's a lot of future in this technology. I would hate to see it go to waste. If anyone else approaches you about it, I recommend you pretend you know nothing. I will try to be back as soon as I can. It may be some time, but I'm still here. I will be back. Leave the frequency open. It will be static for some time, but there will be music again soon enough. Have a good night. Back,
as you send this beautiful message. Just click your receiver. You hear some movement behind you as this little wood spirit walks up behind you, reaches down and picks up his club again, fills it with green magical energy, and looks like he's about to try to dismantle this tower.
Can we salvage stuff from him before he does that?
You could certainly, just stop him, or, you guys have the ability to communicate with him telepathically as well, or a ghost does.
Right, I'm not going to do anything, violent, but I will kind of, hold up a hand and see if he even reacts to that.
Yeah, he stops for a second as you hold up a hand.
Okay, I have the Adept Linguist background feature where I can essentially, after observing something communicate for a while, I can come up with a pigeon to speak, even if I don't speak their language.
Yeah, I like it.
Can I spend a little time just trying to, talk back and forth and figure out basic communication with this thing?
With this particular one, it's kind of tough because the sound of this one talking is literally the sound of creaking wood in different pitches. But as you raise your hand to kind of stop this guy, the little kind of Scottish sounding guy that is actually talking with a mouth steps up and starts jabbering onto you in words that you don't quite understand. Right. But you can try to communicate with him just safe or something.
Right. I assume that what I do instead is as I start drawing in the dirt, I start going pictographic with it because he clearly understands animal shapes. He knows how to do visual communication.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just try to communicate that the tower is sleeping. It's not dangerous. We've taken away all the things that would need to be dangerous, but it is... If I'm able to communicate, I indicate that this is how I talk to my family.
Okay, I love that. Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh my god, I'm good at this. That's a 23.
23 is brilliant. So you're doing pictographs here, and I assume you're including some animals in your pictographs.
Right.
What do you think is an animal that you use when giving the concept of peace or safety or sleep or something to communicate your tower is no longer a danger?
They're from the forest, so I probably use a very fat sleeping bear in a tree.
I love that. The little 9-inch tall green one with the mushroom cap starts jabbering to the other one, and he starts making wood creaking sounds back at him as they look at your pictographs. And then the little 9-inch tall green one sits down cross-legged on the ground and starts hammering so fast on a chunk of wood and hands you a little carved tree with a sleeping bear in it.
Perfect.
An incredible amount of detail for how small it is. Just hands it over to you, and you see the other one sets his club back down on the ground.
Excellent. Cool. Good. I think we're good. I probably, if I've successfully set up a pigeon for this so far, I will do another little strip below that shows an angry bear waking up again and being all vicious. And then I draw a line all the way from that marking on the dirt over to the tower to one of the legs where it's real weak, where if they just hit that part of the leg, it will destroy it.
The little wood guy picks up his stick and just kind of pats it and makes some creaking wood sounds at you and then sets it back down. Meanwhile, Ghost, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So this whole time, Ghost has been kind of examining the tower because he's fascinated by the technology of it.
Yeah.
Can I do a Arcana check just to see what I can glean from it before I ask Bones?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me an Arcana check. What you're actually essentially making me... You can do an Arcana check. I'm making a distinction in this campaign that hasn't come up a ton so far between Arcana versus Artificer's tools, where investigating technology is more an Artificer's tools thing. Arcana is more arcane theory, spellcraft, that sort of thing. So you can roll me Arcana, but you're going to get a little bit less information, or you can roll me Artificer's tools for more information, but presumably on a worse roll for you. So up to you how you want to kind of come at it.
Yeah, I think he definitely approaches it from the Arcana angle, just because he has very little knowledge and access to arcanomancy and anything like that. So
makes
just
very
trying
sense
to understand it from that perspective, even if it's not very successful.
No, totally. Go for it. Roll me an Arcana check.
Yeah, 17.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you already rolled it. 17. Yeah, you're able to get at least the basic gist here. You're missing a lot of detail, but there's a lot of context clues for you to figure out. What you see with an Arcana check of 17 is that there's certainly a powerful enchantment going on here. You can see that the glyphs and sigils inscribed on the crystals are clearly associated with enchantment magic. That's the same as you would see on a spell scroll or something. And that the other crystals, the ones that don't have that Vanguard logo on them, are associated with elementals, conjuration, and with sort of you see. I think the thing that strikes you in Arcana check is the thing that you would notice that's kind of intriguing. You've heard Bones kind of describe what happens here, right? That he transmits a message and it goes 1,500 miles across the sea, and even that this enchantment was applying to 5-mile radius around it in this forest. You don't see any glyphs or any of the Voxotherum here that would justify that long of a range. All of the spell signatures and Voxotherum notation here that has to do with range is all quite short, as a matter of fact. It's in the immediate vicinity of 10 feet, maybe 15. So what you can't suss out really is how are you getting range out of this short range spellcraft on a 17? You can't quite suss that out, but that's the thing that seems strange to you.
I'll just ask folks, how does this work? How have you extended the range of this communication?
Well, it is a process that I borrowed from nature. Are you familiar with, and forgive me, I know that this is pointed, and I promise it's not because of the kind of person you are, but have you seen the way that a bee swarm over its hive will shimmer when they speak to each other? As if dropping pebbles into a pond, they make waves.
I don't know, have I seen that?
Roll me a nature check.
Are there bees in
I was say maybe not, because there's not a lot of pollinators down there.
Yeah.
Roll me a nature check for if you've ever seen a bee.
While that rolls, Boss is also just staring at the tower, but then hears the words
Pebble of
the pond and chimes in, just now is listening.
Right. Strikes you for sure. On a 23, you maybe have never seen a bee until you got to the surface, but you've read quite a bit about surface life and surface sort of animals and stuff. And you know what? I actually bet that there probably are bees now in Hallowhive in the Verdant Path. I think before Hallowhive made contact with the surface, they literally had to do the manual pollination thing where they were brush pollen onto the plants to get them to grow. And that's one of the many benefits that came to Hallowhive when they made contact with the surface is they just literally imported bees to pollinate the Verdant Path for them. So yeah, you know what a bee is.
Yes, studied them a little bit.
The premise is simple, or similar, I should say. I take a message, and then I drop it into, rather than a cluster of bees on a hive, the mass of unintelligent or less intelligent air elementals that fill all of the sky around us, and then they propagate it through themselves outwards in a wave. They carry the message, and eventually that message finds another tower, where it listens for these waves. And the one overseas does the same thing with water elementals. And then once that gets to the eastern continent, it does it again through earth elementals. Essentially, I am letting the elemental spirits of earth carry messages. Very simple. They feel a slight nudge, and they nudge in that direction. Imperceptible even to most of them, I think.
I'll offer an extremely minor and probably unimportant lore correction. I don't think it ever goes through earth elementals. It's always air or water.
That makes sense. Okay.
But your point is still absolutely.
Yeah. So no, the magic here does not go very far at all. It simply takes advantage of the natural instincts of nature, and specifically of nature spirits, to flow with the world around it. I drop pebbles into water.
It's incredible.
It's just physics.
Yeah.
Somebody else would have found it if I did not.
Ghost, on your Arcana check, it strikes you that there are, you start thinking about that spellcraft again, right? About that Voxotherum notation. There are some spells that do similar things. One that comes to mind is the Beast Sense spell, where you have to touch an animal to cast that spell on it. But once cast, that animal can go anywhere, any other plane of existence, any distance, and your spell remains effective. So Bones is capitalizing on a weird little niche of spellcraft where you cast something that has to be on something close, but then it remains effective at extremely long ranges, or a warding bond spell, similarly, that kind of thing.
I had never thought to use it with other spells. I admit it's intriguing if we could transmit more valuable information this way, like a guidance or an enhance ability or
that spell that makes things grow.
Or the spell that makes things grow, plant growth, yes. What I do not know, what kind of side effects such a powerful spell would have. It is an important principle of what I'm doing here that it is minimally invasive, and an important part of that is that it is just a simple message cantrip. I would need to do a lot of testing before I tried to send something more powerful.
That's a hugely relevant fact, too, is this works in part because it is a pretty simple magical effect. It's literally just audible speech transmitted, not even with total fidelity or clarity. If you tried to transmit even something as powerful right now with what you have as a bless spell, for example, or a guidance cantrip, a guidance might work. If you tried to transmit like a level 1 bless spell, it would probably shatter your crystals. It'd be too powerful to transmit that far of a distance. But I mean, over time that technology improves.
It could.
With money.
Yeah, the technology will improve, especially Marble's device. Well, Marble's device can put more power in. What I don't know, Marble's device will not make the elementals more resilient. I think that we may eventually hit diminishing returns based on how much data the latent elementals in the air around us are capable of transmitting. And I don't want to exceed that. That seems dangerous.
Anybody who's good with nature, roll me a nature check. Anybody proficient with nature, roll me a nature. I don't know if anybody is.
Oh, man.
I am not.
I'm good with it, but not.
I have a +4, but...
Yeah.
17.
17. Boss, it makes sense that you'd be one to kind of chime in on this too for another reason. You've traveled from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. Back home in Gati, wind almost always came from east to west. Since you've come to the northern hemisphere, it always goes west to east. That's like a weird little nuance that you think of off the top of your head. That like if Bones built this relay system in the southern hemisphere, he'd have to go west to east instead of east to west.
That makes sense.
Or other way around, but you know what I mean.
Also, that's something that Feck and I were literally talking about
earlier. Trade winds, yeah.
That's funny. So I'll make mention of that, but it is interesting. I mean, with full power, would you be able to send the same signal back to us around the globe?
Potentially, if I had time to set up a relay around the world.
Full relay?
I mean, I have obviously ambitions. I have a vision of where this could be in 5, 10, 20 years. I think it could change communication. I imagine a world where we get our news and information and truths from each other instead of from the voices we are told to take it from.
Could you send music through it?
Oh, I do.
You do?
I do. That's when I flew up in the airship. I would send a little bit of news, but back home they don't care what the traffic is like here in Daybreak City. So I would read stories. I would send them music. I like the idea of somebody gathering around at a bar or a restaurant and simply listening to a show. I think that is a future I would enjoy.
I enjoyed this concept much. I want to see one of these in Harsaman.
Perhaps one day. I think the first step is to make sure that it does not fall into the hands of Vanguard.
One quick question. How do you speak to this machine?
So the device that I was using is in the airship in the city, but I can make another one. I would need time and resources, but it is essentially just a little thing that you hold in front of your mouth and speak into it.
The message you just sent, is there a messenger here?
I made that little strip of tin. It's very tinny, but it vibrates when I speak into it. It's a makeshift. It will not hold. The next time it rains, it will break.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
So while you're down at the beach, you come up and see the Bones has made a few little modifications of his own.
Are there, like, if they send a message back, is there like a receiver on this end? Or you just kind of tap into the relay, you hardwired into this relay?
I'm hardwired into this relay, and also importantly, it is currently monodirectional, and the reason it is monodirectional is because the trade winds go west to east. In theory, if I were to do a full circuit around the globe, then yes, we could send back and forth. Or even if we were to get to the southern hemisphere, we could do a partial region.
Or underwater sea currents?
Possibly, yes, although underwater sea currents tend to go the same as the trade winds.
Right. They also couldn't get anywhere inland. Would be an issue too. Real quick, roll me a history check. You're essentially doing geography and apply your radio lore. Roll me a history check and apply your geopolitics lore, boss.
Dirty 20. Roll it.
Just a 20 with lore added, is that what you said?
Yeah.
16.
16. Well, so I don't think this thought occurs to you, but I think it occurs to you, Bones. And you probably thought about this before, but it occurs to you, especially in this conversation. We've just had a whole conversation about trade winds and currents on the northern and southern hemispheres. One of the things also that affects how well your technology works is altitude. It has to be far away from the ley lines, which literally run through the Earth itself. It's why you have this on like lead legs to sort of abjure it from ley lines. There's a place in this world called Altus.
I'll bet it's up high.
Like altitude? I'll take that.
It is a chain of flying islands that literally orbits the Major's equator. It goes around Major's equator between the northern and southern hemispheres. It has been doing that for on a 20.
Have I heard of these though? I mean, I've heard of it.
On the geopolitics check, you've heard of it. Maybe you don't make the connection right now. You don't know a lot of details. But yeah, on 16, you've heard of it, certainly. On a 20, you know a little bit of history. You know that Altus was once a mountain that something like 500-ish years ago, 400 maybe, Babylon and the dragons of Akkad tried to use arcane magic to levitate this mountain into the sky and make it a flying mountain. That failed catastrophically and essentially exploded and just turned into a chain of islands. But their goal was to have this be a flying island that moved the equator, and that part worked. So now there's just a chain of islands that flies the equator. It used to be the center of the continent of Nidus, which is now just a giant crater.
That's so cool.
Before I talk about that in character, out of character, are there light elementals and dark elementals?
Yes.
Sick. There is a series of floating islands, Altus. They spin around the globe. In theory, if I were to set up a relay there, that would dramatically improve the range of this. But even one step farther than that, many years ago, they lifted those mountains into the sky, and if they were just a little bit farther and were to go all the way around the whole globe. I don't know much about dark elementals, but the principle should work the same. And then it would not have any chance of disrupting anything here on this planet.
You could send your messages with daylight and with shadow instead of with air.
Anyway,
A lot faster too.
There's a great deal of possibility here, but the first step is to make sure it does not get mired in politics or business.
Could you secure the messages, or can anybody equipped to listen?
No, it's completely open, and that is what makes it brilliant.
That's the most bone shit I ever heard.
Or just Cadence being like, can you use this for like, can my thieves guild use
Can I
this?
use this or not?
Well, we have spells that do this on a one-to-one level, and on the...
And for what it's worth, it does require knowing the frequency, which to us in the modern world sounds like nothing, but like knowing how to attune a radio to a frequency is a very niche skill.
Correct, yeah. To be very clear, it is not quite like walking into a chamber and yelling as loud as you can. Multiple people can have multiple conversations on different channels by listening to different frequencies, but anybody that knows the technology, and if I can learn it, anyone can learn it, could set up their own station, broadcast whatever they want, receive whatever they want, propagate whatever they want. There is no... Once this ball begins to roll downhill, there is no stopping it.
This is interesting. I would like to see this Altus.
I would too sometime. I've never been. I've heard of it.
How do you get to this Altus?
You build a flyer
Airship would do it.
and take an airship to it.
Have they been excluded from the rest of society since their divergence?
On a 20 bones... and even on your 16, because you have geopolitics.
Also, academia.
Yeah, academia doesn't apply, but geopolitics certainly does. They are an independent nation of their own. You know that they are not part of the Union. They're not part of the Babylonian Empire or the Akkadian Empire. They're independent, but they're not like they're not isolationists. They're not like they don't. It's not like you can't go there or shoot on sight or anything crazy.
So the dragons attempted to raise this mountain.
Yeah, essentially the history is the continent of Nidus used to have a giant mountain in the middle, one of the tallest mountains. Maybe actually it was the tallest mountain in the world at the time, the second tallest mountain in the world. Sorry, and the dragons tried to perform an arcane ritual to raise this mountain into the sky and make it essentially their new capital, this flying
It
city.
didn't go well.
It did not go well. It killed the vast majority of the dragons involved. It exploded the mountain into shatters. It destroyed the entire center of the continent and leveled it into essentially the sea.
The dragons then gave up on it, and they're just like, fuck it, let it fly.
There was a lot of other stuff going on at the time, and they essentially couldn't commit more resources to it. They lost an incredible amount of their... Prior to that, so currently, we're going to get so deep into lore right now, currently Babylon is kind of the headquarters, the capital city of the Akkadian Empire. That was not true. It was previously Nidus. It was previously a city built around Mount Altus. And then they're like, hey, let's levitate our capital city into the sky. And it fucking exploded, failed catastrophically, killed the vast majority of their population. So then they had to kind of go into hiding. They disappeared for hundreds of years and then reappeared later and started a war. So
Sons of bitches.
yeah. So essentially, it hampered their power far too much to continue pursuing it. You would bet on a geopolitics lore they probably want it back, but they haven't been able to do that yet.
Epitomizing testing on Prague, imagine.
Do we know how high up these things are?
It is about 7,000 feet above the sea level.
I was going to say, it can't be too high.
10,000 you start losing oxygen.
How fast do they move if airships can get to them?
It's not that fast. It slowly orbits. It moves essentially at roughly the pace of the sun, because their goal was to stay, or not with the sun, but you understand what I mean. It was meant to be a city that was always in sunlight, always in daylight. So it kind of moves around the Earth the same way the Earth rotates to face the sun.
That makes sense. That's cool. And with the spire lands, the spires, the sea, and the dragons on them, I just safely assume that was also a nice little stopping waypoint for them to wait for Altus to come through.
I don't know if Altus ever passes. Let's open the world map again. I don't think it ever passes. It would pass kind of near the.
I can't see it.
Kind of near that northern island of Spirus that I can't remember the name of. Because it moves directly along the equator. Yeah. It moves kind of near Nilamani.
Dragon Spire is the tallest, and the North Spire. Dragon Spire is the North Spire, right?
No, Dragon Spire and North Spire are two different things.
That's two different things. The Dragon Spire is the tallest, and that's the one. It's the only one on Gati itself.
Correct, yes. Nidus would pass within range of Spirus once per day, essentially. Yeah.
That's neat.
Yep. The idea had been from the dragons, you guys might not even know this in character under rules, but just to give you silly information, the zenith happens at dawn across the globe. It follows kind of the sun around the globe. They want it to be a city that was permanently in a zenith. And that happens. It is a city that is permanently in a zenith now. It has since been discovered that you cannot benefit from a zenith more than once in a 24-hour period. Because wizards have long attempted to teleport westward to get another zenith over and over again.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's kind of like how the catnap spell usually benefits.
Essentially, yeah. Your body can't tolerate more than one zenith.
Oh, that's a lot of fun lore.
Yeah, fun lore for you.
I love that.
Big lore now.
Big lore.
Anyway, this is all fantastic. I imagine a future where miscommunication is a thing of the past. But first we need to make sure that they do not patent it.
Yeah, we should get back.
Really quick, as this is going on, this little woodland spirit comes over to you, Ghost, sits down by your feet and starts cobbling, and completes a little cobbled animal of some kind of animal that Ghost likes. You can tell me what animal it is.
Oh, I'm gonna have to think on this one.
It's probably some kind of bug. I'm not saying that's what you like. I'm just saying this guy probably cobbles you some kind of bug.
Okay, look, man. That's insensitive.
There's big centipedes in the forest that look like you.
It's probably looks like wormmon.
Am I the only one who knows what wormmon looks like?
Probably.
I'll say
That's for
lost on me.
We get more secret jokes.
You internet people and your secret jokes. With that, after having cobbled all these animals for you guys, did I tell you, Mersko, he comes over to you and gives you... Oh, yeah, he did the trout thing. So, yeah, I think he gave everybody an animal now. The little forest spirit goes back over and sits where he was before on the little cliffside and starts cobbling tiny little shoes. And Ghost, you do still see you have 3 glowing green glyphs on your shoes. So you got that going for you. So you guys are heading back out of the forest at this point?
So,
I said the only thing left on you guys' sort of calendar for today is you have a meeting with Lydia Powell at McKellen Park here in a little bit.
Yeah, and I assume that even if we got back to the city, lickety split, the patent office is closed by probably close to like 4 or 5
Yeah,
p.m.
yeah, it'd probably close by the time you get home. You could like try to get an after hours appointment or something. Cadence could help with that.
On the drive home, I do look to Cadence. I assume that reporting a break-in is going to be a fool's errand. You know more of the legal system here than I do.
A break-in of the tower in the middle of the forest?
If I was to... Yes, okay, I understand. You're right. Yeah, I should have known.
As you guys have this conversation, as you're walking back towards the car through the woods.
Just the
I love it.
It's brutal.
The little tree spirit walks with you most of the way, and when he gets back to that little creek that you guys passed, finds the tree where he was hiding before Boss found him up there, just scurries his way back up the tree and sits in there, kind of watches you guys go. The forest is safe and peaceful now. There's no rolls or anything required. You guys have you find yourself in a forest that is full of peaceful and calm animals and a natural ecosystem that is not being
I really like this forest.
harried by enchantment or anything.
why?
Peak City kid.
I like it a lot more going downhill than uphill.
And without all the angry animals, yeah.
That helps. Both helps.
By the time, on the subject of Marble being like, why? This actually works well. But when you get to the end of this hike and finally make it back to the car, I need Constitution saving throws from Marble and Morisco, the two people that failed their survival checks last time.
You said Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
21?
Jeez,
I'm
nice.
really good at Constitution.
Hell yeah.
I'm a very healthy boy.
I'm not. Let's see what I get. Here we go. 18 plus 2, 20.
Nice, hell yeah. Yeah, you guys are both fine. There's a chance of you taking some levels of exhaustion from the long day of being out in nature, but you are just fine.
I walk the city all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys make it back to the car and pile all in. You guys get back into your trailer.
I will drive a lot more
Switch.
carefully just so that, like...
Somebody trade with me.
I will purposely drive and, like, actually make it as smooth a ride as I
Take
can.
my seat. Is the least I can do. I appreciate you all coming.
Namaste. Glad. No argument.
Bone sits back in the trailer with Ghost as the rest of you pile into your previous seats. And over a course of a couple of hours, drive your way back through the grassland and eventually into the little rural farmland.
Is there any music being played on the way back, or are you in the back so you only have a way to?
Back in the trailer, yeah. Anybody in the trailer can listen to music with me.
I mean, I'm sure it's an open trailer. Everyone can just hear it.
Fair.
Yeah, you're going slow enough.
Yeah, it's
you
a
probably hear
flatbed.
it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We're probably going, like, maybe 20 miles per hour.
Yeah, maybe even slower over some parts where it's bumpy. On the subject of the car, as you guys are getting back close to the city, just a minor thing, but Marble...
The trailer detaches now.
You're good. That was a really good roll to put the trailer on there. You look at your ether charge meter, essentially your gas gauge on your car, and you see it's getting kind of low. It's
I have 40 gallons of ether salt in my backpack.
Yeah. Your car... Well, I was about to say your car is not compatible with ether salt because most cars aren't, but you're Marble fucking Pendleton. Yours, you probably retrofitted to be compatible.
Can I just plug my engine into it? Well, I guess it's probably...
Yeah, so your power core probably is not, but you have retrofitted your engine to be able to accommodate ether salt instead of having to stop at an ether charging station.
It's a hybrid.
Yeah, there you go. So it would have you would have had to, if anything, at the edge of city, you see that you pass through the rural towns and the farms and stuff, you get to the actual sort of outskirts of Daybreak City proper, and you do see that there's an ether charging station where tappers will charge your car for a mark. But you've got your own ether salt if you want to spend that instead.
Yeah.
You can also, anyone with spellcasting, or not anyone, but Marble and Bones at least, are definitely capable of doing this yourself too, but it would cost you 2 mana to charge your car, and you don't want to spend mana, so. Or you just use some ether salt. Up to you how you want to do it.
Yeah, I literally have 40 gallons of ether salt.
Somewhere in our doc it says how much ether salt it takes to charge your car. I'll find it at some point. But
yeah, I don't know. I didn't realize I was going to be driving my brother's car, so.
You're totally good. Just making the little lore point that you do have to get your car charged.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask, do I need to put some gas?
Yep, it is you're due for gas, for ether. But you pass by the tapper station and eventually make your way back into Daybreak City proper. So, as you guys arrive back in Daybreak City around maybe 5 p.m. or so, Marble, you'd made plans to go meet your family to have dinner tonight. You're the twins didn't tell them. Cadence, you were going to meet with Lydia Powell at McKellen Park. around 8 p.m. or so.
Wait, is she gonna be able to make it for dinner? You can be my family.
Yeah, you can do dinner and then do that if you wish to.
You can be my parents.
Yeah. The only other things that you guys have kind of going on in the city, you're still just like making preparations to leave town soon.
And we have one more day, right?
Yes, you have one more full day tomorrow, and then you had talked about possibly checking in with that kid that you had paid to like keep an eye on the church. So there's that. That's kind of in the back burner as well.
If no one needs like to stop anywhere, I'll probably just keep heading to my parents, and just everyone will get a free meal.
Yeah, yeah, that works. I like it. So you guys had
probably. Do I need to go? I assume that the twins are probably already there.
Yeah. The twins told you they'd meet you there. They were going to get all the food and groceries and stuff and cook it, so your parents didn't have to do all the cooking.
Oh, so we're all going.
Yes, up to Bones.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Marble.
You're welcome.
We are all welcome.
Of course.
I would like a home cooked meal.
Yeah,
Sounds
my
nice.
mom, she's
Great cook.
She'll feed you.
I'd like to be fed.
Like no, not like that. Like she'll keep giving you food.
I'd like to be fed. Yes. Does she have hot water?
Yeah.
Then I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Do you want some green tea?
Oh, I have some. Thank you.
You guys drive into the sort of West Willows, kind of right on the boundary with Saltworks, into a string of apartment buildings that are maybe 5-6 stories tall. Not like low income places, but certainly not swanky. Just kind of middle-ish class apartments. Where you can kind of see the black-green ether smoke rising from the Saltworks off to the east when pushing them away from you and towards Black Brick. Marble, you park the car and you guys pile out and make your way up a couple flights of stairs up to your parents' apartment.
Do like a 20-point backing up.
Let's see here. Where is it?
I guess I probably should ask, are we all going to fit in my parents?
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
I assume that all the table's probably like on the floor, so it's just everyone can just sit around it.
Yep. As you step into this place, it is a modest little apartment. It's got just a couple bedrooms and a bathroom and a kitchen and a big open living space where there's your table lowered down to the floor with cushions set out around it. A couple couches, and you see off in the corner your mother's sort of easel with her paint canvas where she likes to do her paintings by the window.
Yeah.
It's not a big fancy place, but it's nice enough. It's comfortable. There's a delicious smell that wafts out the door as it opens. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, you can continue.
You're fine. I was just saying that even as you get to the door, you can sort of hear the laughter and chattering of your parents and the twins in there.
Yeah, I'll like get my. The door's probably unlocked. So I'll open it up and I'll just in kooky be like, "I'm home," and then I will like start taking my shoes off and I'm like, "Shoes."
As you guys come to the front door where there's a nice little floor mat, and you can take your shoes off and put them in a little shoe
cubby.
Yep, that's sitting there by the door. It is tight quarters in here, but on a D&D map, it looks tight. It's not that tight really in real life.
That's like what 5 foot 5 square.
Right. It's actually like a pretty decent sized apartment, all things considered.
It's bigger than this room.
Right. Yeah, for sure. The smell in here is incredible as you walk in, and as you step through, your mother and father stand from their cushions down by the table. Actually, your mother's probably still cooking. She's like in the kitchen cooking.
Yeah, I think probably Top would be helping her.
Yeah, Top is helping her cook as your father and Yo-Yo are in the living room chatting with one another.
Probably actually just like I probably just am just speaking kooky when I come in.
Yeah. Yeah, you start in a kooky, and your mother starts to do the same, and then she sees that you're being followed by like 6 people. Top goes like, "Oh, you brought everybody! Wow!" Now, so maybe we'll actually have enough mouths for all the mom's food this time. He kind of pats mom on the back.
Her eyes like listen. She's like, "Yes."
You see the rest of you who haven't seen her before, which is everybody besides Marble. See Marble's mother in the kitchen cooking, sleeves rolled up. She is a very short tabaxi woman, about Marble's height. She looks like a Siamese cat. She has short, light, tan fur with dark patches on the ears and around the face. She's wearing comfy-looking house clothes, big baggy pants, a brown shawl around her shoulders, sleeves rolled up as she's cooking. You see that she's stretching out some dough to make some dumplings. And rounding the corner in the other room, you can also see Marble's father. He is a much taller tabaxi, clearly where the twins get their height. He's skinny and lanky like they are, but a little stockier than them, a little more muscular. He's modeled after Maine Coon cat, so he's very long-haired and fluffy the way Marble is. He's got gray striped fur. He's wearing round little spectacles on his pale green eyes, just tiny little thin-framed glasses. He's still dressed in his brown overalls and oil-stained white shirt from his day's labor at the factory where he works. Him and Yo-Yo are in the other room, just kind of quietly talking to each other. Each one has a glass of water that they're drinking from. As you guys pile into this apartment, Dai, your mother, who was at first talking in Jiao and Kuki, she speaks in like a weird blend of like Jiao and Kuki and Golden. So she's kind of doing a multilingual sort of mix of languages. But she moves to just Golden as she sees that you brought a bunch of company. And without you see the flash of a half second of being like, oh, there's a bunch more people than I expected. That fades so fast into a bright smile and just says, come in, everyone, come in. Welcome. Marvel, set out more cushions.
No, probably run over to the closet or something.
Yeah.
And grab some more cushions. I'm assuming that we probably never had this many guests.
Yeah, it's mostly
I'll probably end up actually running into the bedroom and grabbing
you
some
gotta get pillows off the beds.
pillows.
Yeah. Go ahead, boss.
Quick question to go back into last episode. When Mick Eisenhower came to your place and was kind of doing some intimidation, not like active intimidation, but you know what I mean?
I think I was just intimidated. He wasn't doing anything to be
Well, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
His presence there is definitely an intimidating thing. And it's,
Yes.
Right. So, with that, do we feel that there's any concern for family safety?
So you guys probably
immediate?
you guys would have heard him Marvel was talking when he told the twins. He was like, "You guys need to leave town," but also
But we're doing this dinner before they leave.
Yeah, they also would have probably heard him talking about they have an annual trip where they go for a month and a half to Okuki, and they just stay there with their extended family for a very long time, and it's coming up in a month or in a week.
A reminder, because I think everyone was here for that conversation last time. Right. It's been 3 weeks of real life. Last time, Marvel essentially...
You actually weren't here, right?
I was here. Yeah.
Oh.
So Marble said, in character, told you guys as you were talking together about what happened with Nick. Essentially, my family may not be safe here in town anymore, but they're leaving on vacation in a few days anyway, so we'll just,
leave early.
You didn't openly say if you were going to tell them, hey, you're in danger, you need to leave, or if you were just going to let vacation do the job and not tell them. That's totally up to you guys to decide here.
I suppose what I'm asking here is, if you've told us about this general or this interest of concern that you have for the safety of your family, as we enter, I think I'm going to walk up to your mother first. I'll probably explain to you guys first. I'm going to take a watch outside. That's all. And I'll walk to your mother first. And then Jiao, I'd like to thank her for allowing us to stay and, for feeding us or whatever, and introduce myself.
Yeah, she smiles as you're speaking Jiao and responds back to you. And says, of course, thank you so much for coming. This is such a delight to meet Marble's friends. The twins were just telling us about all the new friends he's made lately.
Well, he's become a very close friend quickly, and I do appreciate your son. I do believe at this time I need to step outside and take in some air.
Of course, it's a little cramped in here. I'm sorry.
This is no offense to you or your family. Your home is lovely.
Yeah. If you'd like, we can bring a plate out for you when it's ready. If you're not back in.
He hot water.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's actually already out. And there's a table in the other room with a teapot of hot water.
Thank you, Marvel.
And teacups on it, and you can...
Marvel probably actually just go ahead and start getting in and preparing.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, there's a big teapot, and then there's glass jars of tea leaves that you can sort of scoop out and put them in the little wire.
It's probably pretty obvious that all of the kids have their own thing they're supposed to be doing. Top's helping in the kitchen, Marvel's kind of helping things set, and Yo-Yo is
keeping Dad occupied, basically.
Because he will get in the way.
For sure.
I think I just take my my tea, thank the Pendletons once again, and let them know I'll be right outside and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Beautiful.
And I just step out for my tea.
Okay, yeah, you step out and...
for a watch, so just an active perception.
Makes sense, yeah. Roll me a perception check. This will roll for as long as you stay out there.
I use just a passive on this?
If you roll and it's worse, you can take your passive, but try to roll for better than your passive.
Passive. It's a nat 1.
Oh, cool. What's your passive?
Passive 18.
18. Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. You've got an 18 as you keep watching, drinking your hot tea out there as the sun is sort of setting over the western watches of Daybreak City. Morisco, as you step in, I assume you probably have some interest in this anyway, but your eyes, I think, go right away to the cooking going on in there. You see that she's in the process of making gyoza dumplings with ground pork and vegetables and spices, and there's a big bowl of fried rice being worked on with bits of pork belly mixed in there. It smells so good in this kitchen.
Ooh. Okay, she seasoned it right. She's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a quick utensils check to see
Well, there's 2 Mariscos.
and apply your cooking lore. Well, there's 2
Oh,
Mariscos.
two. Which
He
one?
needs 2 sets of eyes on
You
this
move one.
situation.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
One
Which one am I
Marisco.
doing? Sorry, cooking.
Yeah, make a quick utensils check and apply your cooking lore. 18? Yeah, you can tell for sure that she is a talented cook. In the same way that the other day you investigated Bessie Darkwater's cooking and found that it was like home cooking in the way that it was like not seasoned that well and came from a not all that well equipped kitchen. This is a kitchen that like has niche spices and stuff from overseas. There's spices in here that you've probably never even used before, potentially.
MSG.
Yeah, there's MSG in here. No. I think we're pre-MSG in 1904, but I actually don't
It's
know.
made from seaweed.
We use it now everywhere.
I just mean like I don't know when we started using MSG in real life, but I don't know.
I'm sure it was being utilized.
Probably.
Magic probably found it earlier.
Yeah, probably so. In any event, yeah, you just kind of look in as the cooking's happening. Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just probably start introducing people. I'll probably like after I get everything, all the cushions set up, and I'll kind of like
Yeah.
motion towards them. I'll go over to the kitchen
Okay.
because I'm sure that Dad's pretty chill. Mom, I'm going to start with introducing Mom. So I'll be like, and I'll kind of like motion to Marisco, be like, Marisco. And then I'll kind of like motion towards the kitchen and probably towards like Top, and like he like see him trying to like think of like the easiest thing to say because he realizes this is a lot of people. He's good at cooking. Can he help?
Oh yeah, come in here and get to work, she says right away.
I'm assuming that like Marisco looks like he wants to help.
Yes, if you look at all like you would like to help cook, Marisco, Di is happy to have your assistance.
And Top's in there too.
You just send me in a kitchen with a woman, so I hate you.
But Top's
This misogyny still blows my mind.
There's also a top in there.
As Seth, I don't understand it.
There's also
There's also a top in there. I'll be next to Pop, I suppose.
and then I think
understand.
I'm assuming Bones has probably been to at least one dinner.
Probably at least one, maybe.
Yeah.
sense.
I'll go over to Patches and I'm like, Patches?
In the time it takes you to introduce
Yeah.
Marisco to your mother and send him into the kitchen to start helping cooking with Top.
Oh.
Your dad has already stood up off his chair and started making the rounds and introducing himself to people, so some of them have already begun introductions. He shakes your hand cadence and says, Ken, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. I think I probably unintentionally my master of intrigue slips in and I start switching between like Zhao and Kuki and Golden
yeah.
the same way they are.
Absolutely, yeah, no, he keeps that up with you. That's impressive. Where did you learn Zhao?
Here in Daybreak.
That makes sense, I suppose. It's a city of many cultures.
That it is.
How about you? He steps over to Ghost. Ghost hates your dad, Marble, so he won't speak.
That's actually crazy.
Just stares at the book.
Literally ghosted.
Oh,
Straight up getting ghosted by Ghost. Since Ghost hates your dad, he instead goes over to.
that's
Well, he
canon.
would go. He's
That's
met
canon.
Bones before, so he just says,
It's not again here.
"Hey, Bones."
Again?
And then it's around that time, Marble, that you round the corner as well.
Yeah.
You introduce Patches. It sounds like.
Yeah, just Patches, and then I'll like. I guess I probably did. I'm assuming as well. I probably didn't see him actually talk to Cadence, and I'm like, and this is Cadence. She's my. And he just kind of like just gets really red. He's like,
Ken says, "Oh, it's that Cadence."
So I wait for you to answer that.
But Bones has his hand raised.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't see the hand raise. Go to Bones.
2 insight checks. 1, can I tell that something is up with Marisco, that he's acting weird?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
2, is this the first time that they've met her?
Oh yeah, this is.
Wonderful. 15 for Marisco?
Yeah.
Bajillion for first time.
The Vigilante, yes, first time. The 15th for Maurice.
Before you do that, how similar is she to Ginger?
Di, you mean? She is like, she's short like Ginger. She's shorter than you, which helps.
Okay.
And she is...
She's like 50 years old.
Her personality is not dissimilar to Ginger either. She's chipper and she's very... At the moment, she's like... A lot like Ginger, she's like straight business right now. She's all into the cooking. She wastes no time on like niceties with you and just like hands you a bowl and a whisk and starts getting... Yeah, so much kind of a lot like Ginger in this moment, I think.
Okay, he's probably a little less bothered than he normally would be then.
Okay, makes sense. But I will say on a 15 Bones, You see Mariska becoming more comfortable, and it's hard to say on the 15th that's just because he's in his element cooking, or if it's something has resolved itself with him. I will say, just to characterize the feeling that Marisko has initially, and that he keeps having around women that you're starting to notice, it is fear. It is the hallmark of like a phobia.
Interesting.
You see the hair like stand up on the back of his neck, and he like stammers, and his eyes keep going off to the sides. He seems afraid.
It's so bizarre. Okay, I don't think Bone says anything about it yet, but he's at least clocked it now, finally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Ken, after hearing that you're that cadence, says, "I'm sorry, I should have known. Not that many cadence out there, I guess. The handshake won't do, though." And he goes to give you like a full hug, pats your back, and muscular guy, a big tight hug.
A giant wad of fur in your face.
After going back to cadence for a hug, he steps back in the direction of Patches and says, "I'm sorry, I didn't get your name yet."
It's a me.
I was gonna say that, but now I can't.
I'm sorry.
I'll still say it.
Well, I don't worry.
It's a me, Patches.
Patches, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I don't know if I could place the accent. Rootsy?
Yes. I'm gonna in Kooky be like, not real.
Understood.
And Uruxi will also be not real, but no one else will understand except for Cadence, I think.
Yeah, I understand it. Patches does
Because,
it.
of course, Patches does not speak Rooksy.
You don't know that. I just haven't said anything back in Ruthie.
True. All true. There's cooking continues, and the beautiful smell, and Ken at one point says, "So, what brings you all here? You've had a busy day. Looks like."
Yeah.
That's a little shifty.
It's
I don't want to pry into your business.
It's a big conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe when Mom's done.
Okay, yeah. Everything okay? Or I guess we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, that's something so weird. I assume that after dinner is finished, I will introduce my mother to Cadence.
Yeah. A short while later, it didn't take much longer. She was almost done with dinner already anyway. Marble and Di and Top emerged from the kitchen carrying dumplings and fried rice.
Mariska.
And Mariska, yeah, sorry, I don't know what I said.
Marble.
Boss, you have not seen anything yet on an 18 keeping watch. You don't see any shifty characters standing around or anything that stands out to you, anybody acting strangely.
What is the general vibe of the neighborhood?
Quiet. Yeah, it's a quiet kind of middle, maybe lower middle class neighborhood. It's an apartment building. You see some people getting home from work.
There's any sort of like street vendors on this block,
Not
or is this more just
particular
like
block? It's definitely residential.
like
It's
more like foot traffic to residences only?
yeah, and mostly what you see are people getting home from work or leaving for strange shifts at work, or
This
coming
is-
home with food. Or
This is an apartment.
yes,
Are they on like the top floors of the?
they're on. Let's see here. The third floor of a
how
six-floor
many?
building.
6 stories. Is there a fire escape?
Yeah, sure, there would be.
I just go over and climb that, and just sit on top.
Okay, yeah,
I'm just for a few minutes. I want to take the city in,
yeah. It's
or like the neighborhood, or something.
yeah,
Just
it's an interesting thing. Like, you guys have arrived at Daybreak City and been in pretty harrowing and shitty circumstances for a few days. You've encountered immediately the worst and darkest side of Daybreak City. But there's a side of Daybreak City that is a beautiful melting pot of different cultures and
think that's what Boss
incredible
is looking
technology. And yeah, you see there's a lot of Daybreak City that you haven't had a chance to relish in yet. There's movie theaters here. There's incredible things to behold here. So
for so many years, Boss has read so much about Daybreak City and all the different cultures that have come to meet here. It was very upsetting to be cast into Daybreak City the way he was. So I think he's just gonna sit on the roof for not long. He doesn't want to be rude to, to expressly not be within
Right.
the confines of the Pendleton's home, but definitely sit up there for a few minutes. Feels kind of a peace watching this quiet neighborhood of people just living a peaceful life around him. Finds the peace he was looking for, and enters back inside, but still has a bit of an urgency to keep an eye outside.
yeah,
I'm not
makes sense.
sure how.
You gotta keep your eyes on the windows at least, and keep your ears open for anyone rushing the stairs or anything crazy like that.
Smells other than food.
Yeah, makes sense. You kind of keep a nervous energy on you, but kind of ease your mind a little bit by just gazing out over the city. It's good timing. You go to the door to open it, and the door opens, and Dai is there. And it's just, oh, good timing. Dinner's ready. Come on in.
Well, thank you kindly. I am very hungry.
The smell is even better when you walk in here now. Cadence, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to Di and all of them as they're wrapping up in the kitchen, and I'll just walk over to Di specifically. Can I carry anything out? I'm worthless in the kitchen, but I can carry a plate.
And she passes you over a big bowl of fried rice and
I'll just take whatever she needs and carry food out
with your I mean,
my
giant
ogre strength.
Yeah, these huge like steampunk hydraulic gloves you're wearing. Make your way over to the table, and it's you have to kind of pile in all around on the bed.
You probably bring in like some extra tables from other rooms.
Yeah, for sure. Some people just end up kind of sitting over on the couch to eat, and someone's like sitting over on the painting easel stool. Ghost, are you back with us yet?
Yeah, sorry, I was choking.
You're totally fine. I'm glad you survived. We all just assumed you hated Marble's dad.
What if he just never came back?
I think even he was like choking on what to say to Ken.
Right, understood. Trying to choke down
That's
your...
what it was.
He's just choking all the fur that's just all in the air.
There's a lot of fur in the air in here, yeah.
No, this house is clean.
But no, Ken at some point comes over to you, Ghost, and says, I didn't get your name yet.
It's Ghost. It's a pleasure to meet you.
He like his head goes back and goes, "Oh, that's weird," and he kind of puts his head on his forehead.
Has he not met us?
Yes, apologies.
No, it's not a problem. It's interesting. It's just been a while since I've been contacted that way, but it happens in the city from time to time. It's no problem at all. Make yourself comfortable.
Yes, thank you. Apologies. We didn't really plan to all crowd you.
Oh no nonsense.
Dinner.
You can't have too many people to warm our house up. It's often too empty over here for our liking. And if I'm being honest, Di always cooks about twice as much food as we need. So might actually have enough mouths to feed this time. You guys get gathered around the table. Tea is poured. You're provided your hot water, boss, if you need some more hot water to freshen up your tea.
Probably just a whole bunch of tea.
Always.
Tea and I think as dinner's starting, Ken says, "Oh, you know what? This seems like a good night as any." And he goes into the kitchen, breaks out a bottle of sake that he's been saving for a while, brings that out, puts it on the pot to warm up a little bit before he brings it out. Brings a bunch of little pewter cups.
I politely decline.
That's okay. Just for whoever wants some, and he just sets it on the table with all the cups.
Yeah. I'll probably kind of at some point go over to them. So probably while we're eating dinner, and just kind of like, could you fill them in?
Oh, to the twins?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the twins to fill them. Obviously, if Marble does it, it's gonna take literally forever.
Yeah, no, you're good. Top
He'll
nods.
just chime in and just correct Yo-Yo when he's being over dramatic.
Right.
Or Top probably will too.
So I think Top is the one who's going to do the talking in this situation. He says, yeah. So, Mom and Dad, we gotta talk to you about something. We had a kind of an interesting customer at the shop today, and we don't want to scare you or nothing, but they tried to give us a lot of money, a lot of money. Yo-Yo interrupts us, like a lot of money. right. The point being, they wanted something that we made, that Marble made, and we couldn't see ourselves sell it to them because they are a company that profiteers off of war, and it just was against all of our values. But we are. It kind of looks to you like he's not quite sure what word to use here. You see, roll me an insight check, actually, Marble.
10.
You see him struggling with am I telling Mom and Dad that they are in danger right now?
Yeah. I'll kind of chime in. It was Vanguard Ethertech. They wanted my engine. We declined, and we. I kind of I guess looked to Bones. I don't know. Should I?
Ken says, I spit it out. What's
So they can start telling. At this point, something's going on.
Well, Do you remember the event yesterday?
Dai kind of looks confused, but Ken says, yeah, I read about it in the paper. It's a big gang shootout.
Yes, I was there.
Dai looks horrified.
Yeah.
Ken takes his little thin wire circle spectacles off his eyes for a second.
I see we're going nuclear.
And, well, I saw Eisenhower kill people.
Dai says, and I'm sorry, this Eisenhower is the guy who came to your shop?
Yes. We kindly turned him down, but maybe you can leave early for a cookie. Just for ease of mind.
Ken and Dai look at each other, and Ken says, we can try to see if the tickets will exchange for an earlier ship. Yeah, we can try. It might cost a little bit, but
yeah.
And then Dai, she stays eyes locked on you and the way you phrased that, and says, "You mean we? You mean we can leave early?"
Well,
No.
I have my business. So
You've always had your business.
well, yeah, but this year I can't.
You see her eyes get a little watery.
Yeah, like you see, like Marple's ears kind of like a little. He looks a little heartbroken.
Yeah.
He can't go.
Top puts that hand on
Ears
your
go down.
Yeah. his
Top
ears go
puts the
down.
hand on your back as your ears kind of sag. His do too. Yo-Yo stands kind of over your shoulders and places one on your shoulder and says, I know that this ain't ideal, but this is. I know we've got our noses in some stuff that have made you uncomfortable before, but this is serious, and I think it's maybe we just lock up the doors for a little while of accessible inventions. I mean, and look, it's probably nothing. We're just being extra careful. And Ken goes, wait, I still don't understand why you can't come with us. What about your business?
So
Where are you going to?
you remember my racing?
Ken nods, of course.
I have a lead on parts.
Ken, like, despite the heaviness of the conversation, circumstance, kind of like smiles and lights up with that. You know, he was like second only to you and maybe the twins, the person that was most sad about you having to stop racing. He loved your races so much. He says, "Oh, that's exciting."
Yeah, and I might have to travel for tournaments.
Dai says, "But you won't be here because if you're worried about a dangerous man,
I won't. I'll be leaving tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Go ahead,
2 days.
2 days, yeah.
Okay.
It is also an issue of safety. The company Vanguard, I have for a long time worked with them until I realized what they were like. They're mostly interested in him. It will be easier for him to hide on his own, and it will be safer for you to be distant from him. He'll be in touch, of course.
But he's going to be on his own?"
No, he will be with us.
And she looks around the room at all of you, and that statement puts her mind at ease a little bit. She looks and sees that some of you are, like, armed as we speak. There are guns on your person and on your rifles. And
I was about to say, I probably like hide my gun away, so
Yeah.
it's probably on me.
Right.
I don't have it like.
It nonetheless is
out.
obvious that you are a bunch of capable
Right.
people.
They-
And nothing else, there are a bunch of you.
Yeah, all you see is the staff on.
Right.
You guys probably noticed as you guys walked through here that bedroom. I'm assuming it has like a bunk bed and a bed because the boys shared a room. But you also
it's
just
all guns.
you see it's all. You probably walk by. You probably do notice that these boys they built some dangerous stuff out of scrap, stupid stuff. They did stupid boy stuff.
For sure. The bunk bed that is in there, Top and Yo-Yo used to have share a bed, and they conscripted you into building it into a bunk bed.
Yeah, we
It was
cut
one
it
of your
out.
first projects when you were like 10, was to make their bed into a bunk bed.
Yes.
Vanguard is a company, they work all over the globe, but they do not have legal immunity all over the globe the way that they do here. We'll be traveling to places where they are not able to throw their weight around indiscriminately.
still looks kind of crestfallen and just kind of starts stammering, like, no, but, and Kin kind of puts a hand on her shoulder and says, Di, it's, it'll be alright. There's next year.
If we're maybe there'll be a race there near everyone could.
Kin smiles. Says Di says there better be if you're going to make this up to Grandma, because she is not going to be happy about this.
I know.
They both kind of start to nod. There's a bit of a silence that lasts a number of seconds. Ken finally says, "Yeah, I'll head over to the harbor tomorrow morning, first thing, and see if we can move our tickets up."
I can help pay.
No, you don't have to do that. You're already going to be traveling, it sounds like. You need to save your money for travel.
Yeah.
It's, and I suppose if we're refunding a ticket... go ahead, a couple hand raises. Cadence, go ahead.
Would these tickets be being bought through Kent Son's company? Probably not.
Yeah, no, his travel, his infrastructure is more like intra.
Local,
Daybreak City. Yeah, he doesn't really do much at the docks. You would know the company that they're traveling through, but it's like an international outfit.
Okay.
And then go ahead, boss.
This is kind of an abstract. As this family's having this very heart-to-heart conversation, I want to look around and see if anybody's responding to it emotionally speaking.
Sure. Read me an insight check, or roll me an insight check, I should say.
12 on my insight.
Okay. Anyone in the party who wants to chime in on a 12 insight check if you're having an especially strong emotional reaction to this, or not, so whatever you want to say.
Just
Anyone who wants
roll for it. Bones is obviously homesick.
Yeah, hitting a little close to home for Bones.
I also just did a roll. Hard to read. Doesn't show anything.
That tracks.
Ghost seems unfamiliar and just kind of unfamiliar with family dynamics in this whole situation. But he's also got his eyes on Cadence pretty much the entire time.
Okay.
Interesting. If you'd like to roll an insight check on Cadence, you can.
I'll do the insight on Cadence.
Yeah, not Bones, Ghost. I think this maybe is the first time in your life, that you've been party to a family interaction like this.
So I just don't have family.
Only other time was Patches and Scraps.
Yeah.
Mariska seems a little unfamiliar as well, and he'll eventually have to step outside a minute.
Yeah, Top says, yeah. You want some company? I could use a breather.
If you're sure, I don't want to interrupt on the family time.
No, I think that I think we could all use a couple minutes to just pause and think and take a breath. I'm gonna get some air. Everything's gonna be all right. I'm gonna get some air in a minute. Top goes to step outside with you, Marisco. I'll stay on you for a second here, Marisco. He Top steps out with you and says, "Sorry, that's heavy stuff. I didn't mean to invite you over for dinner and sink you into all that, but I guess you knew what you were getting into."
It is all right. I've gotten into this a bit with this group of people. It seems pretty normal. It's just I don't have a ton of familial experience myself, and it's just I don't know. I feel a little empty, sad. I don't know either of my parents, so I do, or siblings. I don't know if I have them.
Oh shit.
The restaurant crew is about as close as I had, so this is new to me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is that why you're out here looking for family?
It is one of many reasons, yes. I don't know that part about myself, and it feels weird moving on into a new chapter without closing the first one.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I don't want to sound like it's a suffering competition or anything, but I feel bad even saying this because you've been through a lot worse than me. It sounds like, but this will be the first time. Yeah, this will be the first time I've ever been this far apart from Marvel. Like in my life. Like any of us.
Oh, wow, that is very different. Very different from what we're used to.
I'm sorry. That's you don't even know.
Oh no, it is fine. You don't worry about it, Hop. You can tell me about these things. That is okay.
Thanks, Mary Scope.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope it's not too bad, but you guys will have this way of talking through Bones' machine, maybe, so you won't be that far apart.
yeah. No, it's good to have smart friends. I tell you what, I'll make you a deal. You keep my brother safe. Make sure nothing happens to him, and fix any concussions he gets like you did the other day. And when the time comes, I will use my inevitable, incomprehensible wealth and influence to help you find your family.
That sounds like a good deal to me. I think I'm going to make out pretty good on this part.
He smiles and he kind of he reaches over and kind of squeezes your hand a little bit. Says, really, it means a lot to me that you've been taking care of Marble like you have. I know he's a full-grown man, but he'll always be my baby brother. So I always feel like I gotta take care of him. It's good to know somebody is taking care of him.
I'll do my best for your sake and his both. He's a friend, and sorry. He'll squeeze his hand back.
Yeah. He just, for a minute, stands out there with you and eventually heads back inside.
Inside, is everyone kind of finished wrapping up food? I'd like to just help clean.
Yeah. Everyone has sort of, it kind of like, everyone was not like quite done eating, but everyone stopped eating when this happens. Yeah. And there's sort of just a lot of food that is left sitting out for the moment. And I think Di and Ken have kind of lost their appetites a little bit.
Boss is going to help himself, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Di kind of distracts.
She's scooping things onto your plate.
Yeah, so Di distracts herself. Like, oh, you want another helping? And she kind of scooping more fried rice onto your plate. It's got pork belly in there, and there's dumplings with pork and herbs and vegetables and spices. And, yeah, eventually you guys... Sorry, go ahead.
Do you use those bento lunches where you take the leftovers and put them in the box? Mm-hmm. Do that and take one with you tomorrow. Marvel, I have to think of the other name.
Yeah, he like actually reaches into his backpack and pulls out like one like from last time.
Oh god!
It's like clean, but it's just like
it's empty. I thought it was like a box of spoiled leftovers.
Like he brought food with him last time he was here, and he just like forgot he had.
Yeah, you return your mom her Tupperware as a good son does.
Probably had 5 tubs like toast and just
right, makes sense. Your mom like. That was one of her ways over the devastation of this, is being like, oh, that's a really good point. I need to fill all of those up with food for you to take with you. I don't know how I'm going to keep it from going bad. Maybe I'll do some things that are non-perishable.
I have a way to do it. I have a magic item that keeps things from perishing. I can keep them in there if you want.
Oh, how much space?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Let's see, how big is a chest of preserving minus a dragon tenderloin and a bunch of crab?
I forget how much space it has. Let me look at the handout here.
She's like, I have 3 cubic feet of space. Okay, we're going to fit 4.
Right.
We're making it work.
We're about to be done with worrying about food for the campaign. Yeah.
We're going to be so sick of fried rice.
Well, if we're leaving early.
Yeah.
2.5 feet long, 1.5 feet wide, and 1 foot tall.
Okay, so it's like a
2 cubic feet.
Like a suitcase-ish, basically. Yeah. Yeah. She says, "Oh well, I'll fill that up for you guys before you leave. if you have room.
I mean, I guess honestly, they probably do have like a week's worth of food. They'd have to like actually get rid of.
Yeah, I need to clean out our icebox and get everything all gone before we leave anyway. And she, like, I think to process her sadness, stands up and goes to the kitchen right now and starts.
Have you guys ever seen that 70s show?
Oh yeah,
it's like the episode where like I think it's Red's mom dies and Kitty just literally just cooks everything constantly, and then she finally breaks down when she has nothing left to cook.
Yeah, that's essentially the page your mom goes into in this very moment.
Kitty cooks.
Ken, your dad, Marble, as your mom is in the kitchen cooking, he steps over to you and just puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "Hey, this is all heavy and sucks, but I am proud of you, Marble. It sounds like you made a very brave choice today."
Thanks. Thank you.
And don't. We'll be okay. It's just one vacation, and take this chance to enjoy seeing the world. We took a similarly big risk when we came here, and we've never regretted it. So this will be hard, but I think it'll be good.
Marvel was kind of like, no, he's just kind of at a loss for words. He's just probably just kind of sits there in silence for a little bit, and just kind of like reaches up and kind of just like puts his hand in his dad's hand.
Yeah, your dad just gives you a big hug. And, eventually, the meal kind of starts winding down. They start cleaning stuff up. Takes your mom maybe another hour to make so much fried rice, many dumplings.
I assume that Yo-Yo probably just gets bored in like a minute and probably just busts out some game.
Absolutely, yeah. He's like, "All right, let's lighten up the mood in here, guys. We made our choices, and now let's live with them, and in doing so, play a game together." And he gets out some cards and stuff to play a game. Go ahead, boss.
So I followed Dai into the kitchen.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would like to use a spell really quick. I'd like to use Protector Tree, medium size, which is a medium tree. Medium size bonsai is between 10 to 36.
Perfect.
So I want to cast the spell and just kind of apparate bonsai tree form, and then characters say, I understand very well on a personal level how hard it is to leave your home in an uncertain time. And I know exactly what it is like to fear for a loved one. I hope that this tree here in your home will continue to protect your home and keep it safe for your return. You and your entire family. I will do what I can to look after your son, Marble. I do not take his life lightly, nor yours, nor the love that a family can have for each other.
Her eyes water as she pulls this bonsai tree over and sets it up on a shelf by the window and says, "You'll take care of Marble."
I will do everything that I can in my power.
Because he's clever, he's smart.
I've seen this.
But he needs help. He needs people to take care of him.
I've seen how smart he can be. Sometimes a little timid, and the timidity is why I feel I need to let you know that I will be there, and as will the rest of this party.
She smiles and she kind of puts her hands on the tree a little bit, kind of rubs a branch between her fingers. Says, "Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry this has turned into this kind of night, but I'm glad to have had the chance to meet you all and feed you all before you embark on what you embark on."
It was our pleasure, and thank you once again for this hospitality. And with that, I take out a little pebble from my pocket and I hand it to her and say, "Keep this with you. With this, we can all remain together."
Yep.
And I say, "Exath Padatar."
She takes it and sticks it into her pocket. Go ahead, Marble.
Yeah, so this is kind of going on at one point. Like, I kind of do see like my parents were worried about me. So I do kind of at one point I do go over to Ken and my dad, and I was just like, just so you know, we did defeat a dragon.
We're just jumping.
Yo-Yo goes sharks. Yo-Yo goes, "Lower your fucking voice." Looking at your mom in the kitchen.
I do say it so that mom does not hear.
Yeah.
I love to assume this is while I'm having the conversation.
Right. Yeah. I'm like, oh, mom's distracted.
Ken says, "Yo-Yo, language. Marble, Do not let your mom know what you just told me. That's incredible, though. Don't ever.
I'm assuming that my dad has definitely seen the robot suit.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah, I assume he has. He's the one
Totally.
who like got me into tinkering, so I assume he's probably like seen it.
Totally, I'd love for him to.
He's probably
he fully supports it.
yeah.
He's blown away by your technology. Go ahead, Neo.
Okay, cool. Mariska will probably watch Dai as she cooks, just kind of like over here by the wall, so he's like here but not here.
Yeah.
He waffles over it, like starting to speak and then not speaking like 4 times before he manages to squeak out, just do me a favor, Mrs. Dai, and don't cook the meat that's in there. I'm saving it for a special occasion, so just work around that if you can.
No, of course. I won't take anything out of your ingredients. We have plenty here. I need to get rid of my ingredients anyway. You see she's in there making more of this pork fried rice and making a bunch of like sushi, since you're preserving things can keep it cold. A bunch of stuff. But yeah, you do see your boxes open in there with the dragon flesh sitting in it. Go ahead, Bone.
It's probably like wrapped in a cloth or something.
That's
so
true.
It's not
Cheesecloth.
It's got butcher paper around it.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And some crabs in there too. She does, as you say that, she does. How about the? Would you like me to cook the crabs, or were you wanting to use those for your own thing? It's no issue either way.
The crab, I'm not sure what I wanted to do with it. I wanted to make crab cake, or did I want to make a soup? I guess you could just cook the crab and I could make it from there. But
Sure.
But if we just want to eat it whole, if you would like to, you can. You don't need to.
She kind of smiles at you and says, "You cook a lot."
I frequently, yes. I worked at a restaurant before here.
She kind of lights up and says, "Good. The only thing that the thing that I'm most worried about is Marvel being in danger, and the thing that I'm second most worried about is him not eating well. So it's good to know he'll have someone cooking."
I will do my best on both accounts.
He's physically red.
I'm not go hungry.
It's nice when in real life you feel your character's emotions.
Yeah.
Sorry, online people. We were just noting that like Lucia's real life face is like blushing as we embarrass Marvel.
Adorable.
This is so heartwarming.
Go ahead, Bones.
There's a moment where Bones notices that Basu's back inside and nobody is outside, and he slipped out to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can make a perception check too if you wish to.
12.
12. Yeah, you don't see anything that stands out to you. It all seems safe and quiet.
That's fine.
All seems well. The night begins to sort of slow down. Cadence, go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta.
Yes, I will say, Cadence, you're
Are we
within,
getting close to 8?
yeah, you're within like an hour of needing to be at McKellen Park.
Yeah, I'll probably go over to Marvel in the middle of all this. You should spend the night with your family. I can take care of Lydia.
You seem like really trying to mull over, like really trying to balance this out, like which. I
She's a
come
beat
back.
cop. You're not missing anything.
But I'm also kind of.
Look, you do what you got to do, but they're leaving tomorrow, and we're leaving the day after. And Lydia's not going anywhere.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
So, Marvel, you make plans to stay here for the night. Cadence.
Yeah, I'll probably excuse myself, walk over to Ken and Die. It was great to meet you guys. Thank you for dinner.
Ken gives you a big hug and says, "Of course, thank you so much. And I can trust you to keep Marvel safe."
Implicitly.
He smiles at you. Di likewise comes over and gives you a hug and says, I am so sorry. Marvel has told us so much, and hoped for this first meeting to be filled with joy, and it has been. It still has been. But I'm sorry. I'm talking myself in circles. It's really good to meet you."
It's great to meet you too. It'll just make the next meeting all the better.
She smiles.
I hate to leave early, but I have some work to do. I might be able to swing back afterwards, but we'll play it by ear.
Ken says if we don't see you before we leave, it's been a pleasure, and we'll see you soon. Go ahead, Marvel.
Yeah. So as Cadence like rounds the corner to go to the door and get her shoes on, I'll like wait, and I'll like kind of like run over to her, and I'll like kind of like grab her hand and then just like turn really red and then just give her like a quick peck on the cheek, and then like See you later.
Enjoy your evening.
How old is Marvel?
12.
24.
That's the answer I was expecting. Okay. Sorry, not to just asking.
Yo-Yo goes, Marvel's got a girlfriend. Marvel's got a girlfriend.
I get my gloves on.
12.
Go ahead, boss.
So as Marisco is still helping Dai
Well,
cook.
Marisco wasn't helping Di. He was just making sure she didn't touch the dragon meat, and then he waited meat back in the oven.
Oh, okay. Well, you have to wait on your chest, correct? I mean, like,
Yeah.
for the time. And so we're still just hanging out here for a little bit.
A little while.
I just let Marisco know that I'm going to step outside once again to keep an eye on, but I'll be right outside the door.
Yeah.
If I'm not outside the door, I'm on the roof. I just let Marisco know that, and like privately, and thank Mother and Father Piddleton and the brothers. Once again, wish them safe travels, and then step outside to be with Bones for a watch.
Yeah, so you step outside to find Bones out there and watch as well, and Cadence, you likewise walk past Bones and Boss to head off to your meeting.
I guess I'll pause, but are we meeting up somewhere in the morning? Meeting somewhere in the evening?
I suppose we hadn't considered that. I imagine, if nothing else, we meet at Patch's place sometime around noon.
Works for me.
That was for me.
Cool. I say tomorrow, you guys, for the first time, have like a day free in Daybreak City that you can do whatever you want with. So,
Patches is on that west island.
yeah, Almond Island.
Get on there.
If we are late, it's probably because we're held up at the patent office. They're not known for being quick.
That's fine. We can always call it an afternoon meeting. Give
Yeah,
people the day to do what they need to do.
Yep.
I'll see you at 2.
Works for me.
14.
Make plans to meet up at 2 at Patch's place. With that, Boss and Bones, you spend a little time on watch. The perception checks rolled. The sun is almost all the way down now. It's pretty much set. So the lamp lights are coming on outside. And it's peaceful out here. Nothing new on your perception checks or on your passive perceptions. It's all fairly peaceful. Nothing surprising. Inside, the chest is just about full now. Dai has filled it up with sushi and cooked crab meat that she's kind of shredded up. With pork fried rice and all kinds of delicious
It's so
stuff.
full that it's really just...
Exactly. If it because it's magical, she has to obey the limits of the space. She tries to overpack it and it magically chunks some food out.
Slices of...
I'll probably see if I can play a quick game of chess with Ghost, just for flavor, unless he wants to get into
Yeah,
something.
no, totally. You guys can Yo-Yo, like I said, gets out some games. He gets board games and some cards and stuff to play games.
I haven't really interacted with Ghost really at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely would stick around and just play games. The second games get brought up, Ghost is.
Yeah. And whatever game doesn't involve me having to talk a lot is always best.
If you guys wish to make me gaming kit checks using intelligence.
I'm not proficient, so I just straight
Straight for you, yep.
No, I'm not gonna cheat. Because I can use the puzzle's wit ring, but when is the next long rest
The
again?
25th. It is currently the night of the 23rd.
Terrible. Only 10.
Wow.
I'm not gonna cheat.
Did you apply your lore and your proficiency to that?
That is not with the lore. So
Don't you have gaming lore? Or am I making that up?
19.
19? Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Ghost, you play a game of chess with Marble, and he gets the upper hand over you over the course of an hour of playing.
And I know that you get some. You see that Marvel, he plays chess kind of like how he fights, which is a lot more defensive and I don't know, a little bit more lore-y, using lores versus just straight up attacking.
Makes sense. Top and Yo-Yo and Kin kind of sit off to the side of the room and start discussing the updates to their travel plans and getting in touch with Grandma and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So where did you and Cadence meet?
It was after my race, my last race.
Is it?
Yeah, there was an after party, and she came up and talked to me.
That's lovely. I was saying I didn't take her for the racing type.
Yeah, well, there's lots of gambling, so Can I see your spell book?
Yes, of course. I'll take my spell book.
Yeah, I kind of like to look at it. Obviously, like some of his artificing is based off of arcane magic, but like I'm assuming it's different enough. But there's like at least some crossover where it's just like it's like interesting to look at. You're like, this is familiar. And stuff.
You guys' foundation is the same. You're both practicing arcane magic. You're both exercising the Voxa theorem. You're just applying it in very, very different ways. It's one of you is like a theoretical physicist, and one of you is an engineer.
Yeah,
but you're using the same
and
formula.
then I'll pull out my my Arcana Tech book, and I'll like stealthily pull out some like just like some trace papers and just kind of shove them into the backpack, and then kind of like hand him the book to look at.
Okay, yeah. Make me a sleight of hand check.
It's not stealthy at all.
Yeah, you can still attempt it.
I imagine it's kind of hard for Marvel to decipher some of Ghost's spellbooks, since
actually,
it's probably all written in 3-Cree.
Oh, is it in 3-Cree and not Uncommon?
The language of anything you write in actual words is Thri-Kreen. Mm-hmm. That said, like, there is literally a language, maybe isn't the right word. There's a notation called the Voxa theorem that everyone is using. I will say, though, Marvel, roll me an Arcana check, actually. This is kind of an
also, I got
an
18 on my sleight of hand.
Okay,
so.
Excellent. That's not that bad.
You guys just, you don't see what's on the paper, but you see that he probably can.
You just see Marvel grab a couple pieces of paper and stow them. You don't see what was written on them, though.
You said Arcana?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Do I add anything to it?
No, just Arcana.
All right, 18.
18. You do notice some like differences in the sort of notation that he's using, more so than just the ways he's applied it differently. I'm trying to think of how to best explain this.
So, like his specific way of using Arcana is different from like what I probably would have seen in Daybreak.
It's not even that necessarily. It is that, but it's a little deeper than that on 18. It's his foundational Arcana is a little different, if that makes sense. Yeah. And that's strange to you. Roll me a history check as well.
Gotcha. 17.
17. You do know that, like, the history of arcane magic is, for the vast majority of this world's history, the only people with magic were sorcerers and sympathetic casters. You couldn't just like learn how to do magic. You had to either be born with it or achieve it via like dedication to a cause or a belief or whatever. And then about 110 years ago or so, people found a place called the Scriptorium Voxa Theorem with a book that's like, here's how arcane magic works. And like, oh, that was introduced to the world. And
it came from the Underdark, right? Or
what's that?
It came from the Underdark?
That's the thing. It came from the Scriptorium Voxa Theorem, this library on the surface that had been controlled by dragons for many centuries that was lost to them and taken by the Union. But then, like 60 or 70 years ago or something, the surface made contact with Hallowhive, and Hallowhive had been practicing arcane magic for hundreds of years, well before the surface discovered it, the Scriptorium Voxa Theorem. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, he's working with an older foundation than you are, or a foundation that has branched from an older place than yours or something.
Yeah, like where it's like, okay.
Yeah, it's a subtle difference, but you notice it on the
I'll kind of like point out, like, why is this way? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's just different.
Yes, our metric systems have deviated quite significantly. This is all heavily based on the traditions of the old magic. All of you have branched off into something far different. I'll go in and start explaining some of the like core principles where we deviate and start explaining things in more like actual detail.
And Ghost, you know that according to the church and according to the like official histories of Hallowhive, arcane magic was kind of similarly like discovered in ancient draconic ruins in the Underdark. It's just you guys discovered it long before the surface did, supposedly.
I'm assuming that this type of magic is similarly applicable to Arcanotech.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the whole basis of it. The discovery of the Scriptorium Vox Ethereum and the discovery of arcane magic is what started the Industrial Revolution, essentially, the Arcanotech Revolution.
Okay, yeah, but so I'm assuming that even though theirs is different, it's still the application of it is still.
Yeah, you can achieve the same effects. It's literally a difference in notation. It's not a mechanical difference in how the magic works. It's just achieved in a slightly different methodology.
Okay. And then if he's interested, I'll explain the basis of Arcana. I'll probably go to the beginning of the book and be here's
yeah,
show him oh, this is a spell you have. This is how you would put this spell into an item.
Makes sense.
Sorry, quick question to interject. What book are you showing him at this point?
I
know I'm not here. I'm just curious.
Yeah. It is called. It's his most prized possession. It is called New Age Arcana.
New Age of Arcanotech, New Age Arcana. I can't remember.
Yeah, New Age Arcanotech. It's pretty much just
it's kind of a textbook.
It's kind of just as Arcanotech became extremely popular. A lot of the arcanists started they got together, wrote a book about it so that it could be used more widely. Yeah.
I'm outside anyhow. This is just more for just general trade.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's my Bible.
It's his Bible. We, as you guys are still here, are going to jump away to Cadence for just a moment, because this is about that same time that you are reaching McKellen Park. It is a big park located over in Glimmerwick. You walk through, looking for Lydia for a little while, and eventually find... An ambush.
Look at those visitors. They're so suspicious with their fedoras.
Literally. If this is an ambush.
Visitors. You haven't walked up even this close yet. You're standing off to the distance, but you do see Lydia standing next to a big kind of monument near sort of a place where the sidewalks cross in the park. You see a couple of park benches sitting around and people sitting around. Give me your choice of perception, insight, or investigation, and please do so with advantage. And please also apply your criminal lore.
Oh. Shit, 13.
13? Sometimes the DM and the player both roll like shit at the same time. So
I don't like these dice. I gotta get new ones.
I know you were being a little bit sarcastic, but you did just dead ass call my shot from a distance. You look off from a distance at Lydia standing beneath this monument, kind of looking around, looking for you, essentially. Mm-hmm. And you do see that there's a bunch of people sitting on park benches around her. People just look like they're out for a walk or whatever, except that they are all seated on benches around her. And you clock that they are looking at her, and they're kind of looking around the ways that she is looking. This is a trap. These people are undercover cops in plain clothes. You spot a gun on one of them. This is a trap. I leave it to you whether to walk into it or not. But it is clear to you that all of these random people at the park are all cops in plain clothes and are trying to remain unnoticed. As Lydia appears to have come here, quote unquote, alone.
Are they talking? Are they speaking to each other at all? Probably not.
Not on
I
that
assume.
roll, no.
Yeah. Oh my god. I don't think Cadence cares. I think I walk over and I sit down next to her.
Okay. Yeah, she's standing beneath this monument, so you walk over and kind of stand next to her. She says, Ms. Amato, I was told you wanted to speak.
Goons? Really?
She kind of smirks at you. Says, you can't blame me for being careful. I'm meeting with a gangster after all.
Look, I came here to help you, actually. If you wanted to send your cronies away. If not, they can hear this. You're going to be embarrassed when they do, though.
Go ahead with what you have to say, Miss Amato.
I came because I'm looking into the Sinclair Cup murder.
It was an accident, not a murder.
Grow the fuck up, Lydia. I have it on good authority that key evidence was expedited to destruction at your order, and quite frankly, I don't think you have the cojones for that.
That's interesting. And what proof do you have of this?
Why would I tip my hand?
Understood. And tell me, Ms. Amato, what exactly is it you plan to do with whatever this evidence is you have? Are you going to report it to the authorities? Are you going to take it to the media? You know, you and your kind have worked so hard to corrupt the system that you have made it so corrupt that you've undermined your own authority.
And let me guess, you joined the Force because you wanted to change it from the inside, make a difference?
She, roll me an insight check.
I fucking love. I wish I.
Dirty 20.
Incredible. You have hit a nerve.
Yeah.
You see her look guilty. The look on her face is guilt. She kind of turns her back to you for a second and kind of looks up at this monument, which shows the first governor of Daybreak City. Kind of crosses her arms. Says, your time is coming to an end, Cadence, you and your thugs. This city is tired of being pushed around by bullies and grifters and up-jumped street urchins who don't remember their place.
It's rich coming from you. Well, I've got great news. I'm going to be leaving the city in a couple of days. Look, there's 2 ways this is going to go down. I've seen your type over and over. The goody two-shoes wants to change the institution from the inside, thinks they have some big secret they're sitting on, gets to that hot shot that they're going to take, and everything's going to be different. So when I leak this to the media and to my employer, and you go down for it, like the scapegoat you're being used for, I want you to remember that you could have just played along. And I'll start walking away.
Roll me either persuasion or intimidation, your choice.
Fucking Cadence.
Hit at least a 22.
Eli, how do you always just make your characters better and better? Because Cadence is not my favorite.
That's how we can teach Cadence.
23 intimidation.
Oh, I did say 22,
The
didn't
dice
I?
tell the story.
On a 23, on a DC 22 intimidation check, you see that as you start to walk away, you kind of look over your shoulder and see that all 3 of these rando park visitors, quote unquote,
Right.
these cops undercover, stand up. One of them pulls handcuffs out of a coat. Another pulls a pistol. Lydia puts 2 fingers up as if to halt them and lets you leave.
I keep walking.
Yeah.
I'll turn around, actually pause really quick. I'll stop by the first movement before I leave tomorrow night. You can leave a word there for me if you change your mind. And then I'll walk away.
There's a moment of silence as you walk away, and she just says, you have a good night, Ms. Amato. Enjoy your travels.
Yeah.
It would be my pleasure as a DM to tell you above board that had you failed that DC 22 check, they were going to place you under arrest and put you in prison.
I'd like to see them try.
Or attempt to, anyway.
It's probably best that Marvel didn't come. See, I think he would have definitely made that intimidation not as.
And with that, we are going to take a quick little break here. We will be back in 30 seconds with more Spirit and Salt. We'll be back in just a moment. See you soon! And welcome back, everybody. As we left off, Cadence was walking away from a relatively intense encounter with Police Chief Lydia Powell and her quote-unquote goons. We'll cut back to the Pendleton apartment. The night has grown somewhat late here. The food is all packed for you guys. Marble and Ghost have just finished a game of chess. Bones and Boss sit on the balcony together, watching out over the city. Marble, go ahead.
Well, first off, what is Patches doing this whole time?
What is Patches doing this whole time?
Well, I mean, Patches is kind of used to a lot of family turmoil type things in his many years of experience, so he doesn't really have as much of an emotional response as everybody else, or response.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's kind of just observing.
Enjoying the food?
Yeah, enjoying the food. Yeah, I'm the one guy sitting there at the table, like, he's just like...
Jesse Pinkman
He's
just...
like, there's something weird with the spaghetti.
getting fairly late, and as it is, as the food is getting packed, and as you guys are helping clean up the kitchen and getting all the dishes put away, Ken finally kind of like seeing the hours says, "We don't have a lot in the way of beds, but anyone that needs a place to sleep is welcome to our couch, or if you need a place to stay." Bones, go ahead.
Real quick chronological note. We jump to the chess scene very quickly. You have crazy perception, is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. When you came out there, you did see that Bones like tucked something into his jacket, not in like a panic or a guilty sort of thing, but like it's no longer the time for this sort of thing.
Sure.
Yeah. And he spoke, and he looks and says, "Do you smoke?"
I don't smoke, but I do enjoy the fragrance.
That is very unusual. That is the opposite of what I usually hear.
They do say that the Loxodon, with the smell reception that we have, I believe that I can smell attributes to the tobacco that others do not.
That may be true.
I don't necessarily enjoy the smell of like the smoke, but the smoke of the tobacco I do enjoy.
I suppose it makes sense. Well, you are very welcome to enjoy the secondhand smell of my smoke.
Oh, thank you for that.
I've not decided where I'm staying tonight. I need to meet with Marble in the morning.
You are more than welcome to stay with with Marisco and I at the hotel. I don't believe Marisco would have any ill feelings towards that.
All right. I might talk with Marble to see what he thinks, but I might take you up on that.
Well, please. Quick question, Bones.
Yes.
You are from Jarnaga.
Yes.
From the small amount of information I've gathered from you, you have military experience, yes?
I do, yes.
How long did you fight with the Jarnagan military?
I was with them 2 years, maybe. I did not count down to the month, but it was about 2 years.
Do you know General Adamante?
Bones, you can roll me a history check and apply your siege weapon lore. I'll give you advantage also.
22.
22? Yeah, absolutely. General Adamante is like the highest ranking military officer of Ternaya. He's essentially the Secretary of Defense, whatever. Not Secretary of Defense, but you know what I mean. The military general, or the general of the military forces.
I never met the man, but yeah, I mean, if you were in the military, you knew his name.
Well, that does make sense. I intend to meet him one day.
I believe that he is still kicking. I'm sure that you can.
Oh, I know he is. I don't know I will.
You have a history with him.
Not personally. Not around. This could be the wrong word. Yes.
His actions have repercussions on your life.
Very, very closely. Did you know any within his camp personally?
What was your roll?
22.
22. There were too many rungs on the ladder between you and Adamante to know much of his like inner circle. You know, like your commanding officer, and I think I gave you the name of somebody between you and Adamante. But yeah, there's too many rungs between that you don't know who his like inner circle is.
You give me a lot of credit. I was with the military, but I was a field sapper. I worked the radios and called in artillery strike.
Do you still have allegiance to this military?
No. No.
You say that with laughter. I'm sorry.
No, I understand it's a complicated topic. I had my doubts going into it. I had a life before the war, and I was not so eager to give it up. But they have a remarkable way of instilling pride in your work, just enough to get you to the front lines, and then very quickly that is dispelled. Looking back now, I think the whole thing was a joke, a deadly joke, a waste.
Do you have ill will towards them in this military?
I'm very... it would do my mind a lot of ease to simply not think of them ever again, but I don't think that I have that luxury, and for that I hold some resentment.
I do not believe that any of us will have this luxury.
Yeah.
Did you partake in any advances on any other foreign soil?
No. I was near the front, but never beyond national borders, no. I was essentially calling in strikes for people that got too close to our borders.
I do understand. And you do know of the recent history of the Chernayan military and its occupancy in my land, yes?
I have heard of it. It was not my campaign, so I know only that it was happening. I don't know any of the details.
This I do understand, and I know that we are the weapons of our masters. I do not hold this against you, but I do apologize if I seemed weary to your presence at first.
No, I can't blame you at all. I think that claiming to be a weapon of the master is a very flimsy backbone that I am trying to shirk. I don't like that excuse anymore.
But I can respect this.
I take it through inference that my country did some damage to you or your family in your homeland.
No, very much so. 2 invasions in the same number of decades is nothing to feel soft about.
No, certainly not. I am perhaps a little too optimistic, but I'd like to think that if people would simply have the channel to talk to each other, we could solve some of these things with words instead of bombs.
I do understand and appreciate, respect your ideals. At this time, in confidence, I would like to ask you, with the communication that you have, are you able to receive communication from Janaya?
By mail. Nothing special.
There appears to be a third occupancy heading toward my land from yours.
Is that news to me? Do I know
It is.
that?
This is all news to you. Yes.
If it is very recent, even if I was still in the military, it would not have come across. I cannot stress, I was pretty low down the rung. I was the weapon for many masters who had masters of their own. But no, technically my home fell into Union territory after the war, so I am not even technically part of that nation anymore.
I see.
Have not been for some years.
Well, there does appear to be another movement of Chernayan force into my land once again. They appear to be prioritizing mobilization. The amount of time between which I'm unsure. But if there's any information that you believe that you could provide me, any insights on this military action or the military tactics for a third siege attempt, anything you could provide that I might be able to send to my people for protection would be greatly appreciated.
I feel as if I am a foot soldier who has come across a general. Am I speaking to a general right now?
Oh, absolutely not. Anything to help my friends or family. You have to understand this has happened many a time, and every time it has caused absolute chaos and turmoil upon my people and my lands.
All the way. Why would they? That is quite a long way from our home. Why would we go so far over the sea?
Well, you do understand that Harsaman and Gati as a whole, the entire nation of Spirits is extremely resource rich. I mean, we intend to have had many islands named after the resources that they bear. That is probably at fault of ourselves.
I will tell you anything that I know, but I am afraid that what I know will not be of much use to you. I was very far down the ranks.
Oh, I do understand this. I just request that your candor is always offered.
Of course, I have no allegiance to the military.
I thank you for this. I don't mean to pry or put you in a position in which you feel awkward or ill-will towards me for my line of questioning. I do just want to look out and try to see how I may assist my people and my lands.
I understand. I am not upset. If anything, I'm intrigued. It is, I don't know what rank you have, but I'm going to pretend you are a spy whether you are or not. It's more fun that way.
Oh, it's always more fun this way. Yes. I also assume you are a spy.
Oh.
And I know that's with the little nod. Just a little.
Right.
Just a little nod.
You guys look in the window behind you and see that Ken and Di have taken to the couch and are kind of quietly talking to each other, kind of processing what's happened. Marble and Ghost are playing chess. Patches just kind of seated at the table, still eating. Top and Yo-Yo have moved to the kitchen to start kind of cleaning up after dinner, and I think Maurice goes maybe in that direction as well.
Yeah.
I'll jump to you, Maurice. What are you getting up to, if anything?
Could you pull us over?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, after doing the hard work of cooking, sometimes it's nice to just sit and watch the person do the dishes.
Oh, for sure.
So, he's probably leaning over the counter watching these two clean, talking to him.
That's what he's watching.
Right.
Yo-Yo says, this is borderline vindictive there, Marisco. Just gonna sit and watch. I understand, I'm eye candy, Yo-Yo says.
You're not bad to look at, but he's just chef when you're in the kitchen.
Oh, yes, chef, got it.
Yeah.
Steamy and
Spicy.
You kind of watch them clean dishes for a little while. You do also, I'll remind you, this is like 4 sessions ago. You made them a gift that I'll give her a chance to give them.
Yeah, I can go ahead and give those to them. I'm not going to be seeing them for a while.
Yeah, you get these gifts out. And
I do not know how long they'll last, but at least for a while.
they each grab theirs and say, oh, these are beautiful. Thank you, Marisco.
Yeah, they are different, similar, but very different.
You see them kind of look at their little flowers and look at each other for a second. Yo-Yo looks to you and says, so which one do you like better? The flowers, that is.
The flowers. Let me see. Let me smell both here. He'll go up to both of them and get a little too close to sniff the corsage that they're holding.
Because, at some point, you can't have it
You
all.
have to pick. It is true. I do not think I know enough about the flowers themselves.
Fair enough.
I like them both now, but maybe I would like one better if I knew more about it.
Fair enough. Well, maybe when we aren't being hunted down by a vengeful murdering robot, we can get to know each other a little bit better.
That sounds good to me.
Just ask Marble, is that flirting?
Marisco?
Yes, with your brothers?
You see Mike roll his eyes like, yeah.
Never understand surface dweller courtship.
What's it like for you?
Oh, well, we're very pragmatic. Couples will get together and then copulate and then leave the eggs in the hatchery to be raised. And that's about it. This whole family dynamic isn't really a thing.
So no long-term relationship?
Not particularly. Some people seek companionship, but it's a little different.
You?
I don't know. I've never really given it much thought.
Have you copulated?
Oh, I believe it's your move, actually.
Oh, sorry. I did. There's no blaming his move. The other I guess that conversation is dead.
Eventually the dishes are done. The room goes quiet. It's maybe 9:30 p.m. Actually, we'll jump back to Cadence. After departing this scene, where do you go?
Ooh, that's a good... What time is it?
It's about 9 p.m. Not even that late. You were only there for a couple minutes. It's like 8:15.
I said I would try to swing back by the Pendleton, so I go back that direction at least.
Okay. You make your way kind of back to the apartment and get there kind of around this time, conveniently, as they are kind of wrapping up for the night. And then, do you guys just part ways and get ready for bed for the night? Anyone want to do anything other than kind of part ways and get ready for bed?
Oh, I guess I'm going to ask her how... I'm going to Cadence.
Oh, yeah. You guys have that conversation.
How'd it go?
It went It went okay.
I guess I'll like step outside.
Yeah, you can step out onto the porch, where I think Boss and Bones are off to the side too. I say porch, it's not even a porch, it's like out front of the apartment complex or on the fire escape, one or the other. Yeah, you can step outside.
She didn't give me anything immediately, but I think I made my point clear. I told her she has until I leave tomorrow.
To tell you?
Yes.
What happened?
She had laid... calling it a trap is a little generous. She brought some lackeys with her, I guess. They had guns, handcuffs, temporary lapse of judgment on her part. She forgot where she stood in the pecking order, but...
You just see a little bit of some like wonder and amazement in his eyes. She's clearly just like very impressed.
Cadence is going to get herself killed.
Yeah. We're pushing past the cool point into the she's gonna die point.
Yeah. So she didn't say anything?
She didn't say anything immediately. They're obviously ruling it as an accident. She obviously knows that there's more to it than that, but she didn't say anything immediately.
Gotcha. Well, thank you.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow. She could see, a reason.
Hopefully.
At least to save her own skin. I get paid either way.
What do you mean?
Turn her into Sinclair. Police chief gone corrupt, destroying evidence, huge cover-up.
True. Well, yeah. I'm good to stay here tonight, I think.
Okay. Do you want me to stay with you, or...?
He just turns very red. I mean, there's not a lot of space, but if you want, you can.
Do you want me to?
Not tonight.
Very well. I'll see you tomorrow at Patches then.
Okay.
With that, Cadence, you head back out, I presume.
Right after Cadence leaves.
Okay.
Rushes into the kitchen.
Yeah.
Throws up.
No. He's just like, guys. And he's like talking to the twins.
Yeah, what's up?
He's very flushed. He's like,
Do you need to do the shut up thing? You can do it if you want to.
he like looks over his parents. He's like,
okay.
Cadence. Cadence asked if I wanted her to stay the night.
Oh, where's she going?
Well,
where's she going then?
Home?
What, you just said she wanted to stay the night.
Yeah. Well, she asked me.
I'm not following. Are you going to her place?
No. Well, she.
Holy shit!
While they were playing chess, I almost said, the virgins are playing chess. And I doubted for a moment if Marble actually was, and now I know.
That kiss on Cadence's cheek was probably his first kiss to her.
Right.
Look, I never disclosed my population stats.
True.
He was asked, he shut it down.
Furball, we're leaving the country. You don't want a beautiful last romantic moment? It's like something from the silent pictures.
She's coming with me.
Oh, that's a good point. Good point.
Oh,
Well, still. Morisco, can you give our little brother some romantic advice, please?
Everyone's a virgin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hey, I could try to, but he doesn't really know the lingo that I would be using. So I'd have to break it down further, and it's really just better if he found out by himself. You should just go.
Holy moly.
Well, listen, stay here.
So you you say yes, and then you figure it out later. You don't just be like, no. You like say yes, and then maybe you find a fucking. I don't
He's
know.
like grabbing his fist and just like pulling down.
All right, first of all, promise me that when we back from Okuko, that you're gonna have copulated this relationship.
Mom's over there.
Oh my god! Hey, mom!
I'm just gonna punch him in the gut. I mean, for the record though, it is strength based, so like
You're good.
I don't have strength.
That's fine. You still give him a little punch in the gut, and your mom goes, "Well, what?" And Tom's like, "Nope, never mind. We're good. For Yo-Yo, I should say, not Tom.
Yeah. It definitely
That's a Yo-Yo. Fine then. Just
in my own time.
Sure. Just make sure that that's like this decade. I don't want it to get to be like the 1920s, and you still haven't.
You don't need to rush. You'll be fine.
What am I gonna do without you guys around?
You'll be fine. You'll be fine, football. Well, you got good people around you to take care of you. And Top looks over at Marisco and says, and besides, I think it'd do you some good to see the world. I mean, we always knew this was going to happen eventually, that you were going to be, we thought it was going to be a different way. We thought you'd be traveling the world racing.
I didn't mean that.
Wait, are you asking him? I'm not going to be like in the room.
Holding hands, yeah.
Like, pep talks, advice.
Well, you got a lot of people with you. I'm sure some of them can give a pep talk. Marisco seems like a pep talker. And honestly, probably your best pep talker is Patches. He seems like he could give a pep talk.
I can't describe the face I just made, but
It's gonna be like tough to make out some of the details through the shitty Rooksy accent, but you know.
Nobody in this party believes in themselves more than Patches.
It's absolutely
That's true.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's true.
I'll like hear from the other side of the wall and be like, "Yeah, I've seen a lot of romance movies. I can help you a lot."
Top like points with his thumbs. See?
It never hurts to just to take that chance.
well, earlier I did kiss her on the cheek.
Oh my god.
Yo-Yo goes, you haven't kissed her yet? How long have you guys been dating? It's been months, right?
Yeah.
Holy moly. I assumed you were already getting your kisses, Furball. You haven't been getting your kisses?
Fair question.
Well, she didn't, and I.
This is a traumatic night for all of us.
Is that the title?
I hope so.
Oh god, I can't listen to this anymore. I'm going to go reach into my bag, go over to Marble, and I'm going to slip him a book.
Oh yeah, you have your romance.
Oh, right.
Read this tonight. And I hand him a book called Passion of the Sea.
Just for Metadot, what is this?
It's like
It is a romance novel about an up-and-coming merchant who gets taken prisoner by a bunch of pirates. It's essentially just a thinly veiled self-indulgence smut book.
I mean, it kind of... Okay, well, I mean, honestly, I can see the parallels because she's a gangster and I'm a merchant.
That's all true.
Above table, I gotta ask really quick. Cadence hasn't been trying to get you seem the assertive type.
I don't need Marble. I can get whatever I want.
Chance fulfilled.
God damn.
Marvel's actually something to talk to.
The bench runs in the family.
That's
Lord.
There's the title.
I believe in Marvel.
I believe in Marvel too.
But only,
I believe in Marvel.
a little.
Yeah, good. He's not very tall, so you don't have to leave him a little bit. He's just self-conscious.
I bet the dude's swagging.
He'd probably be
I bet that dude's swagging.
I love to imagine Boss and Bones having this actual conversation, looking in through the window of the fire escape.
Oh, we can play that out. We can play that out if you want to.
For sure.
I mean, you can literally. Can't one of you read lips?
I
Yeah,
can.
but, say, Boss, you see every word.
So I literally watch this happen, and I turn over my shoulder real quick and go, the short one with the goggles?
Yeah.
I bet he's swinging.
He might be. I don't know.
The pants are baggy.
The pants are baggy. You said he hasn't done anything
No, he just said that he just admitted that he is virgin.
with Cadence. What is he waiting for?
I don't understand that myself. Also, I don't understand why Cadence waits. I think she's the type that would just...
I assumed, yes, the same as you. He was tied to the bed every night.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I did it in a good way.
There's no bad way to do that.
I disagree. And then we cut back inside.
Yes, we go back inside. Ken and Di, who are sitting between these two conversations, unfortunately missing both of them.
We're outside.
Yeah, she's like outside a window.
Kid actually hears it all. He's just like,
No, it's in hushed voices. I guess they hear the bellowing laughter. Let's just say that.
For sure, they hear laughter between
Yeah.
talking.
guess I have
to be maybe
homework
like 10
tonight.
p.m. or so. Eventually, Di and Ken actually get ready to go to bed. It's getting a little late for them. Anybody not heading to their homes to go to bed at this point?
We alert to everybody that we had just sided with Cadence, so we were going to meet at Patches.
Yes, Patches tomorrow afternoon.
2 o'clock.
2 or 3.
14.
okay, so should we just meet at the patent office?
I would like to meet you at the patent office when they open.
We'll be open at 8.
It will be a short night, but I think it is worth it.
Yeah.
Do I need to bring anything? The schematics, of course.
Everything you need, you've already.
I assume that
did today.
we have it honestly.
So
I'm assuming that they are honestly probably the ones who do most of
Yes,
it.
Top and Yo-Yo will be coming there with you. Probably they actually honestly have done. You're right. They've done most of that for you, so they'll join you as well. And
I'll
I'll
fill them in on what we're doing with that because I don't think we had yet.
Yep, you
I
fill them
almost
in.
told my parents, but I was like, I don't know, it's not my business.
Makes sense. So yeah, you guys make those plans for the morning. The twins will meet you there as well. And yeah, since you're patenting this under Accessible Inventions, not under Bonachel Monk Shopwell, you've got all that. I mean, that paperwork is easy peasy. You've done that a million times. So, cool. You guys all part ways. The Pendletons staying here for the night. Head back to your respective places of sleep. Before your parents go to bed, Marble, I assume probably you and the twins stay up a little bit later than they do. Your dad is in the bathroom brushing his teeth, getting ready for bed, and your mom just kind of steps over to you and says, when your father and I came here, we knew it wasn't going to be easy. Everybody we knew, my parents, my brothers, my sisters, your father's parents, everyone told us that we were crazy, and they were right, probably. There were a million ways that things could have gone wrong, but we made it here because we didn't let anyone else tell us what was possible. And she kind of places a hand on your shoulder. Just don't let someone else tell you what you can do just because they're stronger than you. Whoever that big bad man is, I know that you're cleverer than him. And she kind of strokes the side of your head and just gives you a big hug.
I'll give her a big hug back. Thanks, Mom.
Get some sleep.
You too.
She kind of tussles your fluff on top of your head, and she heads to bed. Eventually, you and the twins make your way to sleep as well.
Yeah, I'm probably good. I probably sit up. I'm assuming that they're in their bunk beds and I'm on my bed.
Which is wild because they're way bigger than you. But yes, they do the bunk bed and you sleep in your bed.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm assuming that my bed is small.
That's probably true. Yes, also.
But I'll probably stay up a little bit late reading the book. Probably, honestly, probably what happened was one of them probably took it and they're reading it out loud and they're laughing.
That sounds
The weirdest possible way to do this.
So, when Ghost gets back to Patches, because he doesn't sleep, he just stays up and does some studying, but he has this horrifying moment, probably like an hour after they get back, when he realizes he has not taken the paper out of that book.
Oh, shit. That's hugely significant.
Yeah, so Marble, you find a strange
question:
piece
is this
of
paper?
there.
Is the paper folded up?
I don't know. Depends on how big it was.
I'll leave that up to you. I see.
I'll say, yeah.
Okay.
If it's folded up,
like,
Marvel
this is
won't open it, and like he'll like leave it in there and not let the twins look at it either.
Okay. Yeah, you turn to a page where there is some old kind of weathered piece of paper clearly stuck in between pages, and it is folded up, so you just don't unfold it. Okay, fair enough.
What world?
In a world where someone has an invention that they're literally hiding from other people, you start getting nosy. People get reason to get nosy at your
There's
shit.
no way I don't look at that paper. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, what's this?
I respect the integrity.
Yeah, well, even out of innocence, just like, oh, what is this?
Right.
But Marvel, you being
I said that
He also
so that you could look at it.
there was
For
an
the record, if Yo-Yo is reading it, does Yo-Yo open the paper?
roll me a luck check for whether he's reading it out loud at the time or if you're still reading.
18.
18 is very lucky.
Yeah.
You're still the one reading it
Yeah,
at the time.
for the record, when Marble handed his book to Ghost, he purposely pulled out papers he didn't want him to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes perfect sense that Marvel would respect Ghost's privacy that way. It's just sad for us as the viewers. But that's okay.
Have we seen what's on the paper before, I assume?
No, I don't think so.
He brought it up. He brought it up so you could talk about.
Yeah, well,
It's all good.
sorry.
It'll come out eventually. Night comes and goes. Dawn comes with the green psychedelics of the ether zenith. And you guys can all mark down a short rest. Roll hit dice if you want to. Regain short rest resources. On the 24th of Sprouts. And I think the earliest plans of the day are for the Pendletons and Modes to go to the patent office.
I've also got morning plans, but it's gonna take a minute. So if you want to do the patent,
Okay, yeah, we'll
office
start with
first,
the Pendletons
You know,
first.
you can do his first. There's been a lot of Pendleton stuff happening this
That's
session.
fine, sure. Yeah, okay, we'll go to Cadence first.
Then
Cadence,
also,
what do
it's probably gonna be spicy. So.
Cadence, what you got going on in the morning?
So I wake up not like super early, but relatively early, and I get dressed in my I don't know, my comfy walk about the city clothes.
Yeah.
And I go just around the corner to this super hipster coffee shop. It's my favorite coffee shop in the city.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I'll just sit there and drink a cappuccino or something, and just sit and watch the people for a hot minute.
Yeah, you walk through. It's a beautiful morning. Sun's up, and it's kind of almost unseasonably warm for this time of year. And you walk through the beautiful neighborhood of Glimmerwick, find yourself a coffee shop to sit outside and drink some coffee.
I'll probably kill an hour and a half-ish there, just chilling. Then I will get up. I need to find a florist.
Okay, yeah, easy peasy.
And just buy whatever is in season, a bouquet of that.
Lovely, yeah, I'll get you a price for that, but it's pretty minimal. I'd say easily, 1 mark can get you a beautiful bouquet of flowers. No
Okay,
worries.
sweet. Once I do my shopping, get the flowers, I'm gonna just dip into an alley or go back to the apartment for a second,
Sure, yeah.
and I would like to do a disguise kit to put on, just a blend into the crowd, nobody type of disguise.
Yeah, roll me a disguise kit check. You can use int or charisma, wisdom, dex even maybe.
Terrible. 4.
4? Yeah, it's fine. It looks a little cobbled together.
Are you
Okay.
proficient?
That's a good question. I am proficient, so 6.
Okay, it's a little better. Get you over that 5 threshold at least.
Thank God.
So it's not hard to just look like a normally dressed person.
Right.
You don't look like a clown or anything. You just
Right, thank God. And then I'll take the bouquet and I'm going to head to Black Brick.
Okay, cool. You make your way across the city, taking some street trams until they reach their end, and you get out of the part of the city that has much public transit and into sort of the impoverished Black Brick district. Making your way through cobblestone streets that are stained black and green from the ether emissions. There's people about, kind of meandering, walking around. There's beggars in the corners, and people looking for work, etc.
I'll try my best to just keep my head down, and I'm going to head towards the church.
Yeah, you find yourself once again outside of the Holy Order Nuvolarian Church. You do see, for what it's worth, that kid is at his usual spot across the street, kind of notices you and raises his chin a little bit.
Yeah, I'll hold up I'll be back finger.
Yeah, he nods.
And then I'll dip around the corner of the church to where I know the graveyard is.
Yeah.
And I will find Acilia's grave.
Yeah, you walk around the back of the church to the back of the churchyard, where there are headstones of various sizes and various. Cemeteries have some headstones that are clearly nicer than others. That a lot of money have been spent on. A lot of upkeep has been spent on keeping them nice and clean. This is not one of those headstones. This headstone is cheap as they come, and I think probably kind of dirty. And you step up. On the headstone is engraved Cecilia Amado, and it has her date of birth and her date of death.
I'll just kind of like wipe it off a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'll set the bouquet down.
Yeah.
Sorry I haven't been here in a while. I've been busy. I'm leaving. I don't know when I'll be back, but figured I should say goodbye before I left. It's not much, but I brought you these flowers, and I'll reach in my pocket and I'll take out the little bear that was carved for me the other day, and I'll just set it right on top.
Yeah.
And figured I'd leave this with you too.
You set down these flowers and this little wooden bear. The wind is blowing and petals sort of sway in the breeze a little bit from where you set them, but you clean the dust off of the name and off of the years and tidy it up a little bit. It's clear that you are the only person that comes to do this thing. And why don't you roll me an investigation check?
Uh, 11.
Okay. I misspoke. You are not the only person that comes to do this thing. As you go to sort of wipe the dust away from the name, just a little bit down lower below the name, you can see a much smaller handprint has done the same thing, in the past couple of weeks.
Right.
You're not the only person that comes here and cleans this from time to time. And I don't think you've ever noticed that before.
Right. I think that probably, when I do notice it, I probably stare at it for a second. I think I know who it is, but I don't have any proof.
It's the right size.
So I'll sit there for just a couple minutes, and then eventually I get up and I'll walk around and I'll find Teddy waiting for me.
Yeah, you walk around back out front of the church and you see that, actually when you first walk out, he is no longer there. And you kind of look around for a second and you see that he's walking back. He clearly went to go fetch somebody. And you see him returning, accompanied by somebody else. Teddy approaches once again. He's this short little lad with tousled brown dirty hair, kind of tangled, wearing like a newsy cap, some dirty brown clothes and a blue shirt. He's accompanied by a boy that is a little bit taller than him, very pale skinned, with like a mess of orange hair on top of his head, freckled, pants held up by suspenders, and kind of a dirty tan shirt, kind of unbuttoned, really scrawny looking kid. Teddy says, "Hey, this is my friend Piper. He saw some stuff that maybe you'd like to hear about."
It's nice to meet you, Piper.
He takes his hat off and holds it in front of him and says, and kind of gives a little bit of a bow, very polite, and says, pleasure's mine. He kind of stammers. He's a little bit awkward, and Teddy says, "Well, go on, Piper. Tell him what you saw." And Piper says, two things, actually, if you're interested. And he kind of pauses after "if you're interested," because Teddy shoots him a look that to you with just passive insight is like, wait for payment.
Yeah. I'm interested.
You can see Piper was about to just spill the beans, and Teddy was like, no, you gotta get money first. So it doesn't seem like something that
How
Piper
much did
does.
I give Teddy? I gave him one
You
mark?
gave him a...
Or did I give him 10 marks
Yes,
for
you gave
one
10
gold?
marks.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'll hand over 10 marks to Piper then.
Yeah, his eyes sparkle. He has not seen that much money before in his life, at least in one space and one time. He says, so two things that might be interesting. The first, it was yesterday morning. I saw, I guess you'd call him a man, but he weren't any kind of man I ever saw before. He was made out of metal, like brass maybe. He went into the church for like maybe 20, 30 minutes. I took a peek in the window. He was talking with Father Hastings in his office, and then he left.
Okay. Okay.
And then 2 mornings ago, the police chief went in there. It was he kind of froze his brow for a second to think of the date. It was Tuesday morning. She was like crying and stuff. She seemed really upset. Father Hastings prayed with her for a little bit, and they talked for a while, and then she left too.
Would that have been the morning that the car was expedited?
No. So 2 mornings ago was the morning after everything went down at the Gilded Parlor.
Okay.
So the timeline that you've gotten ironed out so far is disaster happens at the Sinclair Cup. That same day, the car gets destroyed.
Okay.
Day of.
Okay.
Next day, the Gilded Parlor thing goes down. Morning after that is what this kid is talking about. Lydia comes here kind of crying and upset.
Right.
Talks to Father Hastings for a while.
And finds a backbone. Disgusting.
Piper says, that's all I know. I hope that's enough.
That's more than enough, thank you. And I'll hand over 10 more marks. Double the info, double the payment.
Teddy kind of nudges him with his elbow and says, hey, don't forget my finder's fee there, Piper. See, I told you this was a good idea. Piper kind of just like smirks a little bit, smiles like bashfully, but doesn't say anything back to Teddy.
You guys have done great. I'll be back.
Thank you kindly, ma'am, Piper says.
Hey, Piper.
Mm-hmm.
You keep that payment for yourself, you understand?
He clutches it pretty tight. And
you can give Teddy his finder's fee, but...
Teddy says, yeah, see, I told you that too. Don't let your father gamble that away. Piper says, yeah, I will. Yeah, we, this would be a lot of food. This is good. Thank you again. Thank you kindly, ma'am.
I don't think I say anything. I just nod and watch them walk away.
Yeah, they walk off. You can hear them kind of bantering back and forth as they go, and they kind of make their way under a tunnel and disappear off into the slums.
I think as they disappear around the corner, I probably make my exit also.
Lovely. Meanwhile, as that is happening, we cut over to the Pendletons and Bones.
I was going to give... I meant to do this. I'm going to give the wasp to my mom. I don't know how to do things. And she
Sure.
seems like a person who likes little knickknacks.
Yeah, she loves.
I'll explain that I got it from
Daddy
a
wax.
weird... I'll explain that I got it from a weird toadstool spirit thing in the forest.
You met a forest spirit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It sounds fascinating.
Yeah, he was like super fast, like you know, like mime being fast.
Yeah, spirits work in strange ways, I suppose. This is beautiful, though. She takes it and kind of sets it up on a shelf next to a bonsai tree that I don't know if you saw Boss make or not, but there's a new bonsai tree here now.
Yeah, I probably the house is really small, so I
you
probably
saw.
Yeah.
She sets it up next to that. Meanwhile, the Pendletons and the Bones, you guys make your way towards Matnack, the sort of business district of this city, and to the patent office.
Yeah, we'll just follow the twins.
Yeah, I say with
Dressed up.
Oh yeah.
I have one suit. I mean, I could dress up, but it's going to be a kimono.
Bones is always fashionable, but he is business fashionable today.
Business fashionable.
Oh wow.
As always, you guys walk through streets that are bustling with pedestrians and cars.
Walk! We have a car!
You got a car, yeah. You drive through streets that are bustling with pedestrians and carriages and horses and creatures of every shape and size, people of every imaginable species and spirits and even monsters in some cases. Eventually make your way towards the patent office. You guys know right where to go. Top and Yo-Yo lead you right into the place. Walk you up to a desk and... the receptionist, the secretary, recognizes Top and Yo-Yo right away. And says, "Oh, good morning, Pendletons." She says, "Very good morning to you, Marie. We got another one for you today. Maybe our most exciting yet. boys, you want to present it?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't in world know what presenting this is.
Just really handing over a
Oh,
file.
okay.
Top overstating. Top overstating.
I pull out my little pointer.
Yeah, no, this is top overstating.
Yeah,
Just hand her the file.
Hand her the documents.
She takes it and starts to thumb through. You see her brow kind of furrow a little bit. Yo-Yo goes, is that all you need from us? We'll hear back in, like a week or so, maybe? If there's any chance we could kind of get a rush order on this, we're going out of town soon. And she says, actually, give me just a second. And she stays at her desk and starts pulling files open and dragging stuff out, open various folders and stuff. And she says, I thought this looked a little familiar. She slides yours off to the side. She opens up another file with schematics and papers in it and says, yeah, I'm sorry, boys. This looks like someone has already filed this or something very much like this. We're going to have to run this through application process and see if it's too similar to patent.
When?
Just looks like this came in just yesterday morning.
We had a break in 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, have you reported that to the police?
I had him last night. We've not been. We were coming here first, and then that.
That's understandable. Like we can, we'll keep it on file in case some sort of litigation comes out that puts yours in the front of the line. But yeah, it says here, and she like thumbs over the titles and the applicants. This was signed yesterday morning by a Mick Eisenhower and an Olga Sinclair. It was looks like a joint patent between Sinclair Media and Vanguard EtherTech International. Like I said, if there's been some sort of dispute here, we'll put this all on the back burner for the moment.
And I've out of character, I think we kind of talked about like him having like dated documents. Do I know enough about patenting stuff to know like if there's any way to like actually like argue this?
I just asked her. So, what is the case? If we can prove that they stole ours, how does that go down?
That she kind of pulls the file closed and says is a little above my. I kick it up to our legal department, and it will probably, if I'm being honest, be stuck there for a number of weeks. But we can send you a letter, let you know what we find out. Like I said, if you're claiming that your invention was stolen by Vanguard EtherTech and Sinclair Media, we'll need obviously to wait till we hear from the police department about any resolution to all of that.
I see. I assume that this would go to court.
That is. Yes, eventually, yes, but presumably. Assuming that there's, yes, I think one way or another this ends in court.
All right, great. As long as it's not the sort of thing where they can slip it through quickly. Taking time is great. I would like for this to take time.
Yeah, no, these things do typically take time. And in a best case, we wouldn't be able to process an application and get everything all finalized for at least a week or two. So with these sort of complicated things, it could take potentially longer.
That's great news. As long as due diligence is done, I'm happy.
Roll me insight checks, both of you.
She knows, like I know, that we will not win in court.
I'm gonna have your insight.
6.
11.
Yeah. All sounds about on the up and up.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we have done what we can do.
Yeah, we'll keep it on file, like I said, and we'll sort it out as far as we'll wait to hear, I suppose, from the police department, and the processing will be delayed until then, at least.
Thank you. I appreciate your work.
Yeah, and then I'll kind of like step outside with you and be like, we could send it with my parents. They could get a patent in Okuko before they do.
That's not a well. Is that part of the same nation?
Different nation.
Different nation.
Yeah.
If you want, yeah. If that is normal for you, I don't know how your business normally operates.
Well, I usually do some stuff over there.
Fair.
But
yeah,
small.
If they don't mind doing business for us. I have an appointment with Olga Sinclair in 45 minutes.
Do you?
If you don't mind.
Wait, which way?
I don't know where it is. If you could take me there.
Oh yeah. Do you? Yeah. Get in the car and. Do you want me to come with you, or
you can
just?
If you would like. It depends on whether you would like to remain on her good side.
What do you plan to do?
I'm going to find out why her name is on that patent. I expected this from Eisenhower, but not from her.
Top says, let's, just word from the wise here, hopefully. Been down the patenting office road a number of times, never really a disputed way, but this paperwork is now stuck up in a bureaucratic system that is controlled by bureaucrats. I don't want to, piss anybody's cornflakes this morning or nothing, but if Olga Sinclair got her patent in first, I don't know that there's any... I don't know there's much of a chance you're going to win this fight. I mean, I'm not telling you not to fight it. I'm just trying to give you a realistic idea of what your chances are.
Right. They have a lot of money.
They have a lot of money. They got a lot of lawyers. They got a lot of money. A lot of money. The man you're trying to get into a legal battle with tried to hand us a briefcase with 30,000 marks in it yesterday.
This is all true. You're correct. I would still like to speak with her, but I will not drag you guys into it if you do not want.
No, I'll drive you over. I might sit in the car and eat popcorn while you're in there.
That's totally fine.
Marble, much like me, seems like he has a deep contemplation with whether this is something he wants to do or not. He definitely seems like he's on the fence. It doesn't seem like he's like, yeah.
May I suggest? I don't think that you being present will add anything to this conversation, and your mother would appreciate if you stayed out of it.
That's a strong point there, Fooble. You already made one extremely powerful oligarch enemy in the last 24 hours. Maybe don't make another.
I've been working on this invention called the guillotine. No,
it's been around a while, actually.
Yeah. Marvel will probably just, I'll stay in the car.
How about we meet in the middle here? We'll stay close. We'll drive you close. We'll drop you off. We'll stay close. Yeah?
Sounds fantastic.
All right. So the Pendletons and Bones make their way driving towards Wax Row. As that's happening, and as Cadence is doing her morning business, let's jump to Bones. I'm sorry, not Bones. Boss and Marisco. You guys wake up in your hotel room doing anything prior to just meeting with Patches of Two?
I believe that we are going to go to the market, correct, Marisco?
Oh, right. I'm sorry. You said you were going to the market. So
I think Marisco is coming with me, though.
Okay, love
Yeah,
it.
right. You need to spend gold.
Let's play with Marisco. I am essentially looking for a very simple thing that I believe I will have Marble work out for me as an artificer in the near future. But I want to go look around while we're here. Have some time to kill, essentially.
Yeah. So you guys spend some time just kind of walking around the Willows. Again, you guys have spent a harrowing 48 hours in this city getting into some of the worst elements of the city. So it's kind of nice to have a morning of just shopping in one of the best places on the planet to shop. Walking around markets that are occupied by people from all over the globe. And all kinds of wild arcanotech that you've never seen before. And just, regular artisans that are great at their jobs as well.
This is a very interesting place, yeah? Now that we're not being attempted at murder.
This side of the city is something I can definitely get more used to than the rat-filled underbelly. It's better here.
This is better, yes. I say objectively better, yes. You say you were looking for an instrument, yes? So you told me you want to find a guitar?
Yes, I did. I thought I had brought mine with me, but I think I misplaced it at some point. I might have left it on the boat or something. But
I did not see I did not see a guitar on the boat.
Okay. Yeah, I must have just somehow forgotten. But if they have a magical one, that would be a good upgrade. Yes.
Oh yes.
Something I don't have to tune all the time, especially with Rebel.
Let's just look around and see what we find. Yes.
Yeah. You guys walk around some places. You do find a music shop where there are records for sale and gramophones and stuff, but also musical instruments. And yeah, you can absolutely buy magical guitar that automatically stays tuned and is resilient to damage and so on. Just kind of a basic enchantment to make it a little bit easier to use. And that would cost 16 marks if you want it.
Okay. How much would it be to upgrade and have it do that, but then also be an instrument of minor illusion and just be able to cast that?
Hell yeah.
I know that's a common item, so...
Yeah. I would put that just slightly more expensive at 20 marks.
20 marks? Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. I'll grab that.
Cool. You get a magical guitar that can produce little minor illusions as you play. That's a fun idea.
Yeah. Can I ask if the shopkeeper's male or female real quick?
Yeah, give me a luck check.
Oh, right, I didn't talk to him about that.
One second, I will eventually. I'm just gonna roll a dice. I can never remember how to just roll a single 20 on this website.
It's all good.
14.
14? Yeah, that's good enough. It's a like a dog folk man. I say man, he's like a pretty young dude, like 19 or so. Kind of has the appearance of like a French bulldog, so a real stubby face. Kind of shorter, round guy, but he's in there, struggling to breathe as he...
Great, that's wonderful. Can I make a persuasion check to narc it down from 20 marks?
Yeah, sure, give me a persuasion check.
Alright, thank you. This one I can do because I can just click on it.
Right. 20? Let me check my notes here. On a 20, you can get a 5% discount, so that is a mark. So it's 19 marks instead of 20.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I mean, the mark's a mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Every bit counts. Cool. So you walk out of the shop with a nice magical guitar in a case. And then, Boss, what are you kind of shopping for?
I have the sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah.
And on the top of the handle, it's a handheld shotgun now. On the top of the handle, I would like to turn that into a hammerhead. And the bottom of the handle, I would like to turn into a rock pick.
Right.
How much would that cost just for the smithing?
Just essentially trying to take your sawed-off shotgun and make the butt of it like a tool, essentially is the idea. I think that can be done fairly cheaply by just like a carpenter or a blacksmith or a gunsmith. And I would say like...
So you got a gunsmith here since we're talking about the actual ballistics too.
Yeah, it makes sense. I would say you could get that done for 5 marks.
5 marks for the subscription?
This guy you talked to, this gunsmith, says he could make those modifications for 5 marks with a day's work. You pick it up at the end. Drop it off at the start of the day, pick it up at the end of the day.
I do not know if I have enough time for this at this time. I do appreciate your quotes, and I will possibly return once I return from my travels.
Yeah. So you get at least a lead on where you could get this done if you want to get it done there. Cool. You guys continue kind of wandering the market for a little bit. There's food stalls and places to get coffee or drinks or whatever you wish to as well. In the meantime,
is there hot water?
Absolutely. There's a place to get some hot water for tea. No problem. I think the only people that have not done anything yet this morning are Ghost and Patches waking up at Patches' house in the morning. You guys do anything or just kind of waiting for everyone to come over for the day?
The first thing I do is I go over to the Pendleton house and find that Marble is gone, and I am panicking.
Right. Yeah. You arrive back over at the Pendleton's house. And,
being nice does not pay off.
Inside, the twin, everyone's gone except the parents. You knock on the door. Ken comes to the door in his jammies still. He wears the same striped pajamas that the twins do.
I'm shouting telepathically for Marble, but he's not in my vicinity, so...
Right. Ken comes to the door and says, how's it going, Ghost? Everything okay?
Yes, totally fine. Is Marble here? I need to speak to him urgently.
No, he was headed to the patent office with all the boys were with Bones. I guess they had some paperwork to file before heading out. Do you know how to get there?
No. Do you know what's the fastest way to get there?
Here, I'll...
He's gonna get there. It's gonna be...
He writes out some directions on a piece of paper for you, and hearing the sort of the pace of your voice and your concern, he says, "You're sure everything's okay?"
Yes. Just have some preparations for the trip. Need to speak with him about.
Here you go. This will take
Thank you very much.
Patent office.
And I just leave as quickly as possible, and I imagine I spend the entire day chasing after them and being 15 minutes late every time.
I think that you are headed to the patent office as they are leaving the patent office, headed to Sinclair's place. Meanwhile, Patches, as Ghost, you probably wake up in the morning, Ghost is already gone, because I assume he leaves at the crack of dawn. So you come downstairs to see Scraps is down there with Raviolis opening up a can of the cat food for his breakfast. He says, he actually looks a little bit like melancholy this morning. He said, hey, Patches, how's it going?
Hey, Scraps, it's going pretty good. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. You see that he after he finishes feeding Raviolis, he goes and sits down on the couch, and you see that he's just holding the dragon scale that Cadence gave him. Says, I was thinking about going and maybe playing some baseball later. Yes, I don't know.
Yeah, like walk over and like pat him on the head and kind of like a reassuring, like head pat type thing. Like,
you got any family?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen them in a long time, but
You guys get along and stuff.
mostly. I have some history with my family. Some parental issues.
He smiles and says, "Yeah, I know some stuff about that. How do you what kind of parental issues? Like, were they like not nice to you?"
No, I mean, they were nice to me. I lost my mother when I was very young, and my father, we have some history.
Says, I haven't been all the way honest with you, Patches. My mom and dad both died when I was pretty little, but I do have some family issues too. I guess. I got a big brother named Tommy. He was not very nice to me.
In what way? Do I need to hurt somebody?
No. And please don't don't ever tell him if you see him. And just he kind of goes far away for a second. He says he just kind of always blamed me for everything, which never made much sense to me because I was like a kid and he was supposed to be the grown-up. He was supposed to be the one taking care of us, and he expected me to work dawn till dusk every day and give him every penny I made to... He always said it was to feed us and, provide for us, but he just spent it on himself. And then when I refused to keep giving him all my money for my work, he wasn't very nice to me. And I ran away. I've never seen him since.
So I know I've only ran into Tommy once, I assume.
Yes.
So I don't know any of like the history between them at all.
No, this is the first you're hearing of any of this.
Yeah, I mean, family can be difficult, but I have a good feeling he misses you.
Yeah, well, if he misses me, I don't think he misses me. I think he just misses having somebody to do whatever he wants all the time and somebody to rough up if they don't give him his money. I don't know, maybe he's different now, but I like being at your place a lot better than being back there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never make you go back or anything like that. You can always stay here.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth. My brother, he's like, he's kind of like you. He's in like a gang, and he's got all kinds of power and all kinds of money, and not that I ever saw a penny of it, but I always looked up to him and wanted to be just like him, and until I kind of figured out who he really was, I guess. And now I think I just kind of want to be like you.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to make your own path.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll run into him again, and maybe at that point you'll be a lot higher in power than he is, and you can show him who the real boss is.
He smiles and says, "Wouldn't that be wouldn't that to be a something? Wouldn't it that to be a something?"
Yeah, you got to work on that a little bit.
I'll keep working on it. Keep working on it. Keep working on it. Keep working on it. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Hey, I got a little errand I need to run on. You want to come with me?
Yeah, of course. Where are you going?
Just I got to go to the restaurant really quick.
All right. The two of you head to La Familia. Raviolus won't stay inside, so Scraps is like, I'm just gonna bring him. I think. I'm afraid that if I leave him home, he'll just tear everything up or find a way out a window.
Yeah, I mean there'll just be a pasta sauce everywhere.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. Everything's gonna smell like garlic if he scratches it up. So Raviolus and you and Scraps make your way to La Familia.
So when we get there, I'm assuming everyone, most of the people would be there at this point.
Yeah, people kind of come and go, but they're all there.
Looks like Bessie would be there.
Yeah, Bessie and Piopini and Porco and Basilico.
Yeah. So I'll tell him to wait outside for a moment.
Oh, okay. Sure thing.
I just got to talk a little business really quick. But,
Yeah. No worries. Well, I'll keep an eye out here.
Yeah.
I'll be on the lookout.
Keep a watch. If you see anyone to shady, you just let me know.
I'll let him know.
So I'll step in and go over to Bessie.
Yeah. Says, oh, hey there, Patches.
Hi, it's
It's always so funny the way you call me Toots. She said this to you probably 200 times.
Yeah, it's the same thing every time. Hey, I got a little favor to ask of you.
Oh boy, what kind of favor are we talking this time, Patches? Because I got in trouble for the last couple ones.
This one's a little bit different. Well, I have let's say, an errand that I have to run for the
I
company.
heard you're going on a whole long place. I'm gonna miss you, Patches.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you do it. That's, and I mean, even though I keep a good eye on the Scraps,
Yeah.
well, I mean, it might be a little dangerous. I don't know if he's ready for going on that long of a journey, and
No, yeah, certainly. That sounds very dangerous.
it's gonna be so scary.
From the other side of the room, Piopini chimes in. Says, I actually was wanting to talk to you about that boy.
I mean, I was about to come and talk to you too.
Oh, good, perfect timing. How old is he? He's like 12.
Yeah. Like a 14.
How old is he?
Give me a perception check.
16.
Okay. Says, old enough to work with him.
I think so. He's been shadowing me for a couple years now, so...
That's what they were telling me. Basilico says you have kept him around, been showing him how the operation works.
Yes, I see some good potential in him.
She nods. She says, as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we get him educated properly, the sooner he can be an asset to our organization. Bring him in.
Yeah, no. Go and grab him.
Yeah.
Like, Scraps, we need to talk to you really quick.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. He steps in the door and says, "Ciao, ciao." Piopini says, "Okay, first things first. Dispense with the accent." He looks from her to you to her to you, all right. Yep. Dispense with the accent. Got it. Sorry. And Piopini says, "Do not be scared. Would you like to work for us?" He says, "Oh, would I?" She says, "Good. It will be dangerous. It will be hard. But you will make a lot of money. You will be very powerful in this city if you play your cards right." Scrap says, "Oh, you can count on me, ma'am. I'll be the best silent saint there ever was. And my name ain't Scraps Finnegan." Points at his chest with his thumb. He says, "Oh, good. That's very charming. Yes. Good. You start today. You go with Basilico. He'll teach you the ropes." And he looks to you and to Piopini and then to Basilico. Basilico kind of smiles at him. Says, "All right. Can Raviola stay here?" And Piopini says, "I don't care what the cat does. It can stay here." And Scraps let's go into the bar, and he runs over to his spot where he likes to sit up on the countertop in the sun. It'd be a real problem if this place actually served food, but it very rarely does. Scraps, you see Scraps have a moment of like wanting to go give you a hug like you're his dad before the first day at school, but realizing it's going to make him look a little bit soft. So instead, he just walks over to Basilico and says, "All right, I'm ready. What are we doing?" And Basilico says, "For now, you're sweeping up the mess your cat just made." And you look, and Raviolis has knocked a bunch of plates and silverware and stuff off the counter. He starts kind of cleaning up in here. Piapini looks to you, Patches, and says, "You're leaving in the morning for your little excursion?"
Yes, just getting the last few things in order, then heading out.
Understood. And your friends who helped you with this last job, they're going with you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what I might encounter, so having a little support wouldn't hurt.
Couldn't hurt to be safe. Bessie, make sure that their trains are paid for, yes? Bessie says, "Right on it, ma'am." And she goes into the coffers and does a little bit of writing in her ledger and hands you over a bunch of cash just that you pay for train tickets.
Step 1.
Yeah. I pull out my note and like scratch all this stuff.
Piapini rubs her temples. All right, Scraps, your first lesson. Do not write down the things you're going to do illegally on paper and carry them with you.
She looks over and he's writing down silverware. He just like props it up and throws it.
Oh, God, no lists. I think he's had a new piece of paper, starts writing down rules of being a gangster. Yeah. Do not write down the things you do illegally. And then also like, oh, wait, no. Throws that away, too. With that, anything else you wanted to do here, Patches?
I'll just like turn back to Bessie really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let Scraps stay at my place. I assume he won't want to hang around you a whole lot. I mean, being a young boy and everything.
Patches?
You would know how young boys are.
I know, I'm just messing with you. I like to see you blush.
I was like giggling.
No, I'll make sure that he's got plenty of lasagna and all the foods you like. I assume that he likes the same food as you. Lasagna and ziti and
he's been eating it for
and
quite a while now, so I don't see why not.
Yeah, I'll make sure that he's well fed while you're gone. You'll take good care of him.
I appreciate it. Just keep an eye on him. Make sure he stays safe. You know how Porco and Basilico can get this sometimes.
I'm sure they'll take good care of him, just like they took care of you when you first got here. Remember?
Exactly, yeah.
Be safe on your travels there, Patches.
Well, you know I will. I can't wait to see you again.
She blows you a kiss.
I'll do the like catch it in the air, like
right.
Put it in my pocket.
Wait, I was saving that one for later.
You better bring it back to me.
No, I will.
Jesus Christ.
Do we see a Patches Darkwater in the future? Love it.
Incredible. Meanwhile, I think this is about the time that Ghost arrives at Matnack and the Pendletons and Bones arrive in Wax Row.
Put on my racing gloves just in case you need a speedy getaway.
I'd like to do something unorthodox.
Okay.
As we've been driving over, I have been crafting something ad hoc and secret, but written on the inside of this, and I'll let you hold it until the appropriate moment.
Love it.
Can I roll for it? Bones is going to commit to this plan regardless of what the roll is.
Hell yeah. Okay. Yes, give me a roll. If you'd like to commit even harder to it, I can roll it back here, and you don't even know what you rolled.
Ooh.
But that's up to you. I'm not going to require that of you.
That's so spicy.
That is so spicy.
So spicy. I like it.
Yeah, if you're committed.
Oh, okay. I guess you don't need help. You get the ring. Are you going to use the
That's
ring?
what I took the ring for. So my total bonus is 9 plus 9. Yeah. Oh wait, is that right? Yes, plus 9.
Is this communications or
This is communications.
Okay, cool.
He has advantage because he's using the...
Right.
Yeah, with advantage because of the thing. Yeah.
Right. I've written your total on the back of the card. I've not yet looked at what the card is.
Wonderful.
Is it a bomb? A nuclear bomb? A nuclear bomb?
Yeah, with comms tools, I made a bomb.
Can we just explain what to the family?
You can send a powerful message with the bomb.
True.
The Pendletons stop a few manners short of Sinclair's estate and let you out of the car to walk up to the gate.
Perfect. We don't, by chance, run into Ghost on the way over, do we?
Boy, I don't see a way that... there's a chance, because he was walking from... Give me a luck check. Let me get a luck check from both Ghost and from Bones. 12. I will say 12 is good enough to do it. Yes. Yeah, as you're driving, you do see Ghosts, I think probably borderline running down the street. Actually, he might be like riding on a street tram to make the best time, or riding in an L train, but...
Yeah, I imagine I look up and I see Ghost and I just watch him go by. I'm like, hey, what are you doing?
We both look and point at each other.
Yeah.
The name from the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah, exactly. But eventually I went, what are you doing?
I was looking for marble, and I go over to grab you. Where's that book?
It's right here. I'll pull out my bag.
Oh, thank. And I take it and start kind of flipping through.
Yeah. I think you find the folded up paper is not in the same spot it was, just because you wouldn't know exactly which page it fell out of when you opened the book, but it's still folded up.
Is everything okay?
Yes. Yes, it's fine. Did you look at this?
No, I no.
Would you leave your diary in there or something?
Not exactly. It's complicated. I'll explain before we get to how
That is fine.
Sorry to worry you. I did read the book.
It's all right. It's my mistake. I appreciate your discretion.
Of course.
Alright.
I'm going to have this meeting. I should be back in 20 minutes at the very most. If I'm not, I will meet you somewhere. I will try to meet you back at Patches. Throw my backpack over my shoulder and walk up to the door.
Yeah. I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes every so often glancing at the book and being very curious, but not saying anything.
Understood. The mind wanders with what it could possibly have been. Bones, you step up to the gate of Sinclair's manor. It's closed. There's a little bell that you can ring. And a little while later, stepping out to the front gate, you see hands in his pockets. Arthur Sterling comes up to the gate. Says, Mr. von Gestapo, how are things?
They're good. I was hoping that I could not get an audience with Miss Sinclair about more work. We spoke about possible employment, and I think I have a job that I would like to do for her, but I don't know if she knows that she wants me to do it yet, if that makes sense.
It does. I'm afraid Miss Sinclair is fairly busy today.
I'm sure she is. I can get her something that she has failed to get.
Roll me a persuasion or deception check, whichever you're doing. You don't even have to tell me if you don't want.
I think it is true. Boy, both are kind of true, but I think it's more applicable to do deception, so we'll try that. 15.
15. He says, very well. Wait here a moment. I'll see if she's available.
Take your time.
He heads inside for 10 minutes or so. While you kind of just wait outside the gate. You see people inside are trimming hedges and watering plants. And, eventually, he returns back to the gate. And says, I believe Miss Sinclair can offer you a moment of her time. If you can keep it brief.
I can keep it brief.
Very well. Come with me. Opens the gate, leads you inside. As always, the servants offer to take your coat and all that. And eventually, you're led up to her conference room.
I want a stakeout.
Two Arthur Sterlings.
Two Arthur Sterlings.
You walk into the office. Olga Sinclair, as always, is seated across the way. As you walk in, she's at her desk on her telephone, and you can see her talking, lips moving, but there's no noise coming out. She must be in her bubble of silence thing again.
Okay. While I'm waiting, I kind of fiddle around in my backpack, and I get on my record player and I put a record in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you set a record on your record player. She looks at you like quizzical, like, what's this about? And eventually hangs up the phone and steps out to her spot at the table. Says, Mr. Monstopple, I'm told you have something of an interesting offer to make.
I do. I would like to first say that I have been outplayed. You are very intelligent. You have a great number of resources. I understand that Do you recognize this song? And I just start playing a song, and it's just classical music.
Let's see here. I'm afraid I don't.
Vance and Weldon's Fourth Concerto. It was written not by Vance and Weldon, but by Weldon and Rhea. Vance stumbled upon the music before it was released and had the funds and the producers in his pocket to make it his song instead. Rhea fought back and lost the rights to the song. Vance, however, played along. He sold the rights to the song for a fraction of what they were worth, and as payment, kept his name attached to it. History remembers his name and not Rhea's name. You've already gotten my designs. I admit I was surprised to find your signature on that paperwork, in addition to Eisenhower's, but it does not surprise me that much. You're smart, you're intelligent. But I also know that you don't have another thing that you want. Something that I have access to.
Let's pretend for a moment that I understand what it is you're talking about, and please go on. She takes a long drag from her cigarette.
I can get you marbles schematics. I'm not opposed to dirty work. I did your work for you at the rat den the other night. I helped you clean up all of the rats.
Her brow furrows a little bit. She says, I am afraid I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about on either of these counts. I don't know. You are correct that I went in on some recent technology that Vanguard discovered and offered me a partnership in. I had no idea you were involved with it in any way, and I suppose we'll let the courts sort out how that gets adjudicated. And what is it that Marble has that you're offering me?
Can I get an insight check?
Absolutely, make an insight check.
Whoa! 5.
She seems genuinely, confused. She seems to not know what you're talking about on either of these counts. You get a sense of her, almost trying to, play it cool a little bit, but in terms of, she's learning information right now.
Sure.
She's gaining new information from you right now.
Okay, I'm going to take you at your word then. Vanguard did not create the technology that you signed the patent for yesterday morning. They stole that technology from me. I've been developing it for years. I have documented proof of it. But that proof will not hold up in this city where there is no legal system. I know that. I know that that is not a fight. I will win. You are, perhaps unaware to you, my enemy in this fight. And I would like to remain friends because I enjoyed working for you, and I think that I can make more money working with you again.
I don't entirely disagree with you. I don't care who the technology was made by. I care that it now is the property of Sinclair Media in partnership with Vanguard for Tech International. It would be no different to me if it was Sinclair Media in partnership with you. As I said, we'll let the court sort that out. And I still am not entirely sure what you are offering me. What did you say you have of marbles that you're selling out?
There is another technology that Vanguard tried to purchase and will use equally unscrupulous methods to obtain. It is essentially an advanced power source for all sorts of arcana tech.
Understood.
I have no doubt that after seeing what they were willing to do to get my technology, they will do much worse to get his. And I know that you are not above getting your hands dirty, whether you are part of this or not.
Oh, on the contrary, I avoid getting my hands dirty at all costs. That said, what you have of marbles, this is a newspaper outfit. I don't know if I have much need for an advanced power source, I feel like maybe you should be making this bargain with somebody else. Vanguard, perhaps. And what is it that you're asking me to do? What's the other end of this bargain that you're asking for?
The other end of this bargain is simply that I would like money. The reason the Vanguard had beat me to the patent office is because I couldn't afford to file the patent. If I was able to pay off debts, that would not have happened. My next invention, perhaps, will be under my own name instead of theirs. This power source could take the stolen technology and make it so it reaches perhaps the entire globe instead of across a mere sea. Relay networks that can cover a continent instead of a country. That I can see a news corporation using, especially now that you've secured being the only voice on the news.
It is certainly of interest. And you have this with you? You can deliver it now?
I don't have it on me, but I must be careful how much I disclose here, so that you do not simply do the job yourself. I know where he will be, and I know where he will be unguarded. I can have it back to you in a month.
This all sounds intriguing. I'm afraid that this is not the kind of job that could offer any kind of upfront payment for it.
That's understandable.
If you come to me with this technology and its patent, we can discuss me purchasing it from you.
Do you have any idea what it would be worth to your company?
Hard to say without knowing exactly what it does. As I said, I'm not a tech person, and I'll be frank, you clearly have some personal investment in this. I would need a third party to evaluate what you're telling me.
Eisenhower.
Perhaps.
Is he available?
No, my understanding is he's left town, back for distant shores. His visit was brief.
Understandable. Well, we can sort this out when I get back, I suppose.
I will look forward to that.
It has been a pleasure working for you. I hope to return with something valuable.
May I ask before you go, Bones?
Sure.
You struck me in our conversations previously as something of a... Oh, I wouldn't jump all the way to altruist, but... Why now are you willing to sell out who seemed to be your friend? Or did I read your relationship incorrectly?
He is my friend, but you must understand, sometimes for the betterment of humanity, one or two must pay the price. This technology must see the light of day. I have worked with Vanguard before, for quite a long time, and I have seen the way that they treat emerging technology. I don't think that they will use it to its fullest. I want to be on the team that uses it, whether it is independent or with my friend or with Vanguard. I want to be the one who helps deploy it because I know how to deploy it right. That is ultimately my angle here. The world deserves to be able to communicate, and they should be able to hear the news from the most reliable sources all across the world.
I understand. Did you already roll me a deception check?
Not yet.
Let's make me a deception check, please. Couldn't remember if I back for that roll yet.
I should hold that one. Keep inspiration filter. That will be a 19.
19. She leans back in her chair a little bit, takes another long drag off her cigarette as she thinks. Says, "That's an interesting story you told about the musicians. The thing is, there are just the names that most people remember. Most people don't know the story. I've always been fascinated by the idea of truth. Except in the most extreme of circumstances, mathematics and the like, I don't think it exists. I think that there's no real such thing as the quote-unquote truth. Everything is perception and interpretation. Everything is up to how the narrative is shaped. I'm interested in having your assistance with this technology, and I would be happy to continue to discuss your employment, but I do need something concrete. So far I've been offered essentially talk. Come to me with schematics, come to me with something actionable, and perhaps we can action it.
Very well. Whatever it takes to be on the winning side. I fought for Chennai. I will not make that mistake twice.
She smiles at that. Very well then. I suppose I will be hearing from you.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. She nods to Arthur, and Arthur opens the door and leads
Head
out. Yeah?
Yeah.
Make your way out.
Yep.
Is this the point that you reveal what this
We can
is?
if you want.
Okay, yeah. Tell me about this. I'm going to read it, I
Sure, go
suppose. This may have been not clear from the recordings or for the audience at home, so just to clarify what has happened here. Before that conversation, Feck passed me a piece of paper with something that he had crafted without me knowing what it was that he had crafted. And without him knowing, I rolled what he rolled to create this thing that he had tried to craft. So I'm now opening that piece of paper up. It says that Bones attempted to craft a covert recording device disguised in the record player. And I will now reveal to Feck the number that you rolled was a 27.
Let's go.
So yes, you have a recording of that entire conversation.
So now I'm replaying everything I got. I don't think I got anything super concrete out of that. She didn't outright deny setting up the attack on the rats. That's the best that I got.
No, I think she also is willing to entertain you stealing.
Yeah.
I know that's not great, but like,
It's not
there's
incriminating her necessarily.
Yeah.
There's something there. I mean, she's also saying like, if you get something good, come back to me.
Sure. Anyway, I get what I get. I walk out of here alive. I go back to the car, and I'm like, well, that went about as well as I thought it would.
So, not well.
Not super well.
I'm assuming we in the car saw you making something.
You saw me making something.
Yeah, he had a record player out that he was like tinkering on.
Okay. Well,
we'll say just for the sake of getting everybody together, this is about the time that you need to start heading for Patches anyway, but you have the drive to continue the conversation if you wish to.
So, what happened?
I tried to see if she would negotiate to let me onto their team. I told her that if they were going to use my technology, I would like to be a part of it, even if my name is lost to history. Because this is truthful, I simply want the technology to be shared openly. I may have stretched some truths about how open I want it to be, but I was hoping that she would be more eager to get me on board. I got the impression that she truly does not understand what is going on. She may be a good lawyer, or maybe I am giving her too much credit. The impression that I'm getting is that Eisenhower came to her to co-sign for business reasons and not because she actually understands what the technology does. And as such, my offer to join their team was outside of her pay grade. I would need to speak to Eisenhower, and perhaps I will, but that is a problem for another time. I was also hoping to get something incriminating from her, and I did not. Well, and I just play the recording back.
As you're playing it back, he goes, "Damn, that's some like spy shit." That's cool as hell.
I forget, did Boss... No, okay, Boss is not here, that's right.
Yeah, Boss is not here.
It just goes, oh, because you're a spy. He called you a spy.
Crazy.
Oh, right, yeah, that's funny.
Wouldn't that be wild?
You do see that when you say you see like him tense up a little bit when you say like steal his invention.
It did not go as well as I had hoped. There is maybe something incriminating here in that she did not outright deny the attack on the rats, but it is not as cut and dry as I was hoping.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some other workaround we can
Perhaps.
find.
I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I think I need to make friends with a lawyer.
Yeah.
Tuck will chime in here and says, I ain't a lawyer or nothing, but I've done a bit of research on how patents work, because it's our business. I kind of will just go back to what I said before. This is, no matter how you slice it, if you try to publish it or you try to alter the design enough to make it unique, it's going to get caught up in a bureaucratic system that's controlled by the people that you're trying to legislate against, and, or litigate against, I should say.
If it enters the courts, they win.
Pretty much.
But
of course, it has to enter the courts to get patented. So.
If it enters the courts here.
Yeah, you might be able to pull strings elsewhere.
I am...
Everywhere else.
This will require a lot of research, but I, in truth, think that I am broke, and I made a tower using scrap materials that I gathered in a couple of weeks at each location, quartz crystals that I found at scrapyards. The beauty of this technology is that anyone can do it. no number of courts and companies can stop an amateur radio enthusiast from making a set. Perhaps I simply publish it and let 10,000 people break the law, and if they feel like litigating 10,000 people for making radios in their backyards, then so be it.
Hear, hear.
We'll say for the sake of getting everybody together, it's about this time that you guys have rode the ferry across Daybreak Bay, made it to Alvin Island, and arrived at Patch's house all together once again. And from this point, you guys basically have the day. You guys were going to leave tomorrow morning and get on a train to Prospect and begin making your way to Hallive. The rest of this afternoon and evening is yours. You can spend it how you wish.
Yeah. I'll do craft. I don't want to do craft just yet. I'm not going to sit here and decide, but I'll do an hour of crafting.
Yeah, we'll discuss that between sessions, what you spend it on.
So, also a quick question as towards your crafting. I posit the same query to you. I show you the shotgun. The sawdust shotgun has a handle, right? Mm-hmm. On the top of it, I would like to install like a hammerhead, and on the bottom, a rock pick. And
so you could.
I could potentially use this as a weapon, yes, or for rock purposes, hammer.
Yeah, like
pick.
a pick.
Or if I run out of ammo, I could turn it around and just do some damage that way. It seems practical to me to utilize the item in my hand. What would this take from you?
You could do this for
I haven't actually made them yet, but I did actually plan on making actual item
cards.
Not item cards, but item acquisition cards.
Yeah.
So form you could fill out. That he pulls out some form and he just kind of runs you through literally just runs you through. Actually, you know what?
It's probably
does,
this form as soon as you bring it up. For you, just gameplay wise, you could make these modifications for. I have gunsmithing tools. Yeah, with gunsmith tools and with literally just using your minor tinkering thing and stuff. You have the ability to just make a tool, right? Just for free once a day.
I can make a toolkit. Yeah.
Okay, you can do this for no mechanical cost and just by spending a little bit of time.
Would you be able and willing to do this for me? I would trade you something I could do for you another time, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
We could talk details. I'd like the hammerhead to have a lot of notches for heavier bludgeoning damage.
He'll pull out some paper and he'll just draw a few different rough sketches and then literally just have a
9-inch rock pick.
Yeah, he does. I do need you to fill out this whole form though.
In 1 minute, please. In 1 minute. Yes. Is this something you can do? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll fill your form.
It's pretty bare bones, but it's just a description of what you want.
I guess I can make this what I'm crafting for today then.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
I had nothing in mind anyways.
Perfect.
So.
Do you have a charcoal for me to write?
I guess technically it's just X amount of gold and I can split it between items anyway, so I'll just add it to my repertoire of stuff. It'll take me, I think, an hour. What oops.
Was it whatever time you have to spend to create a toolkit?
It depends on what toolkit I need to use because I own mechanist, artificer, and communication, and I think I made camera tools last time. It just takes me an hour and I can just change it to something else.
Yeah.
Do you know what you would like for me to do for you in return? If you do not know, that's okay.
You already gave my mom a treat.
That was my pleasure, though.
I don't. No.
Hold this favor.
Okay.
If you need from me, you tell me.
Okay.
Bones, I think you had something. A gasp at the idea.
He's just frantically scribbling over on paper. I don't think he immediately goes on a monologue.
Understood.
He does audibly gasp. I've seen it. I have seen the future. I've seen the future.
You solved it?
I have solved everything.
Okay, and
we are the wind.
He's lost it. He's lost it.
We don't need towers at all. We don't need relay networks. Not big ones, not centralized ones. That's what they want. They want centralized towers.
Decentralized towers?
Decentralized towers. Every broadcaster is also a receiver, is also a relay. We make a mesh.
A mesh?
A net, a constellation. Every person in this network passes the message to the others.
If everyone if these backyard people make theirs, then they are the network.
We have a dark net.
You're a
we
genius.
can call it the internet.
We can call it the...
It will be expensive. We need to make it cheap. One step at a time. Let's not die
Making
first.
things cheap is my middle name.
Tacos, it's such a long middle name. It's such a long middle name.
Making things cheap.
A decentralized antenna doesn't need to be as big.
Correct. It could be much smaller, use much less power.
We could make kits.
We could make kits. It's a different design, a different pattern. This is a problem for another time. We should make sure that we do not die.
You can see the look in his eyes.
Yes,
He's just
we,
like...
we will continue to work on it in the background. This is not something we'll do overnight or today and this afternoon. Perhaps we abandon the design it is theirs. They can have yesterday's design.
I love Bones so much. All right. You guys have the day. Do you want to just relax at Patch's place? There's a ton to do at Daybreak City. There's some of the best restaurants in the world. There's places to see live music. There's literally a silent movie theater in the city. It's one of the only ones in the world.
Boss,
wait, see a play.
What's your name again? Sal?
Sam is the
Sam.
Some.
You said you wanted to see something good in the city.
I would very much like to see something good in the city, yes.
Oh, like turn to yo-yo? Yo-yo? Yo-yo?
You know, you think this would have gotten old for me, but it's not. It's still just as funny.
Fuck you.
May I say something else? Unless you have something very beautiful to show me, I feel very angry right now. These last few days have been extremely hard for me, and I do not care to share what has happened to me over the last month. Is there somewhere that we could go test our strengths?
Not anymore.
You talking about getting into a fight or something?
Suggest a theater, but
A theater would be nice. What type of theater are you speaking of?
I was thinking with play actors.
No.
Yeah,
Yo-Yo says. No, that's yesterday's shit. You're in Daybreak City. You got to see Daybreak City. Come on, let's go to Glimmerwick. Let's go see a moving picture. You probably haven't heard of a moving picture, have you?
I've seen this concept of moving picture. Is this what you talk about, the beauty? Moving pictures?
It's one of them. If it's your thing.
Yeah, I test my strength.
You want to fight?
At this, no, there's not a fight involved.
Do you want to throw weapons at a target?
That sounds nice.
I know
A
Chris Reed can throw
shooting range?
Oh, I could use this shotgun. It'd be nice to learn.
Yeah, I think there's... Well, do you want to go to like a sketchy one? Or like a...
What is this sketchy?
Oh, it's just like the scrapyard.
Oh,
You can pay to shoot stuff.
are you saying there is a yard of scrap?
Yeah,
Yeah.
scrap. He like pulls out like just pieces of like scrap.
Just junk in piles. You line it up on a row when you shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
Well, this is what you do with your waste?
Well, no,
yeah, actually, that is what we do with a lot of our waste. Yeah.
This is troubling. This is troubling.
He like pulls out like some of his artifacts. I do this, and he like shows you like if you look closely, you can kind of tell it is like repurposed scrap. He makes
I
all
like
this material
that.
out
I
of.
like that though. That's nice. The reuse.
The tower is mostly reused scrap.
I noticed that too. Yes. It seems so. At least I did not want to mock you.
You'd
if it
be
was not.
surprised what you can find.
Anyone can take brand new components and wastefully make something beautiful. The smart and brilliant can make something beautiful from scrap.
Let's go look at this scrap.
Does that mean you have to dig through the garbage to get to it, though?
I have spent months and months and months digging through trash, and he has spent even more.
Wait, garbage is scrap?
Garbage is scrap. Scrap is garbage.
I want to see this scrap.
Okay, to the scrapyard.
Okay, but as long as after the scrapyard, we do go to the theater.
I love that we talk about
the theater. We are going to go look at garbage.
Right, I love that we talk about having like a nice night out in the town, and we're going to the scrap.
I'll turn to Ghost and be like, so the theater then?
That sounds lovely.
I do also want to go to the theater.
Oh, I'll take him. You can go.
I'll go to the theater.
I've seen a movie.
Tom also goes like, so I will say, like, we probably got time to do the scrapyard and go to the theater, and it is kind of a show in itself, watching people shoot at trash. And then we can just go right from there to the theater and see a way better show.
Let's go shoot trash.
Yeah, and you can also, like, smack it.
That's rocks, but thank you. Yes.
There's rocks there.
There's rock trash.
Yeah.
Not where I am from.
This is the kind of day that I like to have. You're really going to see all of Daybreak City, and Yo-Yo says, because you're going to go from being a bunch of idiot poor kids shooting at trash, and then you're going to go to the nicest part of town and see a silent film. You'll get the full Daybreak City experience.
Can we throw rocks at trains too?
We can put pennies on the tracks.
So, does everyone go to the scrapyard, or do some people not go to the scrapyard?
It'll probably be like a 30-minute endeavor. It's not going to take that long to shoot
I
some
think
trash.
this is just us, dude. I don't think the boss is really, Sam is really going to be that into it.
Also,
he's going to get there, fire, come around, it's like,
Marmot.
okay.
Yeah, that's shooting trash.
Yeah.
We'll get some glass bottles, so it's more fun.
It is more fun to shoot glass bottles.
Sawed off shotgun.
Also, while I'm there, I'm just going to see if there's any fun scrap.
Just within 3 feet of it.
For the sake of convenience, we'll say that you guys all travel together, and so if you just, like, wait and do something less stupid while some of you go into the scrapyard.
Okay, so let's just say,
coffee shop nearby
let's say
or
like
something.
fast forward a little bit, unless you have a reason to be at the scrapyard. Let's
Oh, no,
just
we're
say,
going to the scrapyard.
are we?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a scene at the scrapyard.
Yeah, also, Zeke
I
is
have a lot of notes for this scene.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
just kidding.
Zeke's also like, I don't want to prep for next time, so...
Yes, correct. All right, so
Oh, and we have a scrapyard.
We'll go to... Yeah, I'll go in and see... what's his name again? Johnny? Jimmy?
his name is Rust Hudson.
That makes a lot of
I need
sense.
to see Rust
neither of
Hudson
those
too,
things.
actually.
No, it's the same. It's the same. Johnny and Russ is the same name.
He's again this stout little dwarf guy with tattoos, and big beard, and kind of a buzz cut.
Hey, Rust.
Hey there, Marvel. What brings you back?
I'm going to look around and shoot some stuff.
He laughs and says, "It's okay. Normally I charge, but he looks at Boss and says, he looks at your sawed-off shotgun and says,
That is
I don't
now...
think I'm going to charge today."
He's just...
With a hammer and a pick on one side, yeah.
This dwarf's like, I kind of want to see what this does.
I'm going to come with you, though. He comes out to the yard.
And then, like, we'll get them set up, and then I'm probably going to, like, peruse a little
Oh,
bit.
does he go with them?
Yeah.
Because I need in his office to see if he has a logbook.
You can try to break
Hell
into his
yeah.
office if you wish to.
Let's
Do you have a bathroom inside?
Crime.
also say that
I
that looks
need
cool as
proof
shit.
that Lydia
Oh,
got
yeah.
this car
I'm
scrapped.
sure you've seen like the.
All right, cool. Yeah, give me a
things, yeah.
stealth. I don't think you have to stealth. There's no one to see you do this, so just give me investigation.
Natural 20 for 24.
Hell yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you find his ledger book where people
And
place
you do it
orders,
when
and
it
you
comes to
find the
I was going
one
to have you do it for me.
the one specific thing that you're looking for. You do find a day that Police Chief Lydia Powell commissions the destruction of a vehicle. It's the night of the Sinclair Cup, so it'll be the 20th of Sprouts. I see a payment made to him by the city of Daybreak City officially.
Sweet. I'll slide that in my bag of holding.
Perfect. Just that page or the whole book?
You can always take a magic.
I feel like it's more convincing if I have the whole book. And I don't care if the scrapyard loses out on some money.
It does have Lydia Powell's signature on it, so you've got that going for you too. And
Oh, then I'll just,
you'll have a
take the, I'll
signature.
just take the page, yeah.
Okay, cool. You strip the page out, stick it in your bag. Got it.
I do love a signature.
I'm having doubts because I assumed that there was no legal recourse for anything in this city. But the person most familiar with the legal system is gathering evidence, like they're trying to put a case together. So I'm doubting myself
Is
now.
she a triple agent?
Lydia said as much to you seconds ago. Like, what are you going to do with this?
Right.
Go to
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
authorities?
You didn't know that.
Was that?
You still don't know that.
I don't know that in character at all. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, like this city. I'm assuming the ruler of this country is not.
Yeah, he's not
In this city.
No, he's not. Nope.
I do kind of want to look around for some good scrap, and also I'm going to do the whole pull, and I'll like throw
Yeah.
bottles in the air for you.
Give me a.
I mean, I won't because I'm really weak.
give me
But
investigation to look for something fancy in the scrap. I'm going to have you do it with disadvantage because this place is pretty picked through.
I'm going to use one of the.
Okay, check a straight roll.
Yeah. With almost a natural 20. You said, what is it? Investigation?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a 25.
Nice, that's insanely good. Yeah, I'll say that you're able to pick up a few pieces of good scrap, stuff that was just recently deposited here, and it amounts to essentially like a 20 mark discount on your next crafting session, essentially. Meanwhile, you just throw some glass bottles up and shit for Boss to shoot at. Boss, give me an attack roll with your sawed-off shotgun.
I'm going to use the big red dice, which, for those listening at home, has never rolled higher than a 10.
Let's go. Ooh, a good roll.
Wait, that's a 21 with the shotgun.
Yeah, you follow the trajectory, shoot just in front of the bottle, and it shatters in an explosion of glass. Russ says, I do need you to keep that pointed lower, though. Like,
Lower, yes, okay. Lower.
Sorry, Rust.
it's all good.
Second is the nat 1.
Perfect. Second one, you do miss the next glass bottle that's thrown up for you.
We'll set the next one up.
And then the third one is just like sitting there.
Yeah, we're just gonna set this one like up on something.
Okay.
Do you not like that one?
Actually, we're gonna stack 2 bottles on top of each other.
This is 9.
9? That's enough to hit a glass bottle sitting on a thing. Yeah, no problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you get a couple good shots.
2 out of 3. Let me just
do
roll a couple quick fires, okay?
Yeah,
Rapid fire.
couple rapid fire shots.
8, 11, dirty 20, 17.
All hits.
Okay.
You get the swing of it by the end.
Boss is feeling all right.
I was about to say, like, what is going through Boss's mind as he's blasting glass bottles with the shotgun?
Yes.
It is kind of intoxicating.
What does anybody say when they're shooting shit over and over and over?
Hell yeah.
Correct.
Accurately.
Bones walks 5 bottles, like 200 feet out and walks back.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm rolling for those?
Yeah, sure.
Let's roll for those.
Yeah, those are a disadvantage because you're at the long range now.
Wait, is Bones shooting down?
Bones is going to shoot. You can shoot 2 if you
Oh,
want.
I'm shooting 2.
Yeah, go for it.
How many bottles?
5 bottles, 200
Highest
feet.
5 rolls hit.
Oh my god, Bones. 18. There we go. Much better. 27. And a crit. For
Nice.
29.
All hit.
Unsurprisingly, perhaps. You do see Bones. I mean, or see this in combat, but now out of combat, see some tremendous aim and marksmanship. Outside the scrapyard, the rest of you are just listening to shots being fired in the scrapyard, glass shattering. A short while later, the scrapyard people emerge.
Yeah, I assume that at some point, Yo-Yo and Top probably want to take a turn and ask to use probably either the shotgun or the rifle.
For sure.
Yeah.
They'll for sure take their turn with it as well.
Sorry, did you just call us the scrapyard people?
Yes, you guys are scrapyard people. Yes, that's correct.
They should
I don't
also
wanna
call
apologize
the
for that.
scrapyard boys.
The twins rolled a nat 16 and a nat 17. They're naturals.
Did we drive here?
Yeah, we
I
go there.
assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just sit in the car and play guitar while they do their murder shooting?
Yes, absolutely. As Cadence is stealing from the office, you're out in the trailer playing the guitar.
So you just hear Spanish guitar in the background while you're shooting murders.
Hell yeah. It's like nylon strings, let's go.
Can I find like a steel or a lead pipe?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Awesome. Is there a body of water anywhere?
Is there a body here?
How big of a body of water are we
Yes.
talking?
Like, I don't know. Can I get 10, 20 gallons?
Give me a luck
Spread
check.
out. It can be all over the place. It doesn't matter. 17?
17, yeah. There's enough like puddles of water for you to gather up that much water from.
Wonderful. I take a little pinch of the dust of dryness until I've gathered up about 20 gallons of water.
There you go. You just got a bunch of water.
Just a little bead, and I put this bead down into this tube. Can you go put a bottle way over on the other corner of the junkyard there?
Got it.
Sick.
Like run over and
And then I find a glass bottle that fits roughly into the lead pipe. And then I take a second to watch the wind, and I angle very carefully, and then I release, essentially water mortar this thing, and try to see if I can hit the bottle with the other bottle.
Give me a boy. What the fuck do I even call this?
Lunch.
I'll give you like improvised attack roll.
Love it.
And I will let you apply your siege weaponry roll.
Perfect.
Don't normally apply that to attack checks, but we're fucking around here.
I'll take it. I aim.
Of course.
Of course.
Naturally.
You know how that goes. It's +6. Yeah. Oh, damn it. That's a 14.
14 is enough to hit a bottle sitting in place.
Hell yeah.
So
So
far
let me get
away.
this right. You use your dust of dryness to soak up water, and then you undried it.
Yeah, so the water goes into the pellet, and then when it is hit suddenly, or if you dash it against something, it releases all of that water
I didn't know.
instantly.
I only knew that dust of dryness.
Oh yes, they
Dry
leave out
stuff.
the dryness is the dumb part of it. That's the stupid part. The part is that after it dries, it is a little pebble that you can break to release all the water, and that is what it is actually useful for. Yeah, it's a great trick.
You guys emerge from the scrapyard, soaking wet, stinking so bad.
we walk out laughing, slap each other on the back.
Having so much fun. With that, it's getting to be about sundown or so. Yo-Yo sees you guys coming out and says, "Oh, thank God. Oh, you guys are done with your hood rat stuff. We can go see a movie."
What is hood rat?
I'm worried your smell is going to get on me from being in there.
We can
What smell?
Take a bath.
Hood rat,
Oh,
honestly,
smell.
was kind of a low word for me to use. I like to not use that slur, but it just means a poor person.
We should
Step
probably.
in line up before you get back in the car. You're going to get on the upholstery. It's still...
Yeah, we've been here enough. Is there like a shower? What do we normally
Also,
do?
like we're not rolling,
scrap.
guys. We're not rolling around in the
You
dirt.
probably don't actually stink.
So, to Marisko's knowledge, you went in dry and came out soaking wet.
No one is soaking wet. No one
Bones
is.
soaking wet.
Bones
Bones exploded
Bones-
20 gallons of water very
Bones
near
looks like
himself.
he is having fun for this first time since you've met him, and he is drenched.
Oh my god! Would you? Okay, would you be willing? Since you're drenched, I have another set of fine clothing that Boss would wear, like another fine robe and stuff. Would you be willing to put that on?
I will. It is far too big for me, but that's extra funny because when I'm wet, I am like twigs.
So you come out of the scrapyard wearing
Same.
my dry
Yeah,
coat.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I love
Beautiful
that.
Harsamani
I
clothes.
love that. Yeah, I would do fine, super nice clothes.
Royal robes. You guys get back in the car and on the back of the trailer, ride your way through the willows, and by about maybe 5:30, 6 p.m. arrive in Glimmerwick
To see our movie.
to see your movie, to go see your moving picture. And yeah, you pay 5 copper for a ticket to go in and see this movie, so you can spend 5 copper on that. It's very, very minimal.
Please describe the movie.
Yeah, so the movie is like
Silent
for
film?
starters, yeah, the movie theater itself, it is kind of laid out like just like an old-fashioned classic theater. The movie itself is silent. It's one of those old-timey ones where people talk and then it flips to a black screen with the text of what they're saying, and then it flips to the next scene, and so on. There's an actual band playing music that goes with it. There's a person playing piano and people playing music that go along with this movie. And I think it's probably I don't know, what kind of movie would you guys want to see? Someone tell me what kind of movie this is.
Whatever Patches recommends.
That's true. Patches is the movie guy. What kind of movie does Patches recommend? There's romance movies. There's war movies. There's just drama.
Fast and the Furious.
I was say
The Minecraft movie.
the slowest
The Minecraft movie.
Do you have the Minecraft movie?
Chicken Jockey. Probably a drama.
Yeah. It's a dramatic piece. Probably even it's probably a little bit Sopranos-ish. It's got some gang. It's like a gang drama.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's very dramatic. The music is great. It's a lovely little experience. There's drinks to be had if you want some, and it's a lovely little night here in Glimmerwick.
I think better.
Boss's armrests are starting to snap.
Yeah.
Just from the that he might have on them. Just
Yeah.
you hear the wood creaking.
Yeah. It is pretty.
Watching cars,
It is a marvel to behold, for sure.
I forgot about your fear of cars, and I thought you just meant we were watching Disney's Cars. It's all a movie for some reason.
No, actually, what's funny is that I didn't have a fear of cars until just a couple of days ago.
Just got a fear of cars.
When someone looked at me and goes, "Have you ever seen Fast and the Furious?" Oh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna hold Cadence's hand during the movie.
How nice.
Oh, you gotta do the yaw. You gotta do the yaw. Arm around.
I'm not tall enough to be
Fourth
on.
base already.
Fourth face.
I will hold your hand back.
Oh, how sweet.
During the intermission, I lean over to Marisco. So why do you actuate around women?
You're asking me that now.
Well, it's the intermission. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I noticed last night and now I'm very curious.
it has been that way as long as I can remember. I'm not sure about before that.
How long can you remember?
It's been some time now. Probably, it's been 17 years, something like that.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
That's not normal. That's, I take it something happened.
Yes, and maybe I can tell you more detail, not in the theater later, but
Yeah, sorry. I didn't realize that I was stumbling onto something large. We will save this for later.
Sure. I mean, when you ask someone if they're afraid of women, they could just say, I can't think of any reasonable reason, so never mind.
No, I get it. Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
What do you think of the movie?
It's good. It would be better if the music and the talking all happened at the same time as the action, I think.
Just a bit desynced. It would be better if it were all cohesive.
Yeah, I mean, we have they have a live band. They have 40, 50 people playing music to it. Why not hire 2 more to speak the characters' lines as they are talking?
You do bring up a good point. That would make this a lot easier.
Yeah.
Especially no. I suppose there are people who can't read, too.
I think there are probably more people that can't read than can hear.
Marvel's gonna lean forward and be like, they could just have a record player.
Yes, certainly. Then, if that was the case, they would not even need to hire live people. Although I will say, as much as I love recorded music, it does not get better than hearing it live.
I meant for the speaking.
True. I assume the same is true for voices. Recordings are great; they're useful, but the real thing does sound better.
True, but that's play.
That is true.
You're going to love the future.
I know I am. Of that, I am confident. Yes.
Radio goes a long way.
Wait, have you?
Incredibly cryptic.
Yeah. So okay. Talk to me. You do magic. Do you know the future? Then you are a diviner.
You could just say so.
Radio goes a long way.
Yes.
That's great. You know that.
Yes.
He also thought he could bribe me, and that didn't work out, so...
That is true.
So how far into the future can you see?
I mean, it's hard to give a specific time.
How many fingers am I holding behind my back?
I do not see mundane things like that.
3.
Oh, it was 3. You are also a diviner.
I was going to guess 11.
That would be very impressive.
I am, how you say, lucky with these kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, you had a 20% chance of getting it right.
Yeah.
I suppose 16.60 is an option.
Oh, the movie's starting again. Oh, no.
You guys are talking over the movie.
Shh.
Your secrets are saved by the movie starting again.
Ghost shushes us all mentally.
Another mental truly terrible thing. The rest of the movie is lovely. When it ends, you guys head out with the ushers leading the way, and Ghost, for maybe the second or third time in your life, you enter a place while there's light out and exit in darkness. A truly horrible experience.
We all hit and scream mentally.
Fortunately, Ghost had a great time with the movie. He loves fiction and communication, so
Yeah.
he had a good time at least.
Yeah, it is a truly a marvel, a wonder to behold, coming from Hello Hive especially, but really coming from anywhere in the world. This is one of maybe 4 movie theaters in the world. So
I'm gonna go up to Ghost. I have some questions for him.
yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Ghost.
Yes.
Yesterday you were asking about my brother's flirting, but
Yes.
were you being sarcastic?
No.
Because you gave me a book about flirting.
Yes, but books are not always fully true to life, though. That book and your brother seemed very similar, so I assumed it might help.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
How are things with you and Cadence?
Oh, good. Yeah, good.
Good.
Why do you ask?
You are just, and don't take this the wrong way, you're just not what the two of you aren't really what I would have expected.
I know. But, it's, yeah, I know, she's...
To be clear, it's not I don't think it's a bad thing or anything of the sort. It's just, she's rather, it's quite intense, and you are, with all due respect, aside from your large suit, soft.
Yeah, well... Everyone sees me like that.
I think that's good. Balance each other out.
Thank you. I hope so. I really like her.
It's good. I think that she probably needs that.
He kind of like gives you like a look like he's like not exactly sure what you mean, but maybe does. Who knows?
Yo-Yo says, all right, so we going to get some dinner too? Real last night out on the town?
I think it sounds like
Yes,
a good idea.
I don't think I can do another night of spaghetti about it.
No. Let's go somewhere nice, somewhere fancy. We're looking to live large tonight.
Don't forget that we're broke.
I will be broke tomorrow for a ball today. It's our last night in Daybreak City for a little while. Let's live it up.
But the Crimson Crab.
Oh, Crimson Crab! I love that place. They got those cheddar bay biscuits. I love them so much.
I mean, if you want the seafood, we can go to the Codfather.
Oh, Codfather is so good.
I don't know why I tried. There was no way I could
Alright. You guys make
Just hubris.
make your way to the nearby Codfather restaurant. A lovely Italian seafood restaurant. A little more upscale than Spaghetti About It.
I like to think it's more upscale, but it's the exact same food as spaghetti.
Exactly.
Like,
you
literally
pay a little bit more for it.
Yeah, you just pay more.
Like literally, the person goes and gets it from Spaghetti About It and brings
Yes.
it back there.
It costs you guys each like 1 mark for your meal at this restaurant, and like maybe another mark if you want to drink and tip.
Do I get a discount?
Your persuasion check.
Can I assist him by using actual Bruxy?
Totally, yeah. Give me a persuasion check. And you can apply your cooking lore too, Mariska.
That's the best diss of the day.
That was good.
Mine was an 18.
Okay. Perfect. On an 18 and a 20, yeah, I'll say you guys get like, we'll say you get like 5 copper off your meal, so it's like 1.5 marks instead of 2 marks. Which is like a 25% discount. It's pretty serious.
I'll take it.
I mean, free movie.
Yeah, basically, come pay for your movie. And yeah, the food is delightful. It's quite delicious. It's a lot of seafood and pasta dishes. Eventually, as the night goes on, begins to draw to a close. Once you guys have more conversations you want to have over dinner, or as the night progresses. Top and Yo-Yo share a pizza, like a seafood pizza with anchovies on it.
Oh, I'll put it on.
Yeah, you get on that too. Perfect.
Hey, Bones, what type of traveling gear should I get?
Oh, you've not done this before.
No.
You are going to want good boots. Even if you do not normally wear shoes, you will want some for when it gets wet.
Yes.
Leg reps. You will want a bedroll. You will want a mess kit. You will want a pillow. You will want a pup tent. You will want
a what?
A pup tent.
A pup tent?
A pup tent. Yes.
P-U-P?
Yes, P-U-P.
For pups?
It's a dog. It's a pup. Yeah, it's for dogs. Yes.
It is a tent for one person. It is called a pup tent.
That's
you will
correct.
probably want a hammock for the nights that you can use it when the ground is wet. You'll want flint and steel. You will want a flask. You will want 2 water skins. You'll want a blanket. And I start rattling so much stuff.
You know, starts writing it down, but then realizes this is so much shit. He's like, oh.
I assume Bones is going over a mental checklist of packing his rucksack.
Right. Yeah, and there's nothing. He doesn't mention anything. Oh, like bring a book. He doesn't mention amenities.
Oh no, he's just looking for things he needs.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I have not bought any of that stuff yet, so I will, I guess, purchase those things.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. If it's too late tonight, we'll do it tomorrow.
You guys had some time to do some shopping and get prepared today as well.
I assumed I had all of that.
Unless I could use my crafting session to just make all that stuff.
I don't know if you can make all that stuff in one crafting session. We'll see.
I don't know, I can make up to depending on how I roll, I can make up to 50 gold worth of stuff, or 50 marks.
Yeah, but that's specifically magic items. I don't know if you can just produce all kinds of random stuff. I'll look into it. Cool. You guys finish up your dinner.
What if the tent was one of those auto popped up?
Right. No, you can make. To be clear, you can make a magical campsite, but it's that would be the one thing you make with one craft. You see what I mean?
I mean, here's the thing. I kind of want to do glamping, right? Artifice, really bad artificing glamping. That's probably gonna
glamp girl. You
mess
can.
up.
As the night starts to wind down. Oh, sorry, I got Patches.
It's an important question.
Yeah.
How did I arrive in this world?
This really feels like something you sort out ahead of time.
So when a man
No, I
loves
know
a
the
woman,
answer to this question.
when a man loves a woman.
Do I have a specific camper van still?
Here's what I will tell you. If you're okay with me saying some things about your backstory out loud with people at the table here.
I mean, it'll also help people just know things on the recording too.
You remember essentially deciding, fuck your dad,
Based.
You don't need him. You don't need him. Fuck that guy. Not necessarily fuck that guy, but I can make it on my own. I don't need him. Went into kind of a rebellious phase. Stole the Odyssey. Stole the Honda Odyssey. Got into it, and with some DVDs playing in the DVD player, drove on a sort of inter-universal voyage along the Celestiarum, along pathways woven of starlight stretching between planets and galaxies and worlds, and eventually sort of just dove down into one of the infinitely many universes that you passed by, just sort of on a lark. Found the Honda Odyssey 2016 skimming along the surface of the Okasik Ocean, and essentially just crashing into the side of a building at the docks here in Daybreak City. Things get a little fuzzy there. You kind of walked away from the wreckage of this van accident and just kind of wandered for a while. And you haven't seen the Honda Odyssey since then. It presumably was destroyed in this crash.
Okay. I didn't know if it was a Back to the Future type thing where I have it stashed behind a sign just covered in things.
No, yeah, you haven't been able to find it. I think you've gone back and looked at where you remember crashing it and haven't found anything. Okay. And there wasn't a newspaper story the next day that's what the fuck was this that we found by the docks or anything. So
okay.
I was say, was there a news article
my theory
in 2016?
My theory is someone found it and they were we got to remake this, and that's how cars are made now.
No, the cars were around before that.
Oh, okay.
They were.
So he comes in like Jack Sparrow at the beginning of the movie, just sailing across the water, crashing into the docks.
Something like that.
But at 88 miles an hour.
But
If Patches out loud said any of this to any of you, they would sound like the ramblings of a madman, to be clear.
yeah, but he also already kind of rambles like a person.
80 miles an hour?
Much of what he says sounds like the ramblings of a madman.
Do you see my face?
Right.
I just listen to you say it and I still feel that way.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was just wondering. I didn't know.
Yeah, you
if
don't
I
have
still
access
had it or
to
not.
it anymore.
Okay.
No.
2016 Honda Odyssey.
2016 Honda Odyssey. It's got the DVD player.
Yeah,
So
sure.
you can watch Interstellar while they drive. They take turns watching.
Imagine-
Wow.
So with that, the evening winds down. Top comes over to you, Morisco, and at one point and says, "Hey, I suppose this is probably farewell for a little bit. My parents went over to the harbor this morning and got their tickets updated, so they're going to be leaving in the morning as well. And I mean, I guess we are too.
I see, yes, that makes sense. Safe travels, and I will hope to see you when you get back.
Yeah, same to you. We're talking about maybe trying to meet up in Cherry Falls, see if we can maybe make a little week trip back in the middle of our Okuko trip. But well, I guess we'll leave this all unrequited for now, and maybe it'll be a star-crossed lovers thing at a later time.
Aw.
But he kind of reaches and takes your hand. It's been good getting to know you. It's been brief, but it's been good. Thanks for doing so much. Take care of my family.
Of course. Thank you for being you. It's been nice to meet you. I've had a good time in Deer Break City.
All right, we gotta stop this conversation right now because it's starting to sound like that part in like a movie where they say goodbye and it ends up being the last time. So let's just go with we'll see you soon.
Let's just go and see you soon. Yeah, that sounds good.
Cadence, you got something? Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't need to like play this out or anything, but I will do my due diligence and go to the first movement and see if Lydia left word there.
Yeah, you check in at the first movement and no, she did not ever come by.
Then I will drop off the paper that has her name on it from the scrapyard, and I'll pass it along to Solomon what I learned from the kids in Brickyard.
Understood. You go and tell them all of that stuff. I can't find the map right now, but yeah. He says, good. And you'll be leaving in the morning?
Yes, leaving tomorrow.
Do be safe, and do be in touch. He kind of holds up his sending stone.
Absolutely.
And we'll try to keep things buttoned up for you until you get back.
I appreciate it. Keep your eye on that Elias. I don't know what he's planning, but it's something big.
He's increasingly seeming to find his fingers in things, which honestly is a little refreshing. I've been trying to get him to get involved for a while. I just wish he had gotten involved with me instead of against me, but we'll get to the bottom of it, I have no doubt. With that, I think everyone heads to their respective places of sleep unless anyone objects to that statement. I assume you probably head back to your parents for like one last night there, I'm guessing, because they're leaving in the morning.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yep. Well, one last night together with them, and this time, versus having the whole party, it's just like a quiet family dinner and a nice little farewell dinner.
Family game night or something.
Yeah,
like that.
their suitcases are all sitting out for the morning and such. Night comes, sleep comes. Patches, go ahead.
I have one thing before I sleep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I assume I go back home.
I assume so, yes.
Is Ghost with me still?
I presume so. Ghost, you going home with Patches, presumably?
Presumably, but I don't have to be like right with you if you want to be alone.
Oh no, it's fine. I wanted you to run for it.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Hey, Ghost.
Yes.
You would know that I'm a spellcaster, right?
Yes. I don't know if I've actually seen you cast any spells, but I'm aware that you dabbled, supposedly.
Okay,
And I'll go over to the table and I'll just start lighting a bunch of candles. And just
Okay.
in a circle.
Yeah, making a little circle of candles. I like it.
Do you need help with something?
I just don't want you here in case I explode or something. I don't know what's going to happen when I do this.
Raviolis.
Magic is quite dangerous. Perhaps it would be best to do some research before and
Let's do it
Safe
later.
environment.
And I start casting a spell as a ritual.
Okay.
Oh god.
And I cast augury.
Okay, perfect. What is the question? So you lay these candles out, and they're sort of divided into 3 sort of circles. There's one that's for like weal, one that's for woe, and then one that sits in between them. What is the idea that you present to Augury?
My question is it a good idea for me to tell Ghost more about my history?
Understood. That's a really interesting question. I think you get... So you ask this question sort of mentally in sort of prayer and meditation in front of your candles. Will I receive good results, bad results, or some mixture in between by telling Ghost about my history? And I think you see that, like, on the side of good, a bunch of candles light up. And then a few candles light up kind of in between. So it's like somewhere between wheel and both. Might be some mixed results, but mostly good.
Okay. Yeah, I was mostly curious
Do
if
I-
it even like work.
Do I hear you ask this question out loud?
Yeah, I don't know if it says.
Say it out loud. If not, I would say you can just think it or mentally consider it.
It's just funny if you just ask this question.
It is funny.
Yeah, I feel like Patches would say it out loud. Just
Perfect.
saying Patches. So yeah, I say it out loud,
Perfect.
but still in my accent.
Yes.
Is it a good idea to tell the ghost about my backstory? As I wonder what to call it.
So yeah, Ghost, you hear that question, you see these candles light up. I don't know if you know what these candles mean, but
I imagine that I probably have.
you can roll me an Arcana.
Tons of like clerics and stuff.
Yeah, seriously, you can roll me an Arcana check to try to identify the magic he's casting. Yeah, you recognize the augury spell.
Yeah. Well, is that good or bad?
I mean, it leaned good, so I guess that means I can trust you. The candles will never lie to me. So I don't know. I was just wondering because there's something that I should look for sometime, and the more connections that I have, it might be beneficial.
I see. Well, you helped me a great deal. I'd be happy to help you however I can.
I mean, I guess the important thing is I'm not from here. If you could tell from my accent.
Well, I didn't want to assume anything, but you do seem a little different from most other people here.
I mean,
Are you from another continent, or?
not exactly, but maybe a little bit. I'm not from this world. I'm from a different universe.
I'm so glad he chose Ghost to tell this to.
Right.
Yeah, how should I know about, like, the multiverse?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Do the people that worship the Eye or discuss the Eye know about the multiverse, or is that a part of it at all?
Yeah, I'd say that book that you have could give you a advantage on this check.
Hell yeah. Natural 10 for 16.
I was tapped down and I heard that natural with such confidence. I was like, oh shit. So 16 is pretty good. And you have a pretty relevant book here. Brief lesson on cosmology. You exist on the material plane, which is your planet and its solar system and presumably the universe all around it. There are planes of existence called the inner planes because they, at least in sort of a metaphorical sense, not literally, exist as sort of like inside at the core of the material plane. They're the things the material plane is made of. They are the elements, they are life and death and light and fire and darkness, etc. And then there are the outer planes, which are sort of the things that metaphorically, not literally, sit on the outside of the universe. These are associated with like philosophical ideas. There's the plane of morals, there's the plane of order, there's the plane of knowledge and of emotion, and so on. And then there's transitive planes that connect them all. There's neutral planes like the outland. All of this whole planar structure that I'm describing, is basically cosmological theorists suggest that all of that is probably just one, or but one among many such structures. That there perhaps may even be infinitely many such structures of planes. In other words, there may be other universes with their own cosmologies and their own planes. And those theorists, the same ones that talk about this entity that they refer to as the I, suggest that it stands to reason that if there are many different universes, that there must be space that exists between them. And that if that space exists, it essentially is like an extra universal plane of existence. This is all purely theoretical. There's no way to prove or disprove or even really study this. It's just like people's ideas, essentially. Divination magic yields unclear results. But those who do believe that the idea has gained enough traction that it has a name. People call the space between universes the Celestiarum. So yeah, what Patches is saying is an idea that has been mentioned before in other circles, but there's no like hard proof that it's a real thing.
Right. So you're from like the Feywilds, or?
No, I'm from just another universe entirely.
So you're suggesting the Celestiarum is real? That there is a multiverse out there?
Yes,
that there are multiple versions of me and you?
Yes, essentially. I'm sure somewhere in this universe I exist again. Maybe not at this time period, but hard to say. I don't know, I've been on quite a journey, or you could say an odyssey.
Damn it.
God. The ghost is gonna just sit down.
Yes. Ghost, this is either the most profound revelation in the history of cosmology, or these are the ramblings of a madman.
Right. And it's so hard to tell which.
And I've been stuck here for a few years. I've been trying to find my own way. In my universe, I was a bit of what you might call a demigod.
I see. So you're mad.
Some people might have said that, but I got better. And I've just been trying to find my own way. Like I said, I've been on my little odyssey, and my I don't know what you might call it, my vehicle to get here. I've lost it. And,
lost your multiverse traveling vehicle.
Yes. I had a little accident. And I didn't get the insurance of the place that I ran into. It's a little fuzzy. But I've been thinking I might need to find that at some point. I'm getting a little homesick, I miss my father and my family.
Okay. Scraps for help.
He shrugs and says, I've heard some of this before, but
I wanted to talk to you about it. You seemed educated, and you might have some connections that might be able to kind of line me up with the people that would understand my issues. Right. And no, I don't mean my accent issues. I mean like my universe issues,
Right. Is that... God. Is your accent okay?
No.
Just feels deeply insensitive.
I picked it up from my movies in my time, and it's just kind of stuck with me. I think I might have hit my head a little bit on my journey.
At the time that the Honda Odyssey crashed upon reaching Daybreak City, you were watching The Godfather. It's like stuck somehow.
Yeah, I've been trying to get rid of it, but it's so difficult.
Your movies, but the movies don't have voices.
Oh, they have voices, and they have a music, and they have so many other things.
They're going to have voices.
Sound effects.
Yeah, I'm the time I came from is a little bit ahead of here.
How far ahead?
It's hard to say, but probably like 100 years or so.
Then do you know the future?
I mean, not exactly. I can predict things, but I can't predict it perfectly.
Scraps
Okay.
says
So
the first time I asked him that, he said that like time didn't really exist for him in any sense that mattered before he got here, so like future and past were meaningless. That's what he said the first time anyway.
Yeah, it's a meaningless, but I try and put a date on it for the lesser-minded people. No offense.
No offense. After saying something so offensive.
Sorry, it's hard to not to be offensive. I mean, former god and everything, you know.
Raviolas comes and sits on your
do you
lap.
have any proof of this?
Um,
Do you have something from your universe that you could...
Deadass turning his character sheet over, like, wait. No, you don't have any like possessions from before.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know if I had like one thing or not.
No.
You had a Honda.
yeah.
Oh,
Not on me. I mean, the only thing I had was my vehicle. So that's kind of my proof to get anyone else to believe it.
Okay, so if we find your Honda, then you can prove that you're from another universe.
Oh yes, you'll see it. The technology is much more advanced than anything else I hear.
that DVD player.
Alright.
It has a thing called a Bluetooth. You wouldn't believe it.
Teeth that are blue.
Well, I'll be happy to help as best I can. You've done a lot for me since I got into the city, and this is just a lot. That's a lot, Patches.
I figured so, but I know that you don't sleep, so you can have all night to think about it. Listen, I like it's going to keep you up at night.
I would have been up all night. Otherwise.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's why I told you first that
Yes,
could,
that was a good. That was a good plan. I don't know if you should tell anybody else yet. Maybe we find a gentler way to break that information to them.
Oh yes, that's why I wanted to start with at least one person, then you could help me out.
All right, I'll spend the next, 72 straight hours of my life trying to figure out how to discuss the ramifications of the existence of the multiverse and the fact that somebody from another universe is now trapped here on a magical Honda, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's hard for me to approve it, and I mean, I know it's a lot, but once we get to my Honda back, I can show you this movie called Back into the Future, and he went through a very similar thing, and so it's a lot more understandable.
And I think that is where we'll finish tonight's session.
We're gonna finish on Back to the Future.
I can think of no better spot. We'll pick up next time by doing our long rest and everything, but we'll wait until next session to do that. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you so much. We will see you next time. Hasta la vista. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.